Hey, what's up? Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you're from. It's actually not bad here today, man. We've had days that are in like the 102, 105, and now we get a day that's like 85, and we're like, oh my God, this feels so comfortable. And I got to learn how to convert things to Celsius for those people who use the metric system. 'Cause it's only like the United States, England, or I guess the UK, and maybe that's it, that use the English system. Maybe some of the old colonies use it. But the metric system is a lot makes a lot more sense. It's much more interchangeable. I remember when I was involved in certain businesses where weight was an issue, grams was a very easy way to do things rather than ounces or pounds or whatever. Anyway, welcome. I was just going through the painful experience of listening in on Pro Israeli Live. I don't want to mention the names of the hosts because that's not necessary, but I am going to bring up the names of a couple of panelists because of just their abhorrent behavior, lack of civility, interrupting, just that least pleasant way to be in public with others, which I can't stand. But we also want to talk about another piece of potentially breaking news before we get into that, which is pretty much the same stuff we always talk about. So I'll put that on the side for a second. And that is Democratic ins. For those of you who haven't heard, the word I told people this about a week ago that the word on the street from the donor class was that Biden had to go. Now, today, it's been made public that former President Barack Obama, who is obviously the one who stands to benefit the most from Biden being reelected, because he can just be like an earpiece, like he said during his first presidency, he says, it would be great if after I finish my term, that I could have another person where I could just whisper in their ear and have them do what I want. He said that publicly. And then we have Biden in the catatonic state weekend at Bernie's Obama earpiece. Anyway, I don't want to digress. So it turns out that Obama said that Joe Biden should consider the impact of maintaining his candidacy will have on the potential outcome of the 2024 election. It basically translated as, "Hey, dude, you're fucking us up. Get out of the way." That's the translation. I can't talk right now because I'm doing this live. Anyway, I'll call him back. Interesting man in his mid 70s, known him for, geez, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years, and just a wild. I call him Wild Bill because his name is Bill and he's kind of wild. Anyway, he's a fun guy to talk to. Super big Trump supporter, which, it's not always easy for me to stomach. Anyway, getting back to, so what does this mean for the situation? Now, I've been saying that I think that this is going back as long as I can remember, definitely as long as I've been on TikTok. I've said, I believe that Joe Biden would not be the nominee, and I thought that the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, would be his replacement nominee. I still stand by that. And that's what the latest whisper is. Lo and behold, Gavin Newsom. It just makes sense. I mean, look at the demographic. They can pick probably a woman of color as his vice president or a Hispanic American woman. So I think the ticket is going to be made up of Gavin Newsom. It's always got to be a white guy, right? Or at least a mostly white man, which is crazy. We should have more diversity. We should have a female. We need a female president, by the way. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't think women would screw up this country anywhere near what the men do, although some of the women are like Hillary Clinton and Nikki Haley. They're pretty bad. But anyway, I'm actually walking by the house that I used to rent. I lived there for about 3.5 years, but it turned out there was toxic mold in the basement. It was making me sick. I literally thought I was going to die. This is going back to, and I've been on mold remediation therapy for the last, I don't know, year and a half now, trying to get this stuff out of my system. I feel way better. I mean, I literally did not want to stay alive. It was terrible. I've never felt that horrible in my life. It was like having electricity going through your body 24/7. You couldn't relax your muscles. You couldn't relax your body. You couldn't think. You couldn't sleep. It was messed up. I'm telling you, anybody who has mold poisoning, I had this really, I'll get back to the subject, but I had this really rare type of, only like 2% of the population is allergic to it. And for those who are allergic to it, though, it's awful. And I would have never known. I was doing Ubering at the time, as I think you all know. And I just so happened to take the same passenger from a nearby place, a younger, maybe like guy in his mid 30s. And it turns out I took him home at the end of the night too. He went downtown, which never happens, by the way, to get the same passenger twice. So it must have been fate. And on the ride home, we got to talking. He said, "How are you really doing?" I said, "Well, not great. I'm dealing with this situation." I didn't know at the time it was mold poisoning though, because I didn't know that the mold was the problem. I thought the mold in the basement was just like like sandwich mold or whatever. So he said, "Well, have you had any problems with mold in your house?" I said, "Well, yeah. What do you ask that?" He's like, "You have mold toxin. Everything you've described is exactly what I went through." This guy said. So I, by chance, met a guy who basically saved my life. Now, I know for some pro-Israelis, they're deeply disappointed that that rendezvous took place. And I apologize for that, but yes, I am still here, and you will still have to put up with me for at least as long as the Mossy Sadie group doesn't catch me, or whoever else fucks around with people like this. Anyway, so getting back to the implications of all this. So what is it going to mean? So let's say Gavin Newsom does become the new nominee, which I think is likely. And let's say he asks Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, to be his running mate, which I think that'd be the best choice for the vice presidential pick. I don't think having Kamala Harris maintain the ticket is going to be good, although they may do it just out of loyalty. I don't know. She's got terrible ratings, but she does carry a certain demographic, which is how they think of these things. So we'll see. It's all about political calculus. It has nothing to do with wanting to help anybody or help the public. It's all just, fronting, as it were. By the way, have you in your neighborhood? I don't know if you have these or not, but in some of the neighborhoods I walk through, we have these little take a book, leave a book kind of thing. And I always stop by and look at some of the titles. I found one on ADHD, which is probably what I'm exhibiting right now in one of these that I'm reading right now. So it's sometimes some good stuff. And I'm dropping off a couple of my previous reads. I'm also, speaking of reading, and I'll get back to the subject again. I know I'm bouncing around, but I'm also rereading the 100 Years War on Palestine, which is just such a well-written book, Rashid. If you get a chance to check that one out, I can't recommend it highly enough. You can go to Amazon and read the reviews. I'm going to leave one. When I first read it, it wasn't on Amazon, obviously, but now that I'm rereading it, since I ordered it from them, I can leave a review. So I'm going to leave a good review when I reread it. But I'm going through it with a highlighter, and I'm also going to reread The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilyan Pape. And then I'm going to highlight that, and I'm going to take out all of the arguments that relate to these conversations that we're having, and I'm going to index them in a searchable piece of paper so that if I'm having conversations with people, I can, and this is what the Hasbara people do. I mean, they're great at it. I'm just going to do my own version of it, but I'll share it with others. But that way I'll have the facts, and I have a reference for it, and maybe have a newspaper source or a direct evidence of this, that, and the other. And no more of this back and forth bullshit. Oh, there was no Nakba. People left on their own accord, all that bullshit. So anyway, that's that. So what is this all going to mean? And I've not been looking at any of the comments, so I apologize for that. I always do these stream of consciousness opens, as you all know too well. Let me take off my sunglasses because I'm having trouble reading the comments. Hold on, Ruby. Hold on, baby. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is great. I love this comparison. Somebody says U.S. elections are like fake wrestling. I couldn't agree more. The outcome is all prearranged. Both sides are being paid by money interests, right? You got the WWE, the World Wrestling Entertainment thing, Vince McMahon. And back in my day, by the way, I could talk about wrestling a lot because I was a kid, we used to watch it. I could care less about that shit now, but all the classics like Randy the Macho Man Savage, like that kind of stuff. I can impersonate all of these folks. Anyway, Hulk Hogan, the whole 9 yards. Anyway, so Andre the Giant. Sorry, I had to put that name in there. Classics. Iron Sheik. Okay, enough. All right, I don't want to digress too far on that. So what does this all mean? What is it going to mean for us? Absolutely nothing. Okay, this carnival show is going to go on, and they'll put up this valiant effort. I still think Trump's going to win. I don't know what happened with this particular incident the other day. I think there's a lot of suspicious elements to it. It's amazing. All of these major events that happen in American history, just all of them have these very strange sort of variables to them. Listen, when something's really straightforward, it is what it is. Boom, something happens. Okay, it is what it is. But we never have that. We always get these things where this doesn't quite fit together, or this is an unusual coincidence, or wow, that's also a coincidence. Man, that's really crazy. There's like 5 of these coincidences. How could that possibly be? Again, what do you think? So, you don't have to be a conspiracy nut job because most of these things they're literally conspiratorial in their makeup. So all you're doing is really kind of peeling back the layer of the onion. If somebody says, hey, that's a red onion, and you peel back the layer and there's something other than red inside, you're like, well, wait a second. You're calling this red, but something else is giving me indications that it's not quite the thing you're saying. And that's what we're seeing a lot of. I don't know if you're watching content around that, but I've been watching quite a bit to try to see who thinks what. Now, again, sometimes what comes out is actually content to further confuse the public. So they'll hire somebody who looks like they're a legitimate, inquisitor, and they'll put out some crazy variation of this. Oh, that's what it's got to be. Ignore that shit. You can tell who by the way, the best people to trust are people you've seen do things for a long time, who are logical, sound-minded, honest human beings. So I can give you some of their names. I used to have a great list on my Twitter feed, but obviously my Twitter experience got sort of short-lived because of some issues. But it was a great list. I still have the list. It's what I call trusted sources. And man, do I have some great people that I've come across. I'm so lucky to know these folks. Anyway, yeah, fake wrestling. I agree with that. Great point. Yeah, Randy the Macho Man Savage. Some people say Ric Flair is the best wrestler. He was in the alternative, like smaller shows. But the main one with like Vince McMahon and people. I mean, you had the British Bulldogs. You had who else did you have that was really popular? So you had Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant. That guy was huge, by the way. And Hulk Hogan, he was like 440 pounds, and Hulk Hogan picked him up and threw him down, which is pretty impressive. Anyway, it's all fake, and the whole stage they stand on the ring, so to speak. It's all cushioned, and it gives. So when you land on it, it doesn't hurt you. And they would have little things. I read about this. They would have little things that they would actually be able to create red on their forehead. You know what I mean? And they say if it bleeds, it makes money, or if it's red, it brings in green or some shit like this. But that's what they would do. They would get hit in the face, and as they were getting hit and they were kind of holding their face, they would do a little, and that would create all the streaming, and it would make it more entertaining for the fans, I guess, because that's what the fans want. They want the gore, right? The bread and circus bullshit. Anyway, I'm out in a very remote place right now, if you can tell. It's really beautiful, very peaceful. And we have these little small oases where I live. You got a lot of concrete, and then boom, you have a nice little wooded area, which I really like, by the way. Anyway, yeah, Randy the Macho Man Savage, he's like, I'm going to tell you something, brother. These people all had the most amazing comedic voices. Mickey Rourke, by the way, did anybody see that movie called The Wrestler? It was really a good movie, by the way. And it was a movie about how these guys just get burnt up. I mean, their bodies get destroyed and they get left out to dry, and they're basically, they always want the latest and greatest. Oh, by the way, The Rock. How can you talk about wrestling and not talk about Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, and The Undertaker, and all this other BS? Anyway, that I agree. Wrestling is a joke. So is that. Who was that guy that got Dave? What's his name? He smacked that reporter, John Stossel. Dave, the something. What was his name? Anyway, he was a mean guy, by the way, but he smacked a reporter or a journalist named John Stossel because John Stossel dared to say that wrestling wasn't real. And he said, well, how real is this? And he started smacking the guy up the head. I think he got sued and had to settle out of court for like $500,000 or something. Anyway, what was that guy's name? Somebody's got to know his name. Somebody says that's all 90s. Listen, 90. Yeah, Dr. D. David Schultz. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, these are great. Rowdy Roddy Piper. Come on, give me something for Rowdy Roddy Piper, man. You got to love that guy. By the way, he was supposed to be a really, really nice guy, too. He passed away a few years back. But just a really nice, kind human. But you'd never know that from his shtick. Yeah, listen, I'm 57 years old, people. I grew up with wrestling in the late 70s, early 80s, and mid 80s. That was about because after high school, I didn't really watch it too much. But I graduated high school in 1985. And I graduated college in 1989. I learned about the Israel-Palestine conflict in 1989, right before I graduated, because one of my classmates did a presentation on the First Intifada, and then talked about all the other stuff that led up to the Intifada, which was all the horrible mistreatment that I had no clue about. And I'm like, how can this possibly be? I've been told my whole life that Israel is this, because I was raised Christian. And we were told that the people of Israel are special people, that we have to protect them, that all of these crazy extremists want to get at them, they want to unalive them. That's all I'd heard my whole life. And then it turns out that that's all just a crazy story, and that it's what the Israelis have chosen to do. Not always, but for the most part, they not only did things start with what they did, but most of the more, I'd say, repressive, ongoing, steady brutality was being pushed out by them and not the other guy. And most of the time, the violent acts that we were seeing were because of response to the abject frustration, just enduring relentlessly this amount of torment and brutality. That's the part that I can't get people to understand, who even for those people who claim they're listening, especially those that are, these staunch pro-Israeli supporters. I try to really get this out. I really do. And I'm not doing it to be mean. I'm just doing it to say, hey, this is the reality of what's going on. And you can ignore that reality if you want to. But when you ignore a reality, you're basically saying that I don't want to have peace because I'm not willing to consider the other person's bargaining position. You have to always consider the other person. Any deal, and this is something I learned early when I was in business, any deal, you have to be willing to take either side of it if it's a fair deal. So it's like my mom used to say, there'd be one piece of cake left or one piece of dessert or whatever, one cookie. And she would let one of us kids cut it in half, and the other kid got to choose which piece they wanted. And that's a deal that you can take either way, because you're not going to cut that thing anything other than fair, because you want as much as you can get that's equal, right? And so that's what negotiations have to be. And the problem is, and listen, if you don't understand this part, you don't understand the conflict either, especially if you're pro-Israeli. Israel has the upper hand. Okay, they really don't have to give a whole lot, if anything, right now, because their position is being maintained. Not that they shouldn't, not that if they sincerely wanted peace that they wouldn't. I don't believe they want peace, because what's working in their favor right now is the status quo. It's just like the U.S. Congress. They don't want anything to change. Everything's going just swimmingly. Why would you want to change a damn thing? Everything's working out perfectly for the rich and for the national security surveillance media apparatus. And similarly, what does Israel have to gain by having peace? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It doesn't do them any good. Yeah, they get some rocket fire once in a while, but they got the Iron Dome. Who gives a damn? Yeah, they got to put up with the occasional attack, which is bad. But in the end, they maintain power and control, and they're taking more land, right? And it's just this slow but steady dispossession of land and just more misery for Palestinians. And when they fight back, not only is it ineffective in terms of its ability to change the dynamic, at least in the short term, and not only does it result in much more suffering for the local population, but they're the ones who are called the bad guys. And Israel says it's the victim of external violence. This is the crazy thing. I thought they were the victims when I first learned this. That's what shattered. That whole victim complex. That card is declined. No more victim card. That is no longer accepted anywhere worldwide. Done, finished, end of story. Next fucking form of payment, please. Victim card is no longer allowed. So you have somebody who's claiming they're the victim, and yet they're the ones occupying and brutalizing another group of people most of the time. How do you square that? If you believe that, if you're someone who can tell that lie over and over again, and you're someone who supports a country that does lie that way, what are you supposed to say about that kind of personality type? Listen, it's okay if you have a country and it's your squad, and then you have to criticize it because it's doing bad things. That's what I call America. The American people are different than the American government. The American government is the problem, and the oligarchy who influence the decisions of that government is the true cause of it all. They're the cause. The politicians are just implementers of corporate, oligarchic, high donor, and national security policies. That's it. That's all it is. Anyway, so I would just say that anybody who can consistently kind of lie to themselves, what do we call it? They call that delusion. You're a deluded person when you continually believe something that has no basis in reality. But because acknowledging reality is so problematic, one has to maintain that delusive belief. Hi. And that's just the way it is. So we're going to see this perpetuate. And what needs to change is that belief. I don't believe the leadership in Israel or the civilians who support, and again, after 10/7, somebody made a good point that a lot of the more moderate or leftist Israeli population shifted right because they were angry about what H Group did to civilians. I think that's fair. That's a fair point to raise, and it's fair for them to be angry. But notwithstanding that anger, what I'm talking about is the mindset of superiority, the mindset of We're entitled to this because of our ancestral heritage. This picking one unique part of time and saying God is a real estate agent and we're going to do it this way. It's all a bunch of bunk, and they have to disassociate them, and they have to basically stop being so delusional and start facing reality. That if just all you have to do to face reality is to put yourself in the other person's shoes. That's it. It's so easy to do. Put it this way: it's simple. It's not easy. In terms of the H cost in World War II, let's put ourselves in the shoes of some of the victims of that. Think how horrible that must have been to first have your business taken away or burned down, being kicked out of your property, having your things taken from you or whatever you can drag with you. You're lucky enough you go into this shitty living arrangement for months on end. You can't get all your regular food. Your life sucks. And then they come grab you and take you on these rail cars to a work camp where you're worked literally to the end of your existence. And if you don't get away from, you get unalived by sickness, you get unalived by one of the staff when you're no longer as productive or useful. Put yourself in those shoes for a second. Imagine what that experience must be like, not only for those going through it, but emotionally speaking, what about their family members? So I have a lot of sympathy for people who are supportive of Israel insofar as they've been convinced to connect the fear and the historic trauma of that horrific series of events to the establishment of an ethno-state in historic Palestine. And the two form an unbreakable bond as far as the identity and protective capability of this one particular set of borders, saying that never again, and this is the way we can make sure never again, because we have a place of our own to be. That's the narrative. That's what needs to change. Someone has to be good enough to somehow get in between what Zionism specifies as its goal and what reality actually dictates based on the implementation of said goal. That's the biggest difference I see. And right now, that's nowhere near fruition. It's changing somewhat, which is really good, and people are getting angered by advocacy groups like AIPAC and others, where, let's face it, it's disgusting that any of these advocacy groups, not just AIPAC, but these industry groups or high net worth people, that they have this access and special ability to change policy and just basically get a meeting with a senator and boom, you got a law passed or whatever. It's disgusting. And people are angry about that. The problem is that all the major candidates are in bed with these people. So no matter, you can't like dump one candidate who's doing it and take another who isn't, because they're all doing it. And where does that leave us? It leaves us out in the lurch. We do have a guest request, and I'm sorry for not reading comments better. Let's take a break before we bring the guest up. Let me see who they are. Make sure they're going to be 18 and older and stuff like that. So Quartzsite's here. Cool. So let's do this, folks. Let's tap my face to get the likes up a little bit. We have 16K. Got close to 100 people. We can probably get it up to 20K if everybody taps a little bit. I'm tapping as I speak to you and with you. And then what I'm also going to ask, if you don't mind, is just to share the live. Quartzsite just did it. Yeah, sure, Britt. Listen, I'm doing my best. I'm just a guy with a take, right? And I think where people get mad is they think I'm doing it from some sort of hateful position, like I'm trying to come at Israeli people or come at Jewish people or be unfairly focused on this one issue. It's something that I know more about than other issues, so we tend to talk more about things we know more about. And my motives are, I give a shit about the principle. Not that I'm some saint, trust me. I got all sorts of problems and I've got all sorts of luggage in my closet. But this one just touched my heart in a way that was different than things I've learned before, and it's just kind of stayed with me. So people say, why do you spend so much damn time talking about Israel? What's all you ever say? Why are you so obsessed? I'm not obsessed. In fact, nothing would make me happier as a human being for there to be a peaceful resolution to this conflict. I would literally get on top of my roof and sing to the heavens with joy, because that's the point of all the work we do, whether it's raising money, protesting, trying to speak in the public forum to try to better educate and debate information, or whatever whatever the needs are. It's too bad that all of us can't just unpack our stuff and go on a flotilla and completely break through the U.S./Israeli stranglehold on Gaza and feed people and comfort them and give them the medical care they need and all the things that are so vital to their survival right now. And we can't even get a ceasefire, much less try to get in and help people. So it's just, we're in no-win situations all across the board. That's the point I keep trying to make. And who's on the winning side of it right now? Well, if you're someone who supports Israel, you're sitting pretty right now. Why is that? Well, the United States can use its veto to basically block any UN activity that might curb or reprimand or somehow constrain or contain Israeli action. So anytime there's a UN resolution, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, the US is among them, they have a veto power. So any resolution that comes to the floor, you could have every other country on earth except for the US and Israel, which is usually close to what it is, maybe a couple of small island nations that are begging for some money. And everyone else just votes for it. And what the United States? Nope, veto. Nope. Or they don't support a ceasefire and it requires their vote to approve it or whatever it may be. So they either vote no or they abstain or whatever they might do. But it acts as a permanent block politically to protect Israeli interests. I can't tell you how big that one is. That's one of the really big ones. Now, there is a movement to use what's called Article 6, not to get too far off the beaten path on this one, which allows a member nation of the UN to be expelled because of, against the meaning of the entire organization behavior that's the antithesis, antithetical. And so there's a proposal right now to go try to get the United States kicked out of the UN. The UN is in New York City, but they want to get the United States as a member nation kicked out because it keeps doing this role of blocking this. But what I always like to say is, well, then you still have the UK and you have France. And those two nations right now are very friendly to Israel. And I don't believe that, I think China and Russia would probably abstain. They're the other two members. And so it's a pickle. And again, this is why I said before, why do the Israelis not give more? Because they don't have to. And why did what we see happen on 10/7? Well, it could have just been that these people decided they were going to go in and they've had enough. It could have been just that. I think that played a role. But look what's happened since. Look at the changes that have taken place. What things are happening now that weren't happening a year ago in Gaza? What things are happening now that haven't been able to happen for the last decade in Gaza? And this is the filter through which I look at everything. So I'm always looking at it with a drawn eye. And what's happened? Well, now they've moved in at record pace. They've destroyed the infrastructure in the entire northern half of Gaza, and they're doing more of it every day as they move into the south and towards Khan Yunis and Rafah. And they're shuffling they're kind of forcing all the people. They're channeling all the people to a smaller territory. Well, why would they do this? And why would they want to accelerate their plans? That's a good question. That's a great question. And could it be, again, I'm not in the heads of the people that got involved in any of this, so I'm just pure speculation. But could it be that whomever, just like we just saw with what happened where the Secret Service didn't seem to do their job properly, I'll put it that way, that's the understatement of 10,000 years. But something happened that probably never would have happened under normal security circumstances, right? That's at least the story at the base. And what happened here? Something that would not usually happen under normal security circumstances, right? And it did happen. And what happened recently to the Trump, it did happen. So that tells you something. That's what's called a clue. And some people tell me to get a clue. Well, I just got one. There we go. I just got one and gave one. So it seems to me, and to a lot of people who try to make heads and tails of any puzzle, that something just doesn't add up with regards to the attacks the way they happen. And therefore, you look at where we are now, and you have to ask yourself, did somebody want this outcome exactly what we're seeing here? And for what reasons? Those are fair questions to ask. We don't know for sure, but we can throw some stuff up against the wall and see what might stick. Okay, I've been talking a lot. I'm going to let Firas wants to come up. Firas, about 10/7, Firas. Was that just total happenstance, or was there more to it?
I'm sorry, your voice was breaking. Can you repeat the question again?
Well, I said we were just talking about the events of October the 7th, the attack. Do you think that was just a purely emotional response by the H group, or was there more to it in terms of other people involved in letting it happen, maybe? Maybe he has a bad internet connection.
The
Faras, are you there?
retaliation. Yeah, you mean the retaliation? You mean of the
Well,
IOF?
no. What I was asking was the topic we were talking about was
Oh,
whether or not, because we talked about the fact that we know that there was a security lapse at the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where something that normally does not happen ever under secure conditions with the Secret Service happened very aloofly, like very unexpectedly, and very much like it was beyond the basics of protecting a president that lapsed. And similarly, we know that the Israeli border, as former IDF soldiers have attested, is one of the most heavily guarded, most effectively guarded spaces on the world, the entire planet. And the fact that a group of militants with sort of subpar equipment could breach, not in one location, but in 13 separate locations, and move, multiple kilometers inland into an adversarial territory and conduct whatever operations were conducted against soldiers, and unfortunately whatever other civilian commingling occurred. Still not clear on the details. Do you think that that's happenstance, that it just happened to be an attack that took them by surprise, or might have there been more to it as far as somebody maybe knowing about it, but maybe letting it happen towards other goals?
no. I think that they knew that it's going to happen. There is no way they didn't have an idea. All the reports show that they have been warned, they have been told that there is something that's going to happen, but they did not appreciate the magnitude of the attack. Not that 1,200 people will be taking, that all of the hard drive is going to be taken from the intelligence offices. All of these things, none of these things were expected. That's at least to my rationale, or this seems logical to me. As for the Trump thing, I am really sorry for the American people. I don't trust any incident that happens like this in all of American public. It's a show, it's a thing. I don't trust it. In my heart, I cannot see it. And it's an unfortunate thing, but the American voter is kind of an emotional voter. So all of the pictures with the flag behind him holding a fist up and things, and so immediately you'll hear the song of America and the land of the free and the national anthem playing, and then
Yeah,
he's gonna
yeah.
vote for. It's just, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Just
the
doesn't
question I
make
was trying
sense.
to ask, and
Hmm.
again, I apologize, I may not have done a good enough job. Do you think that, I know that we know that they were somewhat aware that attack might be coming at some time, right? And that shows general awareness. My question was more along the lines of, was there more specific awareness, and was there more so maybe, for example, people on 9/11 and the Americans have alleged that there was some stand down orders that were given, similarly to maybe what we just saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, kind of like, hey, the normal security.
100%.
So do you think that happened
100%.
on 10/7? And then, of course, why do you think
Yes.
that might have happened? Why?
Because there is no way they would, that region of the globe is controlled from air, land, and sea, and they were training closer to the border, and they have been recording of the H group people training. There is no way they didn't know. There is no way. However, the other side is trying to capitalize on that opportunity, that, oh, we have them on the wrong, they have done something, now it's our chance to just take over, complete the mission, and just close that page. But definitely there was a stand down, but it wasn't a stand down because some of the soldiers were sleeping when they were taking, especially from the intelligence offices. They were sleeping.
Right.
So I don't think stand down means go and sleep. It just means don't engage. So I think there was a stand down order, assuming that there will be a small activity, but they didn't appreciate the magnitude. It's just kind of became,
Okay. I
yeah.
think a lot of people agree with that point of view. I disagree with that point of view because I'll tell you why. I include that in my point of view, but I take it a step further. I believe that nobody in power does something for no reason at all. They always have reasons and goals and objectives. And I think it's very clear because of the unlikelihood that an attack like this could just happen out of the blue. I don't believe that they were, quote, like you said, surprised or made to look foolish or were unprepared or whatever. I believe that they were left in that condition through decisions that were disseminated by leadership, most likely, and that on that day, the reason why that was permitted to happen, if it was, is because of what it would then allow someone to do subsequent to that. It's almost like letting somebody
100%.
it's almost like letting somebody come over to your house. Let's say you hate a guy down the street and the guy has a little bit of a sensitivity towards children or whatever. You let the guy come over to your house and babysit one night, knowing full well that something bad might happen. It gets caught the next day on camera, and the husband goes over and goes berserk on the guy, and now the person who someone didn't like can be dealt with in a more ferocious way than before. Does that make sense?
100%.
So I think it's something very
100%.
along those lines, where there was something
Yes.
that normally would be outrage, couldn't be justified, but now could easily be justified, especially because of the ramped up narrative. And I think that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing the ongoing allowance for this thing. And people will say, well, what, we could have gone in there. This is the Israeli view. We could have gone in there and just got rid of everybody. If it was a G side, why did we stop it? You know, hey, there's only so much you can get away with before people will come in and physically stop you. And they're pushing the limits of that right now, as we're seeing. So let me bring in Cassandra and see what Cassandra thinks. And I think this is Cassandra, I don't mean to misgender you. Do you go by certain kind of pronouns, or how do you prefer to be addressed?
No, Cassandra is a metaphor for the mythology. So I'm a male and identify
Okay.
as a male.
I just didn't want to misinterpret your gender or your name. So what would you like
That's
to
very
add to that
thoughtful.
conversation? Yeah.
But you could misgender me and I'd be okay with that.
Well, try not to. Try not to.
Yeah, I absolutely. And I've heard a lot of different stories on the October 7th event and the devastation. I don't know how um, Hamas would muster such forces in order to burn so many automobiles and
Yeah.
how they got so many people and so much firepower.
Yeah.
I've heard stories about a collective Hannibal event. Um, and so
But that was the
that's,
response. What do you think about the permissive nature of the attacks? Is it possible that there were leaders? And again, if you point to 9/11, almost 3,000 Americans lost their lives that day. But some people would argue that they were sacrificed for a broader, longer term objective that couldn't be embarked upon without an impetus like the war on terror. And it's similar in this case. Some people have argued that even though people lost their lives, which was horrific in some cases, because of the response or because of the initial whatever, or people got taken hostage, right? But some people believe that that was also a sacrifice towards a longer, more considered more important long-term goal. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that concept?
yes, absolutely. And I'd like to elaborate on that a
Okay,
little bit
please do.
because I think sacrifice is the exact appropriate word for this. The Hannibal Directive is a sacrifice of our own people so that they aren't taken hostage by the Israeli or the Israelis' concept of the Hannibal Directive is that it's worse to have our people being held hostage than it is
Right.
to have them killed or unalived. Pardon me.
It's okay.
And um, so and that notion, you know, we talked yesterday, and I gave a lecture about mowing the lawn, and I think that this is something that's really, you know, and that is a collective sacrifice of the Palestinian people, um, and you know, it's not something that's unique to Israel or that conflict. We in the United States have been mowing the lawn in the black ghettos and creating environments and forcing people, criminalizing minorities in this country. Um,
Yeah, kind of weaponizing the criminal justice system and the laws to be inordinately harmful and incarcerative of African Americans or lower income Americans, right?
yeah, and breaking up their families so that the fathers aren't present, so that it creates a cycle of displacement, trauma, um, family hardship, so that those people never have a chance. That's so that Black Americans never have a chance. Um, and it's interesting. I just learned today that the first police union, I knew this already, in the United States was brought together in Portland, Oregon in 1948. And in their original articles of incorporation, they acknowledged the Z-Pack and organized in support of Z-Pack.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. And by the way, it's this. I apologize for this abrupt shift in topic, but when I first got on the live today, I spoke about being on. I'm just going to real quick, Cassandra. There's a lot of noise. I spoke about being on another pro-Israeli panel. It was hosted by someone with 2 letters as their designation, and I won't say her name, but you probably know who she is. And there was somebody on there. I'm going to name these 2 people because they annoy the living bejesus out of me, and I don't mean to be mean, but there's certain times when people just behave in certain ways, and you're like, will you please shut your mouth? Like, just please don't be so rude, insolent, arrogant, overbearing, talk over people, act like you know everything, like omniscient. Just get off your high effing horse, right? That's kind of the idea of this. So there are 2 people in that live that were driving me nuts. And I'm only going to bring their names up because I find them so over the top, out of control, that their names need to be brought up. And one is called Moroccan Zionist. He's a Canadian guy. He's a smart person, obviously. He says he's involved in research as his work, or he has a lot of experience doing research. And he's able to go around and find stuff, good for him. But whenever somebody brings something to his doorstep and says, hey, Mr. Research, here's some research. What about this? What do you think about this UN report or this human rights report that comes out and designates what Israel does, or the report about the soldiers that are bored, and so they decided just to grab their bow, and just go after people because if they were there, they were bored, whatever, they're fair game, right? This kind of stuff. And they always argue it's 1 or 2 bad apples, but they're never willing to admit it's systemic, it's system-wide, it's allowed to happen. Why? Because they can allow it to happen. But this kind of person, Moroccan Zionist, will never, ever, 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 ever acknowledge the very same type of evidence that he wants to put on someone else's plate, saying, would you please acknowledge this? Now, the other person, who I thought was even worse, I would call Moroccan Zionist annoying as F, like beyond annoying, like a little gnat or deer just won't leave you alone, just won't stop buzzing. Just take 1 second and stop buzzing. I'm like, nope, won't. Dude, shut your effing mouth. It's worse than that. I'm just giving you a bad sneak preview. Now, the other person that was there, this is her name. I'll spell it. Juicy, Juicy, Joo. That was her spelling. So Juicy, Joo. And so she was absolutely just mean as a snake. I mean, just wouldn't let anybody else talk. She would call them names. Oh, you're just stupid. You're indoctrinated. You're propagandist. Blah, 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 blah. Just vicious, mean-spirited, unnecessarily confrontational attitude. And someone from the Palestine side would say, hey, I'm just trying to point, and she'd just jump on him again. This is the same thing I saw the other day in another person's live, where someone who was incredibly soft-spoken and very kind and very just very emotionally low level and low keel, low profile, came into a live, and they asked the person, hey, where are you from? Do you support whatever? He says, I support Palestine. And I'm like, well, where are you from? He's like, I'm from Palestine. And they proceeded to rip into him for like 5 or 7 minutes, not giving him a chance to speak, saying, oh, you're just another liar. Your family's not from there. What village are you from? Tell me what village. Tell me what these phrases are. Just all this stuff, like all this. And it turns out if they would have just shut up and listened, which is something I know some people have a really hard time doing, his story was very simple. I made a little video about this, but his family was born in the West Bank, I guess near Bethlehem or something, near Jerusalem or somewhere in the occupied territories towards the west. And he spoke of this story. His parents, his father was from there. They had to flee as refugees because of the crazies. So they went to Lebanon. Then his father left Lebanon to go work in Kuwait in the oil fields. And then they got forced out of that during the Gulf War when Saddam and his forces came in. They had to flee and had to go through the desert just to make their way back to some country that they could then immigrate to. Finally applied for citizenship in the United States and finally got in about 3 years ago. This is a lifelong journey, and these people are just crapping down the guy's throat and never gave him a chance to speak to any of this as to why he might have a Palestinian background. And again, I don't know why people bring such unnecessary vitriol to these discussions, because you can make your point very effectively and be very polite and civil about it. You don't have to call people names. You don't have to make personal attacks. And yet I just see way too much of that happening. The other thing is, it's not good for the audience when you have Jerry Springer going on. It's entertaining, I guess, for a second or two, but if 3 or 4 people are constantly yelling over top of each other, or if somebody won't let somebody else make their point, won't respond to their point, always says, well, what about this? What about that? It's just not a good conversation. It may make good drama sometimes if you're somebody who likes to watch drama, but I hate drama.
Can I ask a
Anyway,
question about that?
yeah, sure.
About such an attitude. It's just I think everyone agrees that modesty and humbleness is attractive and appealing and borderline like it just makes you. So if you have in your head that you are the chosen one or God chosen people and things, wouldn't that like mess up with your attitude toward others? That's the first thing. The second thing is,
I would say, yes, 100%.
Yeah, so the question is, human beings have never agreed on anything throughout history, neither religion or anything. I think it's only the sciences, math and chemistry and physics and biology. These are the only things that I think we agree on. But if you are being prosecuted everywhere you go and people are treating you in a vicious way and kicking you out, it, when are you going to hold yourself accountable and say, what am I doing wrong? Like if I go to a school and I get bullied in every school and I change school every 2 years and I get bullied in every school, when am I going to take that stand against myself and say that maybe I'm doing something wrong? This is the second question that I have. The third question and the last question is, isn't the global north, let's say, or Western governments insisting on having an ethno state for the chosen people away from them is kind of a racist thing? That we can only ensure your safety if you're out of our geographical location. That's the only place that we can guarantee your safety. These are really weird concepts. I don't know. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, have you ever heard of that concept called not in my backyard? So, for example, when there's going to be a wind farm or a solar power farm or a power plant or a prison or whatever it may be that's going to have some net benefit, but people don't want it in their backyard because it's going to provide a nuisance to them individually, but they want it collectively for cheaper prices or better, whatever it may be. So it's called NIMBY, not in my backyard. The United States government and I guess ruling elite, when there were ships and groups of immigrants that wanted to come to the United States or to Britain at the time, were told no, because they want to help the people, but not in their backyard. They don't want to deal directly with the issues, but they want the benefit. They want to take the credit for helping the outcome. And this is very typical human behavior. I disagree, though. I think not all human beings have always disagreed. The thing that I find problematic is that most humans think they're right, because they believe that whatever they believe is right. And they're very inflexible in that. This is why I struggle with religion. Not because I'm some sort of a heathen that wants to be immoral and act hedonistically and self-servingly. It's because certain groups of people think they're right in what they believe. And it's hard for me to say, well, how do I know this person's right or that person's wrong? And how can all of them be right if they each think they're right and the other is wrong? I don't know if that makes sense.
Hi guys. Hello. Shalom. Salam alaikum. I just want to say hi to everybody.
Well, hello, Mike. Thanks for being here, and we'll let you in.
Hello.
Did you want to say something, Cassandra, or for us?
Yeah.
No.
Just about NIMBY and that sort of marginalization and putting particular groups of people outside of, YT society. In Portland during the Second World War, they needed shipbuilders, and they put them down in Vanport, which ended up getting flooded. But those minority workers were shipbuilders, and that idea of moving people out and away, and even when you leave them alone and they prosper, then you have to go and mow the lawn like they did in Tulsa and many other places of the United States. So that dominant society is always united by the scapegoat. And when you talk about you know,
Point.
American high schools, the queer kids are bullied. The ones that, like this story about Ashley and Molly. Molly was
Yeah.
gang stalked and she was targeted. People that, you know, I am neurodivergent and slightly autistic and always have been. I'm discovering that now. And so and it's hard for me even to remember, but as I think about it, I was the guy that always got pushed around and everywhere I went. And
Yeah.
that's the way that American high school is built. And it's a model of our dominant society, of our greater, you know, it's a microcosm. And you know, this is,
Yeah.
you know, John Hughes films, right? Um, about
Yeah. Breakfast Club.
the outsider. So
Yeah.
anyway, that's what I wanted to add to that.
Okay. Yeah. And by the way, I'm sorry that happened to you. I have a nephew, now a niece, who is transgender. And even within the family, and this is really, you know, families, nothing's ever
Can,
perfect in family, but
can I respond to that real quickly?
well, just give me a second to finish the thought, and then I'll happily hear what you have to say.
Okay.
The mistreatment even within the family was bad. So just like the brother sister who was I guess non-trans, there was a lot of difficulty with teasing and just, you know, teenage stuff, which goes on in a lot of families anyway. But then on top of that, at school. Now this was all during the pandemic as well. So there were a couple years, like a year and a half, when the schooling was done online, and that was better. But in person, it was just terrible. And listen, this is how I'd look at it, okay? And then I'll let Cassandra share the view that he has. I don't know. Like when I have friends that used to criticize people that are gay, and I would say to them, when you see a pretty girl walk down the street, what do you think? Oh, I admire her. She's pretty. I said, what do you think a guy thinks when he sees another man walk down the street he thinks is attractive? It's the same exact thing. It's no different. It's just that's what they find attractive. It's like, oh, okay. So in that same regard, imagine going through the experience of questioning your gender. Imagine how difficult that must be if you face gender dysphoria and all of the potential social, you know, pushback you're going to get for trying to express who you really feel and believe that you are from the inside. Now, I want to add caution to this, though, that when people in society at the younger ages, like the ages of 4, 5, 6, and 7, in schools, start to ask people proactively to challenge or to try to wonder if they may be the wrong gender because they're not feeling well, I think that's way inappropriate. But if an individual student comes to a counselor or to a parent or whomever they can trust and says, hey, Miss Teacher, I'm having these feelings and I can't tell my parents because I'm afraid or whatever, then it's fair to hook the person up, in my opinion, with somebody who can help them from a therapeutic standpoint and work through whatever the process is to see which direction it goes in the least problematic way, if that makes any sense. Not that I'm saying it's problematic to be trans. I'm saying so it's not somebody who thinks that they're going through that experience, but they're really going through a different one, which is related to normal childhood development. What do you think about that, Cassandra?
The thing that I wanted to respond to was what you said, you know, apologizing and say sorry that you went through that, because from my perspective, being the outsider, and I've always been the outsider, has gifted me with a blessing. And this is the story of Cassandra, right? She was gifted with the foresight by Apollo and cursed by Hera that nobody would believe her. And in my world, yeah, I had that bullying, but it gave me a window of what James Baldwin calls second sight, or the other perspective. And I understand the other and what they're doing to me. And by that experience, I have a great deal of compassion. And this is why I stand with Palestine so much. And I stand with scapegoats everywhere, because, you know, and Jesus was a scapegoat. So it's, and I don't identify as Christian. I'm not going to give a sermon, but I'm going to talk about how, you know, Molly is able to organize her little crew to gang stalk. And that's the way that
Can you tell us who is that you're talking about? Because I have no clue who Molly is, or what are you talking about?
So it just went to court. It's Ashley unalived herself. She was 14, 13 years, I think she was 13. She had been bullied by this main organizer, Molly, and she's a little troll down in the South somewhere with fancy parents. Her dad was actually the superintendent of the school district. These complaints had gone on for years by her single mother, and it was always ignored and suppressed and everything else until Ashley ended up unaliving herself last spring. And
Was Ashley transgender or was Ashley
Ashley,
cisgender, I guess you'd say?
so there's a lot of different reasons that people get bullied. One of the reasons is extremely neurodivergence has a lot of different manifestations. One could be really high intelligence, verbal ability, different things. She was a very attractive and popular. Everything was pretty easy for her. And Molly, and they were all in the same little group. And so Molly started this little campaign, and they were frenemies. And Molly had her crew of about 5 other girls. And so they would gather information, start a rumor, and everything else. And by this activity of stalking and bullying, that's how Molly was climbing the social ladder and creating her little crew of her identity group.
At the expense of this other young person?
Yes, and then she was protected and pushed along by her parents so that she never got any sort of value check as far as what this behavior is. And so now this is all being exposed in the media. It came up on TikTok.
Real quick, just 1 second, Sandra. People are asking, like, what are we talking about? So let me just summarize. So we got into the conversation of marginalized groups, and we talked about the idea of being transgender. Now Cassandra is getting into a story about bullying, where there's this person, for reasons of trying to like make herself and her friends look better, of bullying this popular pretty girl and spreading false rumors about her so that they can and the fact that the parents of this person who organized this bullying campaign did not sort of put her in check is what he's talking about right now.
And Cassandra, before you continue, I just wanted to speak about me. Hi, guys. Again, my name is Mike Abu. I'm a Palestinian American, and my son is not neurodivergent. So, Cassandra, I do relate to what you're saying, and he is a toddler, and he's starting school here soon. So I do worry about a lot, not only him being a Palestinian, but also being neurodivergent. So there's going to be a lot of things for me to understand, and that way of being able to see it from a different perspective. And it's just a truly neurodivergence is beautiful. And like you said, it's nothing to be sorry about, right? You're happy.
Absolutely not. And this is where I started this conversation, and is that it's not something that I feel sorry for myself, but as an adult, I recognize that it's very empowering because it gives me the perspective and the understanding of the other, like Palestinians who are the scapegoats in occupied Palestine. And that scapegoating is the mechanism, the scapegoat mechanism. You could Google that up and find Renee Girard, and is the mechanism that social organizations organize themselves by. Now, if you want the model of that, all that you have to do is look at Christianity, and Christianity is organized around the scapegoat sacrifice of the Christ, and that's the identity of the Christians. And this is really contradictory, and it's hard to get your head around because we've got American Christians again who have this prohibition of sacrifice, and yet we're participating in the collective sacrifice of Palestinians. And the whole notion of Christianity is that Christ was the final sacrifice. We no longer sacrifice. And yet America is supporting, is owned by a nation that is constantly doing a collective sacrifice. And not only that, but then they have this red heifer sacrifice that's going to happen in September. And there's no confusion about what it means to get the job done, to finish the job, to mow the lawn, and all of that. And if you go online and you look at, you can Google this up, and they're very proud of this whole thing, and they will explain the whole red heifer sacrifice that they have planned in September is to cleanse the whole Jewish people, Z-Pack. I don't know who it is that they're going to cleanse, but this is the whole thing, is that this is going to wash away all of the things that they're doing now, because they're in violation of Judaic Mosaic law, right?
And Cassandra, what you're referring to is evangelical Christianity and their ties with this establishment. Which
actually, the evangelicals believe in something called the Scofield Bible, which was changed by, which was a doctored Bible written by Jewish supremacists in the 19th century. In the 18th century, sorry. And
it's the same doctored Bible that the Jews, or that the Z-Pack is using, from the Talmud. And
exactly.
And here's the other thing. If you really want to conceptualize what part America is playing in this greater Z-Pack plan, read the book of Enoch. Esau had the birthright stolen. Jacob stole Esau's, and Esau's, the United States, stole the birthright. And this is the whole justification for what Z-Pack is doing, to not only to occupied Palestine, but what they're doing to mankind, the American citizens in America. Now, there was an earlier question about what happened on July 13th, and who was behind that, and the conspiracy theories and everything else.
And who was behind that.
Here's my position, is that they didn't care, whoever organized that, didn't care what the outcome was.
To me, I think Israel, I think you're talking about the Trump thing.
Can I finish, please? Yes, I am talking about that thing on July 13th. They didn't care who was sacrificed, because the optics of it would work to their benefit no matter, because they spin it how they want. And that's all I had to say.
Yeah, but something about Trump is that essentially, because Trump is the number one Shabbos goy in the history of the White House, he's going to be he's going to be who they want to get in. So when you look at the quote unquote shooter, Thomas Crooks, he was known to be of Scottish Jewish descent and eligible to go and steal a house of a Palestinian, or go to an international law violating settlement in the West Bank constructed on top of the graves of Palestinian children. And so ultimately, you have to realize that guy Thomas Crooks, who's eligible for a Zionist passport, who's eligible to be an Israeli citizen. Thomas Crooks, who was the quote-unquote shooter, he's there in BlackRock commercials, which, as we know, is ran by Larry Fink, a massive Zionist. And so you see pictures of Thomas Crooks with his yarmulke on. And when you look at Trump, he's essentially the number one Shabbos goy in the history of the White House. And they want Trump in there. Trump bent over backwards for Israel. Trump unalived Soleimani for Israel. Trump moved the embassy from occupied Tel Aviv, to occupy Jerusalem for Israel. Trump gave them annexation of the Syrian Golan. Trump freed a Mossad spy, Jonathan Pollard, who was caught stealing information from the U.S. and giving it to Israel for free. Trump freed him and dropped all his charges on his last day in office and sent him on a private jet to Israel, where he was greeted by Netanyahu. Trump is the quintessential Shabbos Goy. Israel calls him the most pro-Israel president ever. And so I think they did this as some big WWE-style staged event so they could get Trump in there as the number one Shabbos Goy, and they could essentially push for this war with Iran for Israel.
Hey, Ron. I can agree with that in a sense. I think we're kind of on Trump pretty heavy, and I don't support Trump, nor do I support Biden. I'm not Democrat nor Republican, mainly because I don't believe, regardless of who is president, they're not the ones who run it. And like you said, BlackRock, Vanguard, AIPAC, lobbyists are who run this country mainly.
And Wall Street. And here's the question. Here's the question that I would ask about that thesis of the ultimate Shabbat, whatever, is, I mean, Trump has already played his part. He did all of that, and he advanced this whole program. Do you really think that the plans going forward need him? Do you think that he's really key, or could he be sacrificed and the whole machine just move forward regardless?
Move forward regardless. It's not anything. This is a machine that's been going on since 1917 in the Balfour Declaration. I mean, this is whenever they started their whole control of this government.
And so that was my thesis about J13, is that they didn't care one way or the other. The optics of it were good enough. And here's, if you watch any part of the RNC, Trump didn't look like he really wanted to be there. He is a narcissist. He's a grandiose narcissist. He needs everybody to look at him. And I think that he realized that he's not really the one in charge. He is a tool, an absolute tool in every sense of the word. And I think that landed home for him, because I suspect he was not aware of what was happening. I suspect
No, it's Jared Kushner.
I suspect that he recognized that he's on the outside of this, and he's just, he's a puppet. He's a sock puppet, and Z-Pack has their hand working his mouth.
Chip, there was one thing I wanted to bring up that you were talking about earlier regarding pro-Palestinians, and I speak to fellow pro-Palestinians about this as well. The way they almost interrogate people that come on and are very skeptical initially, right?
You talking about pro-Israelis or pro-Palestinians?
Well, I'm pro-Palestinian myself, but on both sides, really. But for pro-Palestinians and pro-Palestinians, what happens is, because they deal with pro-Israelis on these lives all the time, and they are very on the defense. And actually, it's almost like a whole propaganda machine with them, even with TikTok, getting on here and making fake accounts and pretending to be somebody they're not. So what you see
just out of curiosity, for what purpose? I'm just trying to understand why they would. What are they trying to do by making a fake account?
Well, I got to tell you, I think it's amazing to me too, Chip. But they're in these pro-Palestinian lobbies, almost like trolling, essentially, basically stating, "I'm a Palestinian. I'm this and I'm that."
So people who are pro-Israeli are impersonating, acting as if they were pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, yes, sir. So
okay, that's why I didn't get. I didn't
basically,
understand.
there's that, and then so whenever there's that, as well as your voice as a Palestinian American or Palestinian in general being suppressed for all these years, And currently, what's going on in Palestine and everything that's happening, there's a lot of emotions involved. So a lot of Palestinians have to understand that they have to have composure and respect, but a lot of them kind of throw that out the window because they're kind of sick of it, and rightfully so. But at the same time, to your point earlier, you mentioned you have to be aware of how you look. I mean, everybody would kind of like a Jerry Springer thing for a few minutes, but not all the way. And
Yeah.
I just want you to know that I see where you're coming from there, and that Palestinians do need to have composure, just like, what Malcolm X and Martin Luther King said back during the civil rights movement. Do not let them get under your skin. Do not let them get the worst version of you, basically, if that makes sense.
Well, that's the whole point of the Trojan guest, right? Is to get people fired up and then get them taken down so that they can't spread the truth or the perspective of the Palestinians. The other side of that is the honeypot, the bait discussion group live, where they control the conversation and don't let people speak the other side, and force questions on them and lead them down a path to their own conclusion. And all that they're doing is spitting out all of their 2009 Israeli project world
Right.
talking points.
It's dictating the narrative, which you see on the media. Obviously, the mainstream media, the United States, everybody here kind of has that tunnel vision media, where it's just one-sided and very, very skewed, regardless of international law and Geneva Conventions and all that. America only sees what they want to see, or what the lobbyists want to see. Excuse me. So what these pro-Zionists will do on these panels is they will dictate the narrative and get people to get that. They almost want you to fit the narrative in the mold that they're trying to falsely say about you. Sorry.
Right, and they'll gang stalk, and they'll participate, and they'll have a couple of people come in, and then they'll work together. And I mean, I can observe this stuff in real time. It's hard to point out to other people because, and I don't know how many other people see this if they just see the chaos going on, but it's just like I've watched enough of these lives, and after a while you just see patterns and patterns and patterns, and you see the same talking points, you see the same repetitions, you see the same counterpoints to the same points. And if you look at the 2009 Israeli project world book talking points, that is, if you want to understand about narcissism and the way that works and how to defend yourself against it, study that book, because it's a handbook for defending yourself against people that have malevolent intent, that do not want to hear you and do not want you to speak.
Zach, unmute and unmute yourself a couple of times when you go on the panel. If not, it will drop you. So every time you come up, mute and unmute, then you'll stick on the panel.
That sounds a lot easier than what I
I
usually
wanted to
see.
hear from everybody else. I'm sorry. I just wanted to hear from everybody else. But yeah, Chip.
Okay, well, I know Kitty's here to speak. I just want to give everybody a quick heads up. I know everyone thinks emotions can boil over in these situations, but if you can, try to speak rather than yell our points at each other, because it doesn't help to yell, obviously. It just makes us look like we're losing our cool. The other thing is, Zach's probably the only person on the panel that's from the pro-Israeli side, so let's give him respect as far as the way we treat him, because I want to make sure that we at least put the best foot forward that we can in terms of behaving in ways. And I see it happen on both panels sometimes, where people just are mean to people just because they have different views, and that doesn't help. I wish I could get Zach to accept one thing if I could. I know this is asking a lot, but I believe in my heart that most people who are Palestinian, are just like most Israelis, are just like normal everyday people, right? Or even Jewish people who support Israel. They're just normal people. They want to get through their day. And they have different ideas about who should be doing what, where, when, and how. But at the end, that's what most people want. I don't think most people want to get rid of Jewish people across the world, and even especially in Palestine. And I hear that all too frequently in these lives, is that everyone hates the Jews and everyone wants to get rid of the Jews. And so we have to have this ethno state to protect us, when it's never going to happen again because we have this nation state. That paranoia and that historical trauma is understandable, but I don't believe it's applicable, because if you always take that tact, if someone always thinks that everyone's out to get them, you're gonna live your whole life and behave in such a way that no one's gonna be ever willing to embrace you, because all you're doing is being so standoffish and so defensive all the time, no matter what. It's really not a healthy way to be. And the other thing is, no one cares about the religion. No one cares if someone practices Judaism. I've talked to hundreds of people that are pro-Palestinian, and all they ever tell me is, Chip, I don't give a heck what anybody wants to study or listen to. They're people of the book, good for them. Even people that don't believe anything, who cares? We don't care about somebody being Jewish. We don't care about your ethnicity. We want freedom. We want equal rights. We want to have a space of our own, just like other people want to have a space of their own. So I'm so tired of hearing these points about it's all about hatred of the Jews. I cannot believe that. I mean, are there people that are anti-Semitic? Sure, there's some real douchebags in this world, sure enough. But that's not most people. Most people don't get up every day hating somebody for no reason. They just don't. That's just so. Zach, what do you think about that? Am I losing my mind here? Am I crazy?
I'm going to jump off. I just wanted to say thanks for letting me speak, and I appreciate this panel. And I'm sorry if I was yelling, if I'm the one. But
no. I'm just putting that as a general point.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, Cassandra.
Take care. So Zach, what do you think? Have I lost my mind?
No. So first off, Chip, I love the way you run lives. I think that most people on both sides are just people that want to get through their day. They want to provide for their families. They want to be safe. They want to be secure. Like most people around the world, I think, are like that and don't really harbor so much. But would you agree that there's a lot of, let's say, Islamophobia in America?
Yeah, especially after 9/11, it was really bad then. It's still pretty bad though.
So I would wonder why you think that there's enough people to warrant you say that there's a lot of Islamophobia, but you don't think that the same number of people might harbor a similarly irrational view against Jews.
I'll tell you why. This is very important too. There was a purposeful effort as to the events of 9/11 in our movie. If you watch, again, this takes time to kind of get through the muck. But if you look at our movies, our entertainment systems, our politics, we've been taught in this country to fear people who look different than us, who practice Islam. Let's face it, most of our country is Christian, not Jewish. Most of our country is Christian. Something like 76% of all people in the United States say they identify as Christians. That's a huge number. That comes from a different swaths of different populations, different demographics. So for them, anybody who practices something different is looked at with a little bit of, what are they doing that for? But then after 9/11, it just got to be explosive levels, where people went into places and unalive people. One guy, dumbass that he was, went to a Sikh temple because he thought the people were Islamic.
Okay, but we had not so long ago someone walked into a synagogue and shot up a whole bunch of people. That was years before October 7th.
In Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I don't think and we're a much smaller group of people to dislike. I mean, in terms of, there's even a smaller amount of us.
Is it widespread though? You think it's widespread like it is? You think Islamophobia is less widespread than anti-Semitism in the U.S.?
I think what you're correct in saying is that there's an American cultural Islamophobic element to our Hollywood and TV, and basically Islam became the bad guys for a long time after 9/11.
Yeah.
But if you remember, right, like it wasn't always Islam. So it was the Russians when you were,
Yep.
right?
True.
So we've always had our bad guy. And I think
They call it a
that
call it a boogeyman. The boogeyman.
the boogeyman. There's always the boogeyman. I think that the thing about
Guess who made the the mustache guy made the Jewish people the boogeyman of the German people.
100%. But here's and by the way, he's not the first. That was the whole thing, is that he was following a long tradition
I
of
agree.
European anti-Semitism.
I agree.
I
Fair
don't
enough. That's a
think
fair
that it's
point.
fair to say that there was, and by the way, like, you know, you'd say, how is it that, you know, Muslims could have a thing against Jews? And it's like, I don't know. Have you read the Quran? The Jews are literally mentioned a ton of times.
Well, I'm just talking about Palestinians because I think it's unfair to try to compare Palestinian Arabs and Muslims to all other Muslims in the world and hold them to account for other people's hatred.
I think that there's a particular brand of Palestinian hatred against Israelis that is layered on top of a latent Arab hatred of Jews. That is different, right? Because Palestinians are separate, so they have a particular beef against the Israelis, who just happen to be Jews, and then all Muslims have a thing against all Jews in a much more like
Why? Why do you say that?
because like there is sort of like a long-standing. By the way, for the same reason.
Well, let's do this, Zach. Hold that thought. Kitty, can you come up and address that, please? I want to hear some dialogue back and forth. It's not me. So what do you think about that? Zach just made the assertion that Muslims have it in for Jewish people as sort of like an undertone to their existence as a religion. What do you
By the way,
think?
in the same way Christians do. Christians
No,
do
he
too.
knows.
Let's hear Kitty's take. I want to hear her.
Yeah, it's very unbelievable to hear him say that. That is not true. We respect all religions as Muslims. We respect all religions. We have no issue with Jews whatsoever. And when you say that we have an issue or a hatred as Palestinians to Israelis and Jews, that's not true. Our issue is only with the Zionists. The Jews, the Judaism is a religion, and they too have an issue with the Zionist state. So when you say that, that is not true at all. It's not true. We have never persecuted and we have never showed hatred to them. We had never gone after them. That's not true at all, what you're saying. Yes.
So Zach, what do you base that claim on, though, Zach? Do you think things like the H group charter, is that what you're talking about, or what do you
No,
referring to?
Listen, H group charter specifically says Jews. Osama bin Laden doesn't say Israelis. He doesn't say Zionists. He says Jews. Like there
I'd like to
is.
respond.
But what does Osama bin Laden have to do with the people?
That's
who
what
live
I
in
don't
North
understand.
Well, you asked me about a greater Muslim Arab hatred of Jews, and I'm giving you a broader sense of where it applies.
But do you believe that the Palestinian Muslims sort of have an adherence to following the Osama bin Laden mindset?
Yeah, I would say that because they are Arabs, they take part in, and because they are Muslims, they take part in two culturally relevant forms of Jew hatred.
How do you?
Because they particularly hate Israelis, and
I think the
Israelis are
issue-
also Jews. You compound it like at a level that is not even.
I believe the issue is where the compounding had occurred is during Theodore Herzl's aspirations of blurring the lines between Judaism and a Jew as an ethnicity. This started from anti-Semitism in Europe and during those times. So when you refer to yourself as a race Jew and you give yourself an entitlement through Theodore Herzl's aspirations in the Balfour Declaration to come to across the world in the Middle East and refer to yourself as Jews, Palestinians can only call you that, as Jews. But what they like to do is they like to blur the lines between ethnicity and Herzl's aspiration, the Israelis, and the religion. There is no hatred towards the religion, Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. And if you are hating any religions, then you're not a religious person according to Islam.
So just recently, I had a meeting with a guy, and he was like, "I had this most amazing thing happen to me. I found this manuscript that my great grandfather wrote, and he was a famous rabbi who traveled from Lithuania down to Ottoman Israel, Ottoman Palestine, whatever you want to call it. It was Ottoman southern Syria, if you want to get specific, or Jerusalem district. But the point is that happened in 1834, which is 60 years before Herzl. And it's the story of a Jewish man. He's a rabbi in Lithuania. And he travels, you got to think about how people traveled in 1830, travels like by horseback from Lithuania down to Italy, where he gets on a ship that takes him to Haifa, that then he goes to Safed. And in Safed, he happens to get there. He like basically arrives the moment there had been like basically the villagers had gotten together and decided that it was the Jews' fault for something. And the whole book is this guy's account from 1830 of how the villagers got together and ransacked, raped, pillaged, and unalive, sorry, having to use the word, the town's Jews.
Okay, but
And how they like stripped them bare.
Just seems like a very convenient source to
It's not
just
that
randomly
easy.
pop up.
But you don't understand that this has happened hundreds of times all over the world. This is not an isolated incident. This is part of worldwide anti-Semitism, and you guys just aren't. You guys aren't special at this point.
Can I also add something to what Zach said?
In a second, guys. Zach, you have issues with Islam. And
I don't have any issues with Islam.
Listen to me. I've heard you. People can write their stories as they want to write their stories as they please. That does not mean that what you read from your grandfather was accurate or true. We have heard so many different stories come out as of lately, okay? Anybody can write a story and tell whatever he wants or she wants in it. Does that make it a fact and true? It does not.
It was written. It was bound.
Yeah, well, one second. Zach, I want to ask you a question, okay? In one of the villages in Lebanon, we once found a book that was written long time ago that claims that the Jews unalive Muslim babies and use their blood for a massa. What do you say about that? I read the book. I did not believe it because I don't think as a religion of God could do something like that.
So
I just say
I don't
something.
know where that's from. It might be from Protocols of the Elders of Zion, but
I don't. I'm just saying. What I'm trying to tell you is, I saw that book. I read that book, but I did not believe that book because I don't believe that a religion that is brought down from the same God that I worship would allow such a thing.
Okay, but that's because we obviously don't do it. It's one of the oldest blood. We literally have a thing called blood libel, and it's the lies that have been made up about Jews by the rest of the world.
Exactly.
No, but this is a one man's first person account of a pogrom, like all the other hundreds of
So you believe in Islam? Raping is allowed.
No, I don't believe that this is like.
So, but you're saying that you great
Islamic people. It's not by Islam.
Here you
Just
go.
the same way that Christian.
Zach, my bottom line is this. I'll tell it to you straight out.
I'm so sorry, guys. I want to get in a word here. Just it's really burning in my head. I'll go right back to the rotation. Okay, Zach, real quickly. So this is what I hear when I hear you saying these things. Yes, there have been incidents. I want to say that word again. Incidents of bad behavior, of horrible mistreatment, of pogroms, of wanting to expel people. Incidents throughout history. But in terms of Palestine, and this, you have to differentiate between incidences of other people's behavior and of the Arabs living in the territory referred to as Palestine. They have not been persistent, consistent, ongoing, and widespread for tens of decades. They just didn't exist that way. There were incidents, as you referred to by this particular eyewitness, if that did indeed happen the way he described them. I don't have any verification or denial.
Well,
however, hold on, I'm not done yet. I'll be done shortly. So here's what I hear you saying. When somebody who's saying what Zach is saying, or Zach, I'm not trying to denigrate you personally, but when I hear this argument being made, it kind of goes like this. This is the flavor of it. Hey, we're a victim. We're constantly been persecuted. Everyone who seems to come at us must also be thinking of us in that light. They want to continually persecute us and eradicate us. And therefore, there really is no negotiating with anybody who chooses to be violent against us. So therefore, we have to do whatever it takes to do what we have to do to maintain our survival because everyone's out to get us. Now that, if I believe that narrative were true, I would never take the side of the Palestinian people. Why would I? That'd make me a disgusting human being. If everyone I thought was just out to get you because of your Judaism or your Jewishness, there is no negotiating with somebody like that. However, I don't believe that to be the truth. And the very fact that some of these incidences or some of these belief systems that happen to exist around the world in whatever pockets they exist, whether they're more pervasive or less pervasive, don't equate to them existing in historic Palestine, whether it's in the region or in the diaspora among the people. And we have examples to prove this. When have you heard of a Palestinian Arab in the last 40 years doing something to an Israeli Jewish person outside of the region of Palestine? Has it happened anywhere in the world? If this abject hatred is pervasive through society, surely we would see it manifest itself in multiple instances, not just one or two. It'd be everywhere. We'd be hearing about it every day. Oh, this person in Germany, this happened to them because they're hated by so-and-so. All this act of hate happened here. I've never heard of any. Maybe Munich in 1972 at the Olympics, but that was a specific situation of a sports team representing a nation state, not just random people who walk around in society. So, Zach, this is the point I'm trying to make, and then I'll broaden the conversation again. If the tact you're going to take is everyone's after us, we're always the victim, there's no negotiating, we got this one little prize, we're going to maintain it. If anybody fucks with us, we're going to do whatever we can to not only maintain it, but grow it to punish you for what you did to us. Deal with it. That is a bad attitude to have, my friend, because when people see through it, which most people now are starting to see through that argument, and again, I don't wish anybody ill, but if you're going to use a bullshit argument to perpetuate bad behavior indefinitely at someone else's expense, because when people stop buying the argument and you lose your big brother who provides cover, what do you think will then happen next? Will people accept that with warm arms? Or are they going to come back and say, dude, why the fuck did you do this to us for so long? Your story's bullshit, and guess what's coming your way next? And I don't want that coming your way next to happen. And I think we're in the first couple innings of that process unfolding. What do you think? Am I crazy?
So here's the thing. I appreciate that you feel like if you truly believed that we were that there really was this like underlying flavor of Jew hatred that sort of runs through humankind. That
I don't believe it does. I don't believe that. If I did,
I get you. All I would ask is that we are a group of people, 15 million of us, who just 80 years ago had someone, after thousands of years of documented persecution, try to literally wipe us off the planet. Did a really good job.
What did Palestinians have to do with that? That's what I'm at. What did the Palestinians?
What I'm saying is, do you think
Hold on a second, Jack. Hold on a second.
Do you think that Jew hatred is
particular? Let him finish. Let him finish, Kitty. Let him finish.
So my question is, unless you think that Jew hatred is a isolated European thing, which doesn't make any sense because it's not where we come from, right? Like even if you think that, Christianity's hatred of Judaism comes from the fact that they think we killed Jesus in the Middle East, and Christianity.
It comes back to the same question, my friend. Where is it being indicated in a pervasive and consistent manner? And before you say the H Group's attack and the H Group's charter, let me remind you of one point, which I constantly bring up. The H Group is a tiny, 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 tiny sliver of a subcomponent of the totality of the Palestinian people in general, both in the area and the diaspora. In addition, they were voted into power 18 years ago, but 2/3 of the people weren't alive or didn't vote for them at the time.
Okay, but again, this is not about just H Group. I don't think that the hatred of Jews is an isolated H Group thing. I think that
Why would you think that?
Hold on. So do you think that it's isolated in H Group, like that they hate Jews, but
no? I don't even think it's in them. That's the problem. I think there may.
Well, so
hold on. Let me finish.
How can you tell me that?
Let me finish. Just listen for a second. I think there are people in the H Group who are probably very hateful, but I don't believe it's because of Judaism. I think it's because of a very intense and I think rightfully earned anger and frustration about things that they perceive happened to their people, whether you agree with their argument or not. They're angry about what happened. That anger drives an unusual level of hate and desire to destroy that I think isn't healthy, and I don't think should be present. But I understand how and why it got there.
If I told you, hey, listen, generally, I mean, people, but most of them I hate and dislike. I don't think you would be like, well, that's saying
that though. Who is saying that? That's my point.
But you literally just said that. You said that about H Group and their feelings on Jews.
I said there may be, Zach, play back the recording. I said there may be a few individuals, a few people who have hatred in their heart because of that anger, and maybe some are bigoted. Oh, I don't know for sure. I'm not in their head. But I've told you this, and I'll tell you this again, and you're never going to listen to this because this is the part, if you have to admit this, it changes the entire narrative. Most human beings, including most H group members, don't hate Jewish people. They don't. You know what they hate? They hate the idea of whoever represents the thing that wronged them.
So I understand, and I understand that just happens to overlay with Judaism. And I, again,
No, it
I'm not
doesn't overlay.
saying,
It over Zionism.
I don't think
Zionism.
Listen, Zionists do not have the right to claim Judaism. That's all I wanted to say.
Can I just say
Zionists do
something?
not have the right to claim all of Judaism.
Can I just say something?
whatever. Like,
I think Zach brought up a really good point about the hatred towards Jews in the Muslim world, considering the fact that the original hatred charter quotes the Hadith where it says at the end of days the Muslims will unalive all the Jews and the Jews will hide behind the trees and the rocks and the trees of the rocks will call out to the Muslims to unalive them. That's a
yeah,
Hadith
that's
Muslims
in the
believe
charter, but it comes from Islam.
Exactly, that's my point.
So now I should believe the Babylonian Talmud that calls that every Jew should have 100 slaves, and we are goyim, and we.
No,
like,
but
should
sir,
I- should-
with all
should
due
I-
respect, I think you're just
should-
deflecting.
should I- No, I'm not deflecting. You guys
But
make
do you
insane
deny the
statements.
Hadith? Frederico,
what-
do you
what
deny the
Hadith?
Hadith?
Zionists do not represent Judaism.
So
period.
why do you believe you unalive all the
Guys,
Jews in the
guys,
final days then?
Can I make a statement? Could you just just one thing?
John, a second. Go ahead.
Because over here I'm literally getting confused. If you look back in history, and you see the relationship between the Mustache Man and Theodore Herzl and the Rothschild family, and then you look at the Jews when they were expelled from Germany, that came to the biggest supporter of them today, the United States of America, and the biggest supporter of them, the British government, and they were turned down to guide them to Palestine. Should I believe right now that was a self-inflicted wound to just take over Palestine? Like, were you guys manipulated driven into an genocide so you can go to Palestine? Should I believe all these theories?
So,
Like, I don't understand. You guys keep bringing name and stuff and religious and now most of the clerks that speak.
Love how I'm telling you
Hold
Jew
on,
hatred
Zach,
exists in
hold
your
on,
thing, and then
hold
you're
on.
telling
Give
me
us a
all the
chance, give us a
conspiracies you know
chance.
about Jews from your culture.
I listen to people, but I listen to historians. Do you deny the relationship between Theodore Herzl and the Mustache Man? Do you deny the
Yes, absolutely.
do you deny the statement of Ben Gurion when he said that when he was asked was it worth it, the sacrifice of the Jews in Germany for you to have Palestine? He said yes, it was. Do you deny that?
There's many of us think that the silver lining of the Holocaust was that we got the state of Israel. It's not that we
Can we
wanted
allow
the
Katie to
Holocaust
speak?
so that we could have Israel. It's that we
So
are
how do you want me?
buying
If
the
you
optimism in a bad situation, which is how
if
we've
you
survived
accept
for
this
3,500 years
argument,
with your shit.
if you're if, listen, I'm being respectful to you, Zach, and I'm not spreading shit. I'm stating facts and history. Okay, these are statements, and for you to acknowledge right now the Ben Gurion statement and agree to it that thanks to the Holocaust you guys have Israel, that is ridiculous. Like, you agreeing on the sacrifice of all these innocent Jewish people that were sacrificed in the Holocaust for you to have
they
a
weren't
state.
like they weren't like suicide bombers. We didn't send them out there so that we could get Israel. It just so happens that the most terrible thing that's ever happened to us happened to result in a good thing.
Really?
And those can be separate things. It doesn't mean we caused it.
why does the Palestinian have to pay for it? That's the question.
The Palestinians didn't have to pay for it. You guys
The
chose to pay.
Palestinian did pay for it.
No,
Wait, real quick, I gotta get some other
and you
people.
lost,
Hold
and
on,
so you
hold
lost.
on.
Can I ask a question?
Stop talking, everybody, please. I have to give other people a chance to speak, Zach. I mean, I really appreciate your viewpoint, but we have to let other people speak. Each person's going to get 2 minutes uninterrupted. Here's I want to make this very clear. We want to keep the live fair, and if people keep jumping in on each other, it's not fair to the people because they've waited a long time to speak. So I'll figure out an order. I'll tell you what the order is going to be, and we'll take turns. If somebody brings your name up, then we'll have them either unmute to answer the direct question, or when they're done, we'll give you like 30 seconds to come back with something to respond if it was a challenging type of situation. Okay? If anybody comes off of mute during someone else's turn and speaks in the middle of it, gets one warning, and if there's a second time, I have to drop you down, and I don't want to do that. The other thing is, we periodically get more guest requests, and so at some point, I may drop somebody who's been here the longest in my determination, but only until after you've had a chance to speak. Okay? I try to be fair. I'll try to speak less myself to give you guys more time. Okay? Let me see the order here. Okay, I know Kitty wanted to say something, and we have some new guests. Hasn't said much. Then we'll go to Justice Creed in Montana, and then we'll go around the horn. Okay, Brenda. By the way, if you say something, I didn't mean to pass you over either. So, Brenda, you want to say something first because you've been waiting the longest, I think.
Hey Chip, how's it going? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I had a couple of things to say. I know earlier it was discussed about anti-Semitism, and I think, obviously none of us can deny that anti-Semitism is and has always been a part of our culture. But like, I think we also need to remember that before 10/7, anti-Semitism had a very particular look, if y'all know what I mean. The marches, the flags, the particular look, and it wasn't people of color. It wasn't us, Latinos. It wasn't Palestinians, and I think that's something that really needs to be addressed, because this gets brought up again. We talk about how the Palestinians paid for what happened in Europe when it wasn't their fault, just because of the claim to the land. So I think we need to remember that, and I think. Like Chip was saying earlier about Islamophobia, that there has been a very intentional and just intense campaign for us to believe that the Palestinians and that anybody who was Muslim or Arab was a T word. And that has been very intentional. And I think, from my perspective, because this is something that I have been sort of reliving or like reprocessing a lot of what happened to my ancestors, because it's just so reflected to me and what's happening to the Palestinians. I come from, my ancestors were Aztec. And so it's not that long ago what happened to my ancestors. And the thing is, like, I have processed the fact that, I was a very marginalized community as a female Latina in the United States, having grown up, with experiencing racism all the time, not having moved up, in, the career path, because of my skin color and because of my background. And like, these are things that we are all reprocessing. And so it's hard for me to look at this situation and, think about how my, okay, monkey. And think about how my perspective is that sorry, my toddler interrupted, but like, my perspective is that I have had to go through this life with a certain perspective that I see reflected in the Palestinian, in the Jewish people. But like, I'm not constantly thinking that everybody's out to get me, even though I have seen evidence of having to suffer the consequences of being a Latina woman in the United States. But if I constantly am just like thinking everybody's out to get me, it makes me sad to think that, someone like Zach is just constantly thinking that we're all out to get you guys just because of who you are. We're not. Like, no one cares. Like Chip says, no one cares that you're Jewish. Like, I don't go around asking people what their religion is. And I think that may have worked in the past when religion was a lot more present in our lives. But like, a lot of us are fading out of, us maybe in the West, we're fading out of like Christianity. I grew up Catholic, and like, I left the church a long time ago, and I'm a spiritual person now. So just offering that perspective that we don't care about what you are, but what's happening to the Palestinian people. Like, that's what we care about, and that's what this fight is about. It's like, what's currently happening. Like, I'm tired of watching babies be unalived. I am the mother of a 4-year-old, and it breaks my heart, and I cry almost every single day to see the images. And I also am very sad to think about what Israeli children are, because it's a fear-based tactic, and how they are kept in line, how you guys become this way. It's because you are traumatized as children into believing that we're all out to get you. So I cry for all of the children in the world right now, and that was my perspective right now.
Muted, Chip. Chip, you're muted.
Yeah, Zach was mentioned, so Zach, you can respond briefly, and then we'll go to the other folks I talked about.
So Brenda, I'm interested. When did you get sort of involved in the Palestinian issue?
I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
Yeah. When did you start to sort of get into this issue?
So this question gets asked a lot, right? To sort of like see what are people's credentials, like are you someone that should be speaking about this or not? I will answer you. I will answer you, but I mean I know this gets asked all the time. This isn't my first live and it's not just Chips, but I visited Palestine in 2006. I studied international relations with a focus on Middle Eastern studies, and my thesis was on the Arab-Israeli conflict.
Interesting. Okay. And so how did you end up in Israel in 2006?
How did I end up what? Sorry?
How did you end up in Israel? Was it like a school trip or a personal trip or a?
I did a semester as a personal, as a senior independent project, and I went to visit.
So here's my issue.
Well, Zach, if you want to respond to what she said, we don't want to make this into an interview with you and Brenda.
No. Okay, here's the thing. You said we're not. You told me, you said, don't worry, we're not. So I don't hate Latina women. I don't have anything against Latina women. In fact, Mexico City is one of my favorite cities in the world. I've dated a lot of Latina women are fantastic. But if I told you right now, because I feel like that, don't worry, Brenda. Nobody hates Latina women. Nobody's trying to keep Latina women down. Nobody's. There's no reason that you could say that your career has been affected by you being a Latina. Wouldn't you find that to be a little presumptuous of me as a non-Latina woman telling you that?
Well, it's a very different situation because I have experienced, and a lot of women, especially Latino women, experience a lot of violence more so than our white counterparts. But like I have experienced all of this, so I'm not sure what your point is. Like, can you make a point?
My point is, like, just because Judaism and anti-Semitism isn't a part of this issue for you, it's very presumptuous for you to say, don't worry, it doesn't exist for anyone like that, or it isn't a part of anyone's feeling, or it isn't.
Zach, listen, Zach, here, I'm sorry to jump in, Brenda. I have to do this. I apologize. It's the weaponization of that lived experience that we take issue with. For example, there was a speaker from the Knesset who came down to the United States to do an interview with Amy Goodman from Democracy Now! And she said very clearly, this is the trick that we use. When someone from Europe criticizes Israel's actions, we remind them of the Holocaust, and we use guilt to remind them of that, to put away the argument. When someone from the United States gives Israel any criticism, we call them anti-Semitic. So it's being used. Listen, I don't deny that it exists. I don't deny that your family members have been through it. I don't deny the history. None of that's denied. The point is that when you choose to take that experience and then use it to extrapolate onto others who aren't doing those things, who are doing things that you want to try to find ways to do things back to them that you can then justify, it's a very convenient tool to marginalize conversation around said paradigm.
I'm just saying, Chip, how can you look at a region with 400 million of one group of people and 6 million of another?
Palestinians have less than 6 million people in the region.
Palestinians are an arbitrary designation of a...
Arabs in the territory are no more than 8 million, including those that are in Israel. You want to call it Banana Republic. I don't care. It's less than 8 million humans.
In the tiny area of New Jersey that is Israel. But if you just zoom out even a little bit, you end up with 400 million Arabs.
Not doing it, Zach. That's a Hezbollah thing saying we're this little state in this big red region of Muslims. It doesn't matter, Zach. Every area has its own specific characteristics and issues. You can't claim because you're the little guy that you're the victim.
There's 40 million Levantine Arabs.
Can I just say one thing?
40 million Levantine Arabs.
Can I just say a thing?
Hold on.
Children are being dismembered, Zach. We're not going to talk about Levantine, okay?
Yeah. Can I just say one thing about what he said about how there's 400 million Arabs? Saying Arabs is like saying white people. You wouldn't say, there's, 800 million Europeans, so let's just get rid of England, or 800 million Europeans to get rid of Spain. They're very different. Arabs across there's Christian, there's Muslims, Arabs. They are there are other religious Arabs. Some Arabs, but the Arabic, you wouldn't say an Arab from Morocco, for example, is the same as an Arab from Saudi Arabia. They're totally different. Anyone who speaks Arabic and lives and is immersed in Arabic culture is an Arab. This is what you guys don't understand.
Okay, Justice Brother.
Arab is
I
very
apologize. It's Kitty's turn to speak.
Who?
Kitty. She's
Kitty?
been waiting.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, I guess Chip gave him the mic. It's okay. Let him finish his point, and I'll go after him. I'm okay. Oh, okay.
Go ahead, no worries.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. First of all, you saying that good came out of the Holocaust because you got Israel is so unbelievable. Listen, my issue as a Palestinian woman and all Palestinians are not with Jews or Judaism. Our issue is Zionism, the occupation, a land, a people, children, genocide, apartheid, you name it. This is our issue with you. But you want to bring it back all the time to religion. It's not a religious thing. It's a land. It's called Palestine. She told you she went to Palestine. You called it Israel, correct? So for the 100th millionth time, our issue is against the Zionists and the occupation. If the H group has hatred or the Palestinians have hatred to anyone, it's to the occupying force, to the Zionism, what they're doing. That's what you know it. The issue here is that you know it and you understand it. But the issue here, you
Let's
keep
not call it
going around
religion.
in a merry-go-round. I'm talking, I did not say anything. Let me finish, okay? You coming out here, not just you, everybody who is the way you're thinking comes out here and starts throwing Islam and Islamophobia around, okay? My issue with you is you are occupying Palestine. You are doing, not you, the state of the Zionists, genocide. We saw what we saw, we heard what we heard, and anybody with a brain and eyes and ears cannot deny or lie about what they've seen and heard. You can't. And if you are claiming that there's hatred toward the Jews, okay, that's self-inflicted. We have nothing to do with it. People have, you could laugh all you want. People have ears and eyes and a brain, and they see and they hear. And for now 10 months straight, people are witnessing what was never supposed to be out into the light, into the open, and for the world to see. And I can understand you being upset because it's out there and people know the truth now and people recognize Palestine does exist, okay, and recognize the plight of the Palestinian people. Of course you're upset. I understand. I sympathize. I guess. I think. I don't know. You know? But it is what it is. If anybody is with a hate towards the Jews, I highly doubt it's towards the Jews, by the way, because there are so many Jews are for the Palestinian plight and against what's going on. Even Holocaust survivors. Holocaust survivors are 100% against what's going on. Never again to anyone. Do you know that phrase? Never again. Never again, not to anyone. That's by them. Okay. And they tell us they're not proud of what they're seeing. So stop telling me Islam. Stop invoking the Quran, which you don't know anything about. You pretend to. Stop giving me sob stories. Somebody from your descendant family wrote a book or whatever. Whatever it is, stop. The issue here is a Palestinian land issue. We have Muslim Palestinians, we have Christian Palestinians, we have Jewish Palestinians. Okay? That's what we have.
They don't.
And none of them are very happy with what's going on. And if you watch Israeli news, okay, the Haaretz and Channel 13, whatever it is, there's an inner war within the state of Israel because now they're trying to put the Jews, who are the religious folks, into the army by force. So if everybody's upset, not just the Palestinians, don't you think there's a cause of it? Don't you think?
I have to give other people a chance, but Zach, she asked that question. What do you think? It's land-based, or are you still sticking to the idea that this is theocratic or hate?
How about this? Would it make it a lot easier for you guys to understand that it's a tribal problem? It's their tribe versus our tribe. We're tribal people from the same land, and this is two tribes that don't like each other, and it goes back thousands of years.
I don't think that's it either, Zach. Because if it was that, listen, let's look at history. Let's look at history, Zach. Look at what happened in 1890 to 1925. If it was tribal and abject hatred, we would have seen all-out war among the people that lived there. But we didn't see that. And again, were there instances, as you mentioned, instances? Yes, on both sides, by the way, more so on the pro-Zionist side later as the decades went by than there were by Arabs against Jews. However, it doesn't mean it was widespread and pervasive. Widespread and pervasive matters quite a bit. When you mention about this Arab world thing, first of all, I don't think it's widespread and pervasive in the Arab world. Are there incidences? Yes. Are there pockets of religious people that do it? Yes. But is it everywhere? Not that I'm aware of.
You're wrong about that. It is everywhere. It is pervasive. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion has been one of the Mein Kampf is one of the best-selling books in the entire Middle East, has been for the last 50 years.
Oh, God.
Question.
Oh,
are you
if you're going to
occupying the Muslim religion, or are you occupying the lands of Palestine? Answer that one.
What do you mean? Again, you guys...
You say it's a religion. Are you occupying the Islamic religion, or are you occupying the lands of Palestine?
I don't know how a group of people that literally identify with this piece of land as their entire being can be told that they are occupying that land.
Excuse me?
Jews come from this land. Jews come from Judea.
Yeah, but they don't own the land, Zach.
They don't
own it.
You cannot deny the rights to Palestinian self-determination.
Hold on. First off, if we were going to give the Native Americans some land back, we would have to give it to them, and we'd have to displace white people who've been there for 400 years. Like, doing the right thing isn't going to mean that everyone is happy.
All right, enough, Zach, enough. Okay, I'm not going to go down that path with you anymore. It's a tired argument that God gave you the land. I'm not going there. Okay,
Yeah,
and we're not going there. We're not going to go there.
Jumping
okay?
off, just wanted to say thank you to everybody.
Brenda.
Zach, if no one has told you today, I love you, okay? Hang in there. We're going to get through this.
Thanks, Brenda. Okay, Justice Creed has been waiting very patiently. Go ahead, Justice. Welcome.
Yeah, the whole God gave you the land thing. I'm like, most Israelis are even atheists. The only reason why they believe is in God. A lot of these people, like example Netanyahu, he's irreligious, but yet he invokes God when it's convenient. Like, God gave us this land 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Although he's from Poland, and
Nothing to do with God.
look, unfortunately, a lot of people in Israel think God gave it to them, especially the settlers. They're the craziest ones, and they really believe that God gave it to them, although they don't pray, a lot of them. And we know Netanyahu, of course, he's just from Poland, and all these other people from Ukraine and Morocco and wherever, and they just claim God gave it to them. But the most important thing right now is that there's a G-side happening, and that needs to stop right now. It's not tribal. We have people with a young man with Down syndrome being ripped apart by IDF dogs and left to be unalived in the middle of his home. His family showed a video, and his mom told us, and his whole family were reporting this. We have videos of IDF dogs ripping apart, attacking old women. We have IDF dropping bombs in schools and hospitals and unaliving hundreds of people. And just in the last week, we know 500 people have been unalived. 500 people have been unalived in Gaza in the past week from bombs This is not normal, okay? Even in the height of the wars in in Syria, this many people weren't being unalived, okay? And you know how big Syria is. Syria is like 10 times the size of Israel plus Palestine and whatever you want to call it, but it's Palestine. It's way bigger. Yeah, people are being slaughtered in unimaginable numbers. There was a study that came out just, a couple of weeks ago, said that as many as 200,000 people could be unalived by the end of this G-side. That's including, of course, people who lose their life because of lack of access to food, lack of access to healthcare, lack of access to, sanitation, lack of access to a home to live in, okay? All these people are gonna lose their life, okay? Most people actually lose their life not from the bombs dropped, but it's actually they lose their life because of the effects of those bombs on society. So you can see Gaza is totally destroyed. So the effects, we're going to see them in a couple months if something is not done urgently. And the loss of 200,000 people plus the people who've already lost their life, we're looking at Gaza's population dropping from I think right now it's at 2.2 million to drop to 2 million. That's almost 10% of the population gone. 1 in 10 people. That's if you have a family of 10, including your cousins and whatever, that's at least one person in your family being unalived. One person of every family. That's how many school districts of children gone. Imagine your whole school district, everyone being wiped out. What are you talking about? Many people comment saying there's no G-side. Of course it's a G-side.
That equates to, by the way, just, if you extrapolate that to the Israeli population of Jewish Israelis, that's about 600,000 Israelis. And if you do that worldwide of the Jewish population, it's about 1.5, 1.6 million people.
Yeah, I am so confused. How is this not a G-side? 10%.
Oops, sorry, Justice. Sorry, that was a mistake.
Yeah, so it's all right. But I'm confused on how losing 10% of your population is not a G-side, okay? Whole towns are being obliterated. And we're not including the people who are injured as well. Imagine how many disabled people are in Gaza. Right now, there's 70K. That's only the people that we know of, because we know most people, they're prioritizing, critical situations because the hospitals are on their last legs. So they're only prioritizing really, really urgent situations. So that number is a lot higher. We have a population who's lost all their homes because Gaza is pretty much flattened. We have a population that at least they've lost one member of their family. We have a population who has multiple disabled people in their family. How is that normal? How is that not a G-side? You'd understand the scale of destruction and human suffering that's happening in Gaza. It's something that we have never seen. It is worse than what Assad did to his own people in Syria. It's worse than what happened in Iraq. It is horrific. Horrific.
Worse than what Assad did to his own people. Just qualify that for me. How?
All right.
Assad
killed. Let's do 3 minutes each because
okay,
we're gonna go.
Can I quickly just answer in one sentence?
Montana okay. Have been here for 30 minutes. You're muted. Montana has been here for over 30 minutes. He haven't said a word. So finish Justice, then we go to Montana.
Okay, I'll just say one last sentence. Assad unalived in the city of Aleppo, unalived 30,000 people over 6 years in Aleppo, which he used chemical attacks. He unalived 2,000 people
Justice,
in 6 years.
This is unrelated topic.
I know, he said how is Assad worse? He said how is Assad worse? I'm just comparing.
The white hats, it's all, we all know that was a movie
but
put
he
up.
asked.
Montana,
you just told me why he's worse? That's what I was wondering.
He was confused. I just wanted to clarify for him that Assad unalived 30,000 people over 6 years in
Montana.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I just been listening patiently. So I'm not Jewish, I'm not Muslim, and I'm not Christian. But I do deal in reality. And I guess the question I have for the panel, for people here, is do you guys, and I'm going to make an assumption that you think that the state of Israel is going to go away in the near future. It's gonna disappear.
The ideology of supremacy.
Okay, so Zionist or Israel. I personally have been there, been to Tel Aviv as an American. I think that our ideals as Americans and freedom and certain things that we cherish and hold dear align with Israel. I think that we're going to support Israel. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. And I
That was a statement, right? It's a
yeah,
statement.
and it's a statement. It's assumption. It's what I think. I don't think Israel's going to go away. So with that being said, I do think that the H group is a proxy of the Iranian, what is it, the Islamic Guard. And
Montana, can you just clarify the values you think that align well? And are those just the cultural values, or are we talking about the military and foreign policy and military?
Cultural values, primarily. That's what I'm speaking of.
Are you aware that the United States has the longest and most sordid history of interfering in other countries and have unalived more human beings in the last 50 years than any other country? I mean, so do you think do those values align as well too? They align okay?
What?
Do the values of the United States vis-a-vis its atrocious behavior and the Israelis vis-a-vis their atrocious behavior, are those values that you also?
I would argue that in many cases you're wrong about atrocious
segregation,
by whom?
apartheid.
By whom? By whom?
What?
By whom?
I would say that if you wanted to look, and I would say that if you were looking at and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but if you go look at the CCP and what they're doing to the Uyghurs.
I said you said you'd argue the
significantly worse than
atrocities
what
of
we're
whom. I
talking
said
about
by
here.
whom? I said by whom? The United States, Israel, who are you talking about?
Atrocities are you talking about?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I said that's the point. I didn't say specifically, and then you said you would argue that they weren't real or they wasn't the case. So that was my point.
I would prefer, I would say that World War II. I'm not a big fan of the Gulf War. I thought it was ridiculous.
Well, for example, do you know what the United States did in Vietnam and the Iraq War?
I've been to Vietnam.
Do you not consider those to be atrocities, or is that a different? What do you think about those things?
I think the Vietnam War is a big mistake that we engaged.
How about the Iraqi War?
Well, that's the
I agree with
policy.
that.
I'm talking about the atrocities that were allowed to be committed by our armed forces against the population. Do you think that those were values you want to align with Israel on?
What I would say is this: I don't want to steer the question away from that. But what I want to say is this: in my heart, I don't believe that the state of Israel is going anywhere anytime soon. I do believe
you can believe whatever you want. Montana, let me ask you a question. How do you feel that every congressman of your Congress have an AIPAC handler? Like, what do you feel about that? How you feel that your policies around the world is run by a foreign entity or foreign organization? How do you feel when there is a package for Israel passed by 100% votes, and when there is a healthcare package for the American people are not even discussed or thrown out by the votes? Like, how do you feel about that?
That you think that our Congress is directed by AIPAC lobbyists?
I don't believe it is.
You think all their
factual.
decisions
It's
are based
factual.
on AIPAC lobbyists?
Montana, it's factual and truth. And I'm not telling you
question your
something.
facts.
No, you don't have to question. Just go to the AIPAC website and read the statistic and see how many of your congressmen gets paid by AIPAC to pass Israeli laws and to favor Israel. Just do that. I'm not asking you to take my word for it.
I agree.
So you're okay with your congressman getting bribed by Israel?
Hey, the way the U.S. works today, then you better get a lot.
Are you okay with that? So are you okay? So everybody should bribe the politician, the people that we
I
vote.
prefer that
we vote
politicians
in.
not be bribed.
So you are okay with the people that we vote in to serve us? We have to bribe them so they can serve us. Is that what you're going for?
Listen. In the U.S., it's called Citizens United. It was a Supreme Court vote, 5-4, allowed lobbyists, both from outside the U.S. and corporations to lobby congressional candidates. Do I think that's okay? No. Or congressional people. Do I think that's a good thing? No. I don't think it's that entity should have freedom of speech. And that's
So
what you're talking about.
Citizens United does not allow unlimited lobbying of individual congresspeople or senators. It allows unlimited contributions to indirect entities like political action committees with no requirement to disclose the sources.
Okay. So it allows, or what Supreme Court case gave corporations the ability to contribute political funds?
Well, it's it's unlimited to third-party entities as Citizens United.
Yeah, and I think that, so basically, I'm not trying to invalidate what you say. I'm just saying the reality is this.
Too much money.
There's too much money in politics, and yes, in the U.S., and whether you want to like it or you don't like it, the reality is there's lobbyists. And AIPAC's a lobbyist.
No, I get it, but here's the difference, though.
Here's made is based on what AIPAC wants? Absolutely not.
But do you know the history of how they came to be a domestically registered lobbying entity? But let's put that on hold for 1 second. You made the claim earlier. You said Israel's not going anywhere. Right?
No.
Is that the claim you made? Okay.
I believe that to be true.
Okay. Now, when there was an apartheid regime in South Africa, and the political structure was unequal and unfair and problematic for the future of that nation state to continue, it was unsustainable. Would you agree that was an unsustainable system?
Yes.
Okay, so what happened and why did it change? Did South Africa, quote, go away?
What do you mean? No.
Did South Africa as a nation go away?
No.
So South Africa didn't go anywhere, did it?
Nope.
Okay, but what did change?
The Dutch weren't ruling class there.
In other words, the minority leadership that was previously ruling over the majority of the population who didn't have the same equal rights, that political dynamic shifted dramatically, and now it's more of an egalitarian society, even though it still has problems. Similarly, inside of Israel, no one, at least not most people, other than the most committed hardline or like radicals, are calling for the eradication of the state of Israel. Not even the H group in their revised charter is calling for that. What they are calling for, let me finish the thought. What they are calling for is a change in the mindset, the ideology, and the political structure that perpetuates the current dynamic, which we saw was problematic and unsustainable in South Africa, and it's even more problematic and even more unsustainable in Israel-Palestine right now. Does that make sense?
I disagree with it's even more.
You can disagree. Does that make sense, though, if you understand that we're talking about not nation states disappearing?
Yeah, I think, but this is what I'm trying to get to. Is I think that we have to deal in reality today to solve the problem. Because if we're going to go utilize grievance politics and go back into history, there's going to be bad things that have happened to everybody, everyone.
Well, what would black South Africans do? What would black South Africans do if you said, listen, we got to deal with reality right now. We can't be dealing with all your hardline, violent approaches, Nelson Mandela, you T-word. Why don't you just sit back and be nice and we'll figure something out that works for everybody?
I don't call Nelson Mandela a T-word.
No, I'm saying that at the time he was called that because he was using violence to try to achieve their political ends inside of South Africa. He was imprisoned for something like 27 or 28 years or longer. I don't even know the exact duration, because he was considered to be a threat to the status quo of society. And it wasn't until the political dynamics changed that he was released from prison.
So you consider, I'm just curious. I'm asking a question. You want a one-state solution?
I want a political change and something that's more equitable and more equal rights for everybody, whatever form that has to take to make itself happen that way. And I've talked about a one-state solution. It's impractical because right now the political dynamic inside of Israel, they want to have a Jewish dominant legislature and political system. So if you let Arabs come into a single union where you have equal rights for everybody, one person, one vote, you immediately do not have a Jewish majority, which was the whole point of forming the ethno-state in the beginning.
I agree. I don't think a one-state solution will work.
So, but a two-state solution is impractical because of the physical discontinuity of territory, because the Israelis have so changed and so fragmented the ability for Palestinians to have contiguous land that it's not really practical to have a two-state solution. And they have to remove settlers or do land swaps because there's just too much. It's too chaotic to have a two-state solution. And by the way, Israel will never allow it to happen under any circumstances.
So there's no solution.
No, I didn't say that. What needs to change is that the political circumstances need to shift that changes those dynamics.
Well, and this is what I would say is I don't think that's going to necessarily happen.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think what you'll see happen, like what happened with South Africa, why did they eventually relent? Why did the regime crumble? What happened?
Well, I wanted to make a distinction in South Africa between.
Can you just tell us what happened, though? Can you just tell us what happened, though? You can make the distinction.
Tell you what happened?
No, in other words, people found out about the inequality, right? So everybody knew about it, but they couldn't do anything about it. What was done differently to finally change the circumstances?
I think that it was there was an election, and I believe
they were massive global economic sanctions levied against South Africa.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
So guess what's coming? Guess what's going to start happening with states like Israel who behave the way Israel does, regardless of their relationships with the United States.
The U.S. can fund Israel indefinitely.
Well, we can by printing money, but what if our empire collapses?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Right. So in other words, but here's the conversation I had with Zach, and we'll go to the next person. I don't want to hold up too much time. And thank you for you bring up some good points, by the way. Thank you.
Can I say something?
One last thing. I'll give you the last word. Okay. Just one last thing, though. So if you have the fact that Israel right now is in this position where it can choose the next steps it takes in its next chapter, and knowing the possibility, not necessarily likelihood, but knowing the possibility that the American big brother could be in a very later stage throes of empire, which a lot of people argue we are, and we're in late stage capitalism. Now, we don't know what's going to happen. There could be a conflict that would change this. It could be an economic implosion. It could be whatever. I don't know what it could be. An uprising. But if any of these major changes do occur, some disruptive force, some black swan scenario, and Israel is left without its support systems, you said they can pay indefinitely. What if that goes away? What if they can't get arms shipped to them? What if countries like China and Russia will attack any Western nation who supply arms to Israel? I'm not saying it will happen, but just to give you a wild example, this is the point I'm trying to make, though. What if the dynamics shift and they don't have the backstop that they have right now? What do you think would happen to them given how they've chosen to behave?
What do I think? I think they would be attacked.
Of course.
Immediately.
And they would not stop until every last political person who supported this was gone, just like they did with the NIZIs in Germany. Same thing. So here's the problem. I think they're making a lot of ill-informed decisions that work for them in the short term because they have the upper hand, but we're going to be terrible for them in the long term. I don't want to see innocent people unalive because of the poor decisions of a political class. We're going to go through some of that in the United States too, I think.
What? Whoa! What did you just? What?
I said we're going to go through some of that as United States citizens because of the poor decisions of our leaders. If things break out into a global war. Say again.
What you said? You said we're going to go through.
We could go through. We could very. I said we could very well. I'm not predicting it's going to happen. I said we could very well go through some similar backlash. That's not not completely out of the ordinary for what our country has done. And it's not necessarily purposeful attacks of civilians, but if, for example, if we continue to poke nations like China, like Russia that are nuclear armed, and we miscalculate and we try to take over, let's say, the Taiwan Straits from the Chinese because we want the semiconductors, they could fire on us. Now, it may hit military targets, but it's also going to affect civilians as well.
You're talking about thermonuclear wars, but I want to go back. We're going down a rabbit hole.
Absolutely. Here. Well, that's the danger of escalation.
Right? Then we're all gone. In case you're wondering.
Not necessarily. No, it's not that simple.
My question to you is why...
But wait. I was just going to say, I distinguish. I didn't get to finish, but I think it's very different because I think, we can go back in history and talk about why Israel is a state as it is today and disagree about that, say whatever we want about that. What I would say it is a state today. I don't believe it's going to go anywhere. And I think we have to start from that assumption to get to a solution, which I think is two-state. and I think that Israel can make better choices. But I think when you deny their existence,
what if I disagree
gonna
with
end
you? What if I disagree with you and I tell you Israel is gonna go away?
You feel free.
See, but I'm certain it's gonna go away.
Okay.
And I can give you like facts and signs of it.
Well, yeah, the sun's going to burn out, and you can give me facts and science about. You're giving me facts and science about future politics.
No, I'm giving you facts and science based on the ground field on what's happening on the ground right now, and I give you facts based on the public opinion in the world, and I give you facts on many different.
Okay.
Yeah, like
and we could argue about that all day long.
Even the intellectuals, the side of the intellectuals.
Yeah, like I can see Israel used to wage war on some people, on other people's territory. Now the war is on their territories. Israel used to have buffer zone on other countries' land. Now they have the buffer zone inside of Israel. So what do you call that? Improvement or deterioration? What is the sign of that? Like what is it like when H group in Lebanon fires 500-600 missiles on Israel and Israel is scared to retaliate? Is that an improvement or that's a deterioration?
Scared to retaliate?
Hold on, let me finish. When the United States is incapable of helping the state of Israel as we speak right now, what makes you think it's going to make it capable of helping it in the future? Like what from a military point of view, what makes you think that Israel is not going to go anywhere? Do you think because Israel is stronger than everybody?
I'm a little bit shocked, but
no,
I'm just kind of
you shouldn't be you shouldn't be shocked because before you decide and make a claim that Israel is not going to go anywhere, you have to check of you have to check on the battlefield. You have to check that the military that is backed up by the United States and all the Western country in an area that is 22 miles by 5 miles for the past 9 months.
I have a
They were
question
not.
for
They were. Yeah, 1 second. Habibi.
What question are you asking?
I'm trying to ask you. You know what signs of a win when I'm telling you 22 mile by 5 mile. That's how big Gaza is.
So you're telling me that the United States is going to go away and not.
No, the United States is incapable and unable to help Israel in war.
Okay.
I mean, if you know
I'd
something,
say that I would say that would be a grave mistake.
And
if that's
I
the
have a
tack that
question
people take.
to Chip Barnes.
So you think my thinking is a mistake, or the ground floor of the battlefield is wrong? Which one is it?
I think that you're gravely underestimating the abilities of the United States.
I mean,
military
explain to me how when the military bases of the United States right now in the Middle East are sitting ducks, when you have the Houthis are controlling the Red Seas, so no warship can get through.
And they gave control back to the Taliban.
And the Mediterranean Sea is controlled by H Group and Syria, so no warship can go through the Mediterranean ship. I don't see a way to help Israel.
Yeah, I think it would be a grave mistake to underestimate the capabilities of the United States U.S. military.
Nobody is, but I'm looking at from a military man, because I served in the military and I know I love military. Okay, so from a military point of view, however I turn the battlefield, because I know both parties. I don't look at one party and I don't look at the other one. I know both parties and capability of both parties.
Montana
when I look at the battlefield,
Montana.
One second. When I look at the battlefield, I cannot understand the why. Like I really want to help Israel. Then I do the map and I look around and I look at the firepower that the Arch of Resistance in the region have, and I look at all of that. I can't see a way. Like I can't figure it out. Maybe you can help me if you know military, but from a military point of view, I cannot see, besides dropping a nuke on the whole Middle East and getting rid of it. I don't see any other solution, unless you know something that I don't know, because I know what the Arch of Resistance in the region have, what kind of weaponry, what kind of firepower. and I know what the American targets are in the region, how they're sitting down, and I see what the capability and the ability of the state of Israel, and I look at all of that. I can't find a way that Israel could be winning a regional war.
But my question to Montana is, why are you determined and so passionate that the United States should be dragged into a war because of Israel? Why?
Real quick, guys, I have to I'll let him answer that question, and then we have to share the mic a little bit. So we have someone new that came in named Noah, and then we have Ewashuk. So after Montana finishes his answer, I'm going to turn the mic over to Noah, and then I'll give it to Ewashuk. Okay, Montana, please finish up your response. And thank you for your contributions, by the way.
Why should the United States? Let me make sure I answer the correct question. Why should the United States support Israel? Was that the question?
Question is, why are you so determined that the United States should be dragged into this war, helping Israel and waging war on itself in the process? Why are you determined that we have to help Israel? We are the savior of Israel.
Okay, because we gave a commitment. They have been an ally to the United States historically and to this day. And I believe that we should support them in the region, their democracy. And I believe that we should support Israel, being the U.S., like we support other countries throughout the world.
Can I say one thing?
Do you believe they're allies? Hold on a second. Do you believe they're your allies after USS Liberty and also 9/11? How are they your allies after all that?
Well, I'm not sure what you're alluding to, but you're assuming. I think you might be alluding that Israel was. Well, I'm not sure. I don't even know what you're alluding to. Actually, I won't even guess.
USS Liberty is the American warship that the Israeli.
He knows what USS Liberty is, Frederick. He knows what it is.
Just so we remind him, is the U.S. naval ship that was in the Middle East that the Israeli attacked with napalms. And if you don't know about the 5 dancing Israeli during September 11, where a lady called the police on them, they got arrested. They were filming, expecting the event to happen, and they were filming it. They got arrested. They were kept by the FBI for 6 months. Then
where were they doing this?
Israel.
There was
in
5
New York
people.
City.
There were
Yes.
5 people in the U.S. that were dancing.
Mossad agents. They were Mossad agents.
Okay.
So just so you know that, but now
there's.
I
How many
think
people live on
if
planet
you have no knowledge on it, I believe you should.
They were
look it up.
celebrating 9/11.
Okay.
Look it up.
There's random people all over the planet that celebrate.
We have
including in the U.S.
Al didn't speak. Noah didn't speak. Then Osaku, sure. I don't know what's.
Okay.
I have a nice video on my TikTok if you'd like to look at it on my profile.
Yeah,
I was dancing too, obviously.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you and have a nice day. And whoever said that last comment that they were dancing, I have, I think they're disgusting people. Whoever said that.
The Israelis are, or the person who said it
whoever
was?
said they were dancing on 9/11.
Hold on a second. No, hold on. No, he didn't say he was dancing. He said that there were 5.
No,
Listen,
Noah did. I think it was Noah.
Well, hold on real quick. Did Noah say
He
that
said I was dancing on 9/11 too.
No, he was talking about the 5 people. He was talking about the 5 people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's not make assumptions. We can clarify that. No,
Okay.
Here's the deal. CBS did a piece on this. You can go back and see it. This is all public record. They were held for 4.5 months by the FBI. They were in federal prison, and they were negotiated their release by Israel. Then they went back on TV and bragged about their experience of coming over and celebrating the downing of the Twin Towers. This is unbelievable, but it's true. Seems absurd, but it's bizarre.
Yeah,
but,
and I think you could find in any subset of people lunatics on far right, far left.
These aren't lunatics. These are representatives. This is like 2 CIA. This is like 5 CIA members coming back from the bombings in the subways in England after 7/7, and saying it was so great that we were there. We were celebrating and taking pictures. Those aren't psychopaths. These are representatives of the sovereign government.
I don't know. I'd have to look exactly who. There's five.
Look it up.
people
Look up
that
5
got the
dancing
thing.
Israelis. Look it up. Come on.
I have
Come
a
on
great
back. Once you've had a
video
chance to,
Excited because of the
on
concept.
TikTok.
But
once you've had a
On my
chance to look it
profile.
up, listen, go take a look if you want to. You don't have to do anything. And then come on back, either tonight or whenever you want to come back. Tell us what you think. I mean, if you think we're full of crap, then tell us we're full of crap. But I do want to disagree with one thing you said about us being allies. Israel is not a helpful. By the way, go type in if you're going to do some Googling, type in Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. Israel is not a benefit to the United States. Yes, we may have a similar mentality in terms of Western consumerism and the way we do consumptive culture and capitalism, but we're not aligned in terms of ideology. That's for darn sure, because Israel's not a democracy. If you don't know that, then you got to look more into how their society actually functions. Just like the United States is not a democracy. And again, I will tell you this, and this is not a negative slap. This is the truth. I've been watching this stuff. I'm 57. In America, I'd say probably 75 to 80% of people that I've met and spoken to, and I believe, agree 100% with every single word that Montana has said tonight. He doesn't have an unreasonable point of view as far as Americans are concerned. I don't agree with the point of view because of the things that I've learned over the years, but it's not unexpected because that is what's conditioned into us in America. And just like an old person's house, when you go to visit, they can't smell the smell because they live there. Montana, you and I grew up in a country where they basically stick us with a bunch of stuff for decade after decade after decade, and it kind of just covers us. And it's not until we can wipe it off and see what's really going on that we can look back and go, damn, what is this stuff that's all over me?
yeah, I think you, and like I think you've been conditioned, and you should wipe it off.
No, man.
We'll leave you with the last word. Have a good night, sir. Thanks for coming by. Come on by when you finish looking at the Israelis. See if you think that needs to be wiped off too.
I want to.
Okay.
Awashuk
was next, guys. Noah, then Awashuk. Noah's next. Go ahead, Noah.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi, Chip. Thank you for bringing me up. I'm just gonna say something to Montana. I'm one of those, as you call, the American democracy that you brought to Afghanistan. I am one of those young people who saw the blood shed in my country for 20 years. You think you brought democracy to my country? You didn't. You made it worse. After 20 years of fighting, this is your democracy. This is what you are talking about Israel. I have seen it with my own eyes. I have seen what you have done to children by bombarding them. I've seen what you have done to the families in my own city, in my own area, by bombing them. I've seen when you drop the mothers of the bombs in Jalalabad. I know what you did. You cannot tell me anything. You haven't seen what you have done. You haven't seen what your military have done to my country. 20 years. And you're coming here and you are talking about Israel. Don't talk about democracy to us. So what you have done to my country is the worst thing that you could have been done to anyone in this world. 20 years, for God's sake. The longest American war in history was in my country. And nobody's talking about that. And you're talking about freedom and democracy? This is what's going on right now in Gaza. This is how you are doing these stuff. You are responsible for this. Like the NAZIS, Germany. And you will be written in that history book. That history book will write what you have done. Not just in Iraq, but I'm from that country, Afghanistan. You have forgot that. You think you have brought democracy to us. You put us back in the Stone Age, for God's sake. You lied to us. This is the reality. You lied to our people. You lied to the whole world just to show your muscle to China and Russia. But now China and Russia will show you what's the muscle here. You know why? Even if they are dictators, we will stand with them because of what we have seen from you. The Southern world will wake up, and we don't need any more democracy. The lie is democracy from the American and the Western countries. We will stand, the BRICS will come up, and we will stand with China and Russia, just because what you have done to us. You know, this is what you have done to us.
Yeah, a lot of Americans, like you just heard. I mean, again, this is not to blame anybody because, listen, I was victimized by the very same indoctrination. And did you hear his reaction? And this is normal, by the way. This is the same thing I get when I speak with Israelis. And this is the same reaction most Israeli Zionists or people who support the Z team will react to somebody who speaks out against that. His immediate response was not to analyze it, take it in a little bit, mull it over and go, I wonder if that's correct or not. It was immediately to dismiss it, and not just dismiss it, but turn it around and say that he thought that I was the person that has been indoctrinated. So let me share. Listen, I like to say to people, not what do you believe, but how did you come to believe it? So I want to share some of this with the previous person, Montana, briefly. So Montana, how did I come to change my views on what I see about the American empire and in Israel? Really quickly. In 1989, before I graduated from college, one of my college classmates gave a presentation on what was called the First Intifada. It was a big uprising among the Palestinians. It was put down by the Israelis. It wasn't as violent as the Second Intifada was. But I had no idea that things were different than what I had been told in Palestine. I thought that Israel was the good guy. They were our ally. I probably much believe everything that you believe today, that we should stick by them, that they're the good people, that these bad, horrible people who are violent terrorists around them just want to get rid of them because they hate their kind of people, all these violent Muslim extremists. This is what I'd heard my whole life. That's the conditioning part. Now, in terms of dismantling that conditioning, what I heard that day in that presentation, which was an hour-long talk about the region and the history, were stuff I'd never heard before. I'm like, wait a second, that does not fit with the narrative. That doesn't fit. This doesn't fit. This. So many things didn't fit with what I'd been told that I have an open-minded enough to question it. Like, okay, well, if that's not true, what else is not true? And so you start reading and you start researching. At least that's where my brain wants to go. Now, a lot of people are very comfortable just taking with what they always know. And if that's where you sit, a lot of Americans sit there, that's a choice. But I think it's a poor choice because if you learn more about America's behavior over the decades, which you can read books by, there's all sorts of great authors. Chalmers Johnson wrote a book called Blowback, which was what I talked about earlier. It wouldn't be surprising if things come back our way after we do certain things, which is bad behavior. Now, we like to think, based on what we're told, that as Americans, we're always the force for good, for democracy, that we have peace through strength, right? We hear these kind of terms repeated. That we're this shining city on the hill, this example for the world of opportunity and liberty and justice. Excuse me, justice for all. But unfortunately,
I would speak.
You're gonna go right now. Hold on one sec. But unfortunately, it's a story.
Get some water.
I'm good. Unfortunately, it's a story, and it's just that. And the story that we've been told about Israel is also just a story. And once you reach the point in your journey where you start to have what's called cognitive dissonance, where something you've come to believe and things come into your orbit which contradict something you believe, you can either let it in and work it through, or you can dismiss it out and put it away and say, this is what I believe, and therefore that's what this is a closed-minded, uncritical thinker. This is a open-minded person who tries to make sense of different things as they become aware of them. Hopefully you'll be a part of that. Go ahead.
I just need to say something at the end, Chip. Thank you for bringing it up.
To be fair,
hold on. I gotta let Iwashuk go. He's been waiting forever.
To be fair, to be fair, LAL was before, and he's been.
Yeah, but I just need to say something at the end before I go. Just at the end before I go. Sorry, guys. I want to thank the innocent Americans that haven't had anything with this. I just want to blame the American industrialists who brought this lie democracy to us. So please don't bring these things to the Palestinians. We know your lie, and please don't do that because you will be in the same book as Hitler. Thank you.
LAL, I think it's fair you speak now.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do we have any pro-Zios in here right now, or
Is everybody pro-Pally on the panel right now?
Not at the moment, but I'm sure there is 211 people in here. Somebody is listening
there's
down
some
there.
audience members here, probably.
I could pretend to be a pro Zaya. I've heard enough.
Shaq, you're a good actor. Shaq.
My question was going to be to the other guy that was here earlier. I was going to ask him, what makes you think that Israel will survive after all of this? You know, as Chip was saying earlier about apartheid South Africa and the international pressure that was imposed against South Africa. What makes you think that cannot happen to Israel?
Lal, you're absolutely right. Oh, by the way, great to be here amongst good people. I haven't been on a live for a little while because
Where you been?
I got bananaed and they took my account down, which was a
Shaq,
major
you can do
loss.
one thing. You can do one thing. You can ask people to tap Chip's face and bring the live to at least 70,000, and
Yes.
to ask everybody to support Chip because he do an amazing job.
Let's do this. Let's do this, guys. Everybody.
I have a question for Chip.
Just before you do that, let me just do a quick rundown. Guys, take out your pointing finger and tap, tap, tap like your life depends on it on Chip's face. Okay. Let's get this live to 100,000 views. If you're not already following Chip and the people on the panel, give everybody a follow, please. Okay, because this is how we strengthen and become more unified. In particular, I've got a new account because Satan's Chosen Lunatics, they took down my account. Some of my videos had 200,000 views, and well, lots of them did actually. Plus, and they took my account down. I had thousands of followers just in 7 months. The problem is when you're telling the truth, you get targeted. Everybody on this panel who is a pro-humanist has been targeted. I know Chip and Frederico and the others. The lunatics have come for us, and but the thing is, we keep at it. First time I've had to set up a new account. I thought it was all sort of a bit over the top having to restart new accounts, but now I've experienced that. The oppression from the Zios is really, really real. It is true. It happens.
I have a question.
Aushik, it's right you speak right now. Thank you, Shaq.
I have a question to Chip.
I can carry on. Yeah, carry on, brother.
I want to talk about pragmatism.
Okay.
Pregnancy.
No, pragmatism.
No, pragmatism.
Oh,
Not pregnancy.
not pregnancy.
So when we see the Islamic conquest, they conquered land, and the ruler was sitting in a land, and he ruled over maybe 50 lands, but he stayed in a particular land. What was happening in the other areas? The people who lived there, they stood there as mayors, and as they are running their area.
Yeah.
So when we saw, it's called the Abyssinian Caliphate, they gave everything to the people in Palestine. Palestinians governed that land for 1,000 years.
Yes.
And in that 1,000 years, there weren't atrocities. There weren't infighting like now.
What's the question? What's the question?
And now we're talking about
What's the question? What's the question? Please,
Yeah,
just
we're talking about pragmatism.
we don't have time to wait for what's the pragmatic question you want to ask? Please.
You don't have time. I only talk 10 seconds.
Just ask the question. We can finish the dialogue. We don't want a 20-minute build up to one question. Just what's the question?
You said that I want to talk for.
What's
20
the
minutes.
question, sir? Please, just ask the question. We can continue talking after you ask the question.
No, I'm not going to ask the question. I'm busy.
Okay, what I don't want to do, if you say you have a question and then you go into a lengthy backstory dialogue for 10 minutes, that's not a question. That's a dialogue for 10 minutes. Just say you want to do a dialogue for 10 minutes. We'll talk about it. I want to say one thing before we bring anybody else up, and that's this. I've used this analogy a lot of times before. I didn't really do it fully, so I want to explain this. So if you or I were to go visit, let's say, my father's house before he died, or his father, more importantly, I'd say. My grandfather and grandmother lived at a particular older home, like it was a home that had been built like 100 years earlier. And it had the old wood paneling back in the 1970s. It was sort of a very, just typical American sort of middle-class household. And if you go into an older person's home sometimes, there's a distinct odor in the house, whether it be from Depends undergarments or just the mustiness or whatever, but it has a different smell than most places you go into. And if you were cool with your grandfather and he was a nice grandfather, you could say, hey, Granddad, what is that smell inside your house? It smells weird. And the grandfather would look at you with peculiarity and say, what do you mean, grandson? There's no smell. Now, that is propaganda. And the whole point of propaganda is that you can't see it. Indoctrination and propaganda is invisible because it's all-encompassing. If you were to go up to a fish and say, hey, fish, what is this water you're swimming in? They would say, what water? Here I am, I'm right here. What do you mean, what water? Anything that's all immersive with our five senses, it becomes invisible to us. And so the people who put this crap out know this. So it's repetition and consistency, and it gets drummed into us to such an extent. Now, if you happen to hold your grandfather by the hand and walk your grandfather outside, because they haven't been outside, let's say, in 5 years, and they finally go outside, and they're on the front porch, and they're smelling the fresh air, and they smell some different things. Then he goes back into the house. You say, Granddad, can you notice the smell? He's like, yeah, that really is amazing. I don't know how I couldn't have noticed that before. And that is propaganda. So once you realize what it is and you see it for what it is after you have a chance to get outside of it temporarily, then looking back, you're never the same, because every single thing you see now that is similar to the way that former propagandized life of yours had been lived, you see it through that pair of glasses now that you just didn't even know you had before. Most people don't even know there's a front porch. They don't even know they're in a house. They're just in the water like the fish, and everything that appears normal to them and seems real is as it is, because it is. So when someone like Montana comes up and says to someone like me, you're the one who's been indoctrinated. You're the one who's been, no, unfortunately, Montana, it's not me. Because I don't sound like the typical American.
So real quick, if you want me, first of all, I apologize for retorting the insult that you levied towards me. I shouldn't have done that.
Well, it's not an insult. No, it's not an insult. That's the whole point.
Hold on. So I apologize. So I think what you were saying, or you were alluding to, and I just want to jump back on to apologize.
Don't apologize.
I shouldn't say anything like that to you.
Okay.
I got a little irritated with what you're saying about me personally, and alluding to that I'm indoctrinated and ignorant, and said that would wash off my ignorance and my indoctrination. I don't know exact words that you said, pretty close to that. And I'm a free thinker. I've changed my mind many times. There's a lot of things I disagree with about what the U.S. has done. I think policies change in the U.S. over time. I'm not a big fan of what went on in Afghanistan, for instance. I think that we should have tried to do it a different way. But I definitely think Osama bin Laden needed to be.
Montana, I have a deal for you. This will make you some money, okay? I'll take 10 grand and I'll stick it with an attorney. You don't even have to match it. And you and I will spend the next 6 months together once a week for an hour. So that you're going to spend a total of 4 hours a month, 24 hours of time to make 10 grand. I don't know if that's worth it to you or not. That's not a cheap hourly rate. So
what
if you're willing to do that,
rate? I can't do it in my head.
I will. Well, whatever it is, I'll guarantee you this though. I'll turn make it 90 days. I don't care how long it is. Once a week for 90 days. And if after that 90 days you don't agree with my points of view about what I'm talking about regarding propaganda, you can keep the money.
I have an escrow account that you could do that.
Let's do that. Let's set that up. You can DM me. Let's set it up, and I'll bring you back on the live in 90 days, and we'll talk it through. You can keep the money. I don't know if it's 10 grand. Who gives a shit?
I probably wouldn't take it.
Can I ask Montana a question?
Actually, I was going to ask, since I only got to get a sentence out earlier, since Montana is back, can he actually answer my question?
Possibly.
And then can I come after you, Lau?
I
That's
asked,
okay.
what makes you think that Israel will survive after all of this?
What makes me think that? I think there's I think there's a distinction that should certainly be made between South Africa and Israel and Gaza and West Bank. And the distinction is right now, today, they're separate countries or separate entities, where it wasn't that way in South Africa. But what makes me think that is I think that whether it's as a pragmatist, I think whether it's lobbyists in the U.S., and it could be AIPAC, and they control the United States Senate, whatever you want to say, but I think that the U.S. will continue to financially and militarily support Israel indefinitely for my lifetime. I'll be dead and gone.
I don't believe that.
That's correct. No, that's correct. I think as long as the U.S. is in its current form, under its current, occupation of the American mind, as they call it, yeah, I agree. We have the system of money and power and corrupted influence that it's going to perpetuate the status quo as long as it can. I totally agree with him.
And
I think
if it's okay to ask him a question.
I think it's going to end up becoming, especially within the Democratic Party, I think by 2028, if not the election after 2028, I think it's going to be political self-unaliving to be a Democrat and be a Zio.
What?
I think it's going to be political, not this election, but then either the next election or the election after that, right? It's going to be political self-unaliving to be a Democrat, a political Democrat, right, running for office and be a Zio at the same time. It's going to be untenable. So once one political party,
I disagree, but we'll probably end up with
once one political party has permanently changed their relationship with Israel, their position on Israel, right? I think that would finally open the gates to unwinding the Zionist regime once again.
Well, I would tell, I'm a Democrat, by the way, and I think that I think you're wrong, and I that could very well happen sometime, but it's certainly not going to happen in the next 8 years.
It's happening right now. Are you kidding me?
To a fringe faction of the party.
Not fringe. 60% of Democrats believe there's a genocide happening in Gaza. That's not fringe.
Well,
hey, Montana, can I ask you a question?
50%. It's more like 86%, but yeah.
Even higher.
Montana, I'm part of the 17, and so I politically will unalive myself.
We didn't give Mike Abu any chance. I'm watching this man just sitting there not talking at all.
I'll be quiet. If you guys don't have any more questions, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
No, I do have
Montana, don't go because Shakir. Montana, don't go. I have some questions for you in a bit.
Montana, this is a panel that wherever you go on TikTok, you will never find, like everything you heard right now with the 9 people that were here, we all disagree on a lot of stuff, but we don't shut each other up. We listen, we ask, why do you think that way? How is it that you think that way? What makes you think that way? You see, it's more information, knowledge. We learn from each other. We all know something. You may know a lot of stuff that I don't know, or neither of these panelists know. And when you come up on panels like this, defensive, you should always ask, why. And over here with Chip. Chip is the fairest guy ever. You go look at Zionist. Yeah, I'm not criticizing you. No, I'm not criticizing you. Actually, this is a welcoming you to this panel.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So and I apologized. I took offense to the characterizations made by Chip about me, and I retorted with the exact same ones.
I should have. What I was trying to get across is that it wasn't that you're quote unquote a lemming. It's that most Americans, including myself, by the way, from a good bit of my adult life, we're conditioned to think a certain set of things about our country, how we fit into the world. what we should agree with, what we should not agree with, what we should support, what we shouldn't support. And I'm saying it takes a lot of undoing. It's not that it wasn't my fault. But I got
just so you know, and I typically wouldn't say this, but just so you know, I've traveled the world extensively. The children in my family travel the world. We make sure they do it as part of their education. We are very diverse. We've been all over the world. I did mention to you I lived in Vietnam for 2 years. I've been all over the world, and I've taken in I've lived in all kinds of different countries with different religions, different people, different places. I'm well read, and my mind is pliable, and my mind can be changed. I just live in reality. That's the way.
Just one question, Montana, if I may, please. When you said you went to Israel, did you happen to go to the Palestinian side?
No.
Oh my gosh, Kitty, you are amazing, because that is the question I was going to ask him.
Yeah, because he said.
No, I wasn't there very long.
So, and I'd like to focus on your initial comment regarding America and Israel being aligned in their values.
Yes.
I know Federico and Chip went into detail, kind of talking to you about the military perspective. However, regarding the civilian aspect, I'd just like to note the illegal settlements, checkpoints, and destruction of homes outlined in the Fourth Geneva Conventions, Article 49 and 53 in the Fifth Geneva Conventions in Israel, and the IDF's policies and practices in illegally occupied territories that's discriminated against Palestinians under militant law and illegal settlers under civilian law that is under international covenant of civil and political rights. In addition to that, Protocol Section 51, Part B prohibits IDF's indiscriminate attacks through military operations and disproportionate use of force. So all of this has been recognized and prohibited
by who?
On Israel.
By who?
The United Nations, the Geneva Conventions, everything that I listened
Enough
to.
said.
And the injustices on Palestinians since 1948 is just, you can see that with your own eyes.
What is your question to me?
So my question to you is, how does America and Israel's values align? Because based off of our Constitution, we should not be enabling them and should have Israel held accountable and sanction them for once.
I didn't take perfect notes on what you just said, but I don't necessarily, I would argue against much of what was said, and I would argue against the UN as well.
It wasn't just the UN; it's the Geneva Convention and everything.
I think there's plenty. I don't have precise notes on exactly what you said, but I would argue. I'd probably argue with you about a lot of it, and I'd say, "Whataboutism." I'm not going to do that.
I mean, our 186 countries. Whataboutism?
Our ideals are aligned, and this is, might not be my ideals, but I think as a country, the U.S. our ideals on how people should be treated, certain, specifically in our country, are aligned with Israel.
Are you familiar that Palestinians are treated as second or third class citizens? Do we do that to anybody in America?
I would have loved for you to have
Palestinians in Israel are?
Palestinians in Israel are as well. There's actually 65 laws against Arabs in Israel.
Yeah, it's not Palestine and Israel. It's Palestinians in Palestine. I wish you would have. I don't think they will allow you to go to where the Palestinians they have them, because if you go there, if you go there, it is their business because they.
No, I was there on my personal business in Tel Aviv.
On your personal business, okay. But if you would have to have met any of the Palestinians and gone there and seen for your own eyes what is going on and how is the treatment to them, and how they will not allow you to even interact with them. And I'm very curious if you ever choose, well, right now, I don't know who would go there, but if you choose to, I wonder if you would be allowed to go to the Palestinian side and see for your own eyes and get to talk to some of the people. How would you feel or react or even change your mind? Because I tell you...
I have empathy for Palestinian people, and I think it sucks.
It's not about empathy.
But I think that you're misplaced. I think that oftentimes we should look at Hamas an Islamic Republic
I'm
of Iran.
sorry, I
What you
can
don't
accept that,
understand, hold
Montana,
on.
because okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. But what you don't understand, you keep talking about Hamas, you keep talking about them. They are the resistance. They are calling for freedom, ending the occupation. They're Palestinians. This is their land. They know no other land. That's what they are. Okay.
So kind of what I go back to saying is I have to deal in reality. And I think the reality is that Israel's going to maintain its borders. And
these are illegal borders.
Well,
and they're going to be sanctioned.
You can argue that, and I think that's going to happen. And so I think to get to a solution,
let's keep it learning from each other. Let's keep it learning from each other.
Yeah.
But Montana, I as an American citizen, I strongly disagree with you. I don't think my what do you call it? My point of view or my the words out of my mouth. I'll get back to it. And I think Israel is a big reliability on me, on the country that I live in, and on the country that I am establishing something for my kids and grandkids.
I hear you.
My moral standards do not stand with the Israeli moral standards. And if you ask me why, I can tell you why. If we want to talk about business, I believe the interest of the United States is to be in good relation with the people of the Middle East, the people that hold the wealth of the Middle East, the people that are sitting on the wealth of the Middle East, not with a country that was imposed on the region, that is trying to control all the resources on the region. You see, it's kind of, the United States don't need a middleman in the Middle East. You can just come directly to me and I sell you the oil. I don't need the Israeli to break my arm so you can count them, so they can count the money for me. You know what I'm saying? This is what I don't see. I see Israel as more harmful to the United States than ever beneficial, because they have not done anything so far since the establishment of the State of Israel. They have done nothing to improve the relation of the United States with the Middle Eastern world. What they did, yes, they encouraged the invasion of Iraq, they encouraged the war with Iran, they are encouraging us to go to war with Syria, they are encouraging us to go to war with Lebanon. See, these are not allies. Allies tells you, hey, you know, there's a shit horse in front of you, do not step in it. They don't take you and make you step in a shit horse because they're your allies. If you make me step in a horseshoe and you're my friend and you see it and you guide me to step in it, then you're not my friend. See, that's how I look at it. I don't have a problem with the Israelis or the Jews or anything. I have a problem of you manipulating my way in or out of places and drag me into wars left and right when I don't need these wars. I can make the same money that I'm making now, or maybe much more if I have less enemy in the world.
Hey,
see, that is how I look at it. But you look at it in a different point of view.
Can I jump in here? Can I jump in here, guys? I just want to address, because people in the comments are saying that the earlier issues that were raised with Montana weren't addressed. So I just want to go back onto those because they were skipped. By the way, Montana, I think we've spoken before.
Yeah.
You come across as we have, yeah. You come across as an educated, intelligent, articulate gentleman, but I'm puzzled why you take the position that you do. It is very, very puzzling for many of us. So I just went, going back to the issues that were raised earlier. You believe that Israel is a natural ally to the USA.
Yes.
Nothing can be further from the truth. First of all, there was no enemy in the Middle East until Israel was invented out of thin air in 1948. The USA had no enemies. The West had no enemies in the Middle East. They had trading partners. Okay. Now, USS Liberty, 1967. You need to. I'm a bit puzzled why are you ex-military?
No.
You're not. Okay. If you're ex-military, you definitely know. But saying that, most Americans are aware of this. USS Liberty, 1967, was a state-of-the-art listening spy ship. intelligence gathering ship. It wasn't a battle cruiser or a corvette or a frigate. So it was very lightly armed with just a couple of 50 caliber machine guns. Okay, nothing that, it wasn't really in any capacity to defend itself if under attack. It was off the coast of occupied Palestine during the 6-Day War. Okay, listening in and monitoring events. The Israelis attacked it. They flew over multiple times, waved to the sailors on board, and it was a clear sunny day. It had an oversized flag on display, the USS Stars and Stripes, and it's clearly marked on its insignia. Its insignia on the side of the ship reads GTR5 in huge letters on the side of the ship. So there's no dispute as to who owns this ship and who's on board. The Israelis overflew it multiple times, then came back, strafed it, including with napalm. When the life rafts were descended, they strafed the life rafts too. Dean Rusk, who was the US Secretary of State at the time, he openly admitted the Israelis did this on purpose. Now it's all concluded. You've got the Association of the Sailors from that time, okay, who want justice. By the way, Israel gave them a little bit of piddly confirmation, money, yeah. Compensation, yeah. That magic number again, $6 million, okay, between hundreds of families. The Israelis slaughtered 34 sailors, and they severely burnt and disabled another, I think it was 145 or 150. In total, almost 197 neutralized, unalived, and severely injured and burnt, to the point where they were picking parts of bodies out. They hit it with torpedoes. They try to send the ship to the bottom. The LBJ at the time, the president, his order was send that ship to the bottom. They were using it as an excuse to attack Egypt. The US was preparing a nuclear attack on Egypt as a result of this. But the Russians were listening in. The Russians had a ship nearby. And the USS Liberty crew, they managed to fix, whilst they're under fire, under heavy fire, losing a lot of men, unable to fight back against aircrafts and torpedoes and gunboats. Okay, this attack went on for, I think it was like a 2-hour-long attack by your best ally, by the way, who initially claimed it was a mistake, but then all the audio was leaked from the pilots, and you can clearly hear the pilot saying, "Sir, this is an American ship." He goes, "Go back, finish your job." Basically, he's ordered to do it. That Israeli pilot, I think, he was then court-martialed for not following orders initially. Okay, now these people are your best allies. Let's look at another incident. The USS Colvin.
While you were reading, while you were telling me that, I read as well, and I think there's some dispute about the facts that you presented to me.
No. There's no dispute. If you look up the documentaries by the sailors themselves, their own words, there's zero dispute. Rick Wiles of True News has done a 6-part series. He spent 5 years researching this, interviewing people.
Well, let's do this. It's fair for him to present what his take on it is. That's what if he found a different set of.
I just said I wasn't aware, and he made me aware, and then I'm reading right now.
Okay,
so I was listening.
Yeah.
What source are you reading from? Just so we can have an idea what you're talking about.
It's like, I don't know. I think it's like Wikipedia or something like that.
Yeah, forget Wikipedia is editable by anybody. Yeah. And the Zionists have training courses on how to edit Wikipedia and how to block others from re-editing.
Try something a little different. Try to find something a little more
document. Probably did.
Wikipedia is not a source, my friend. Now,
what about a CIA document that's redacted from 19?
You can see what it says.
2006.
You can see what it says, but I tell you what, why don't you just listen to the words of the sailors themselves, the survivors of the USS Liberty?
Well, I'll listen
Listen
to
to
it.
them.
It actually sounds interesting.
Yeah, listen to them. Then the next incident was, I
If I
can't
can
remember,
say
was it
one thing,
1982?
Like one
Nin-
thing, they were asked never to speak about it and
That's
never
it.
to talk about it, and they
They were
did, and now
signed.
they don't care.
Yeah, now they don't care. They were actually sworn to secrecy, never to talk about it. They were awarded their medals, not at the White House, like most medals of honor are given. They were awarded in the shipyard. And they were there. That's where they were told, you never discuss this ever again. For many years, they didn't speak. And it's only in the last 15 or 20 years, they've spoken up. And there are documentaries on this now. Now, the USS Cole, another an American ship, again attacked by the Israelis. The barracks in Lebanon blamed on the Lebanese resistance, done by the Israelis. The five dancing Mossad agents admitted on a TV interview after the New York incident and after the incident at the Pentagon. We all know what I don't want to say it because it gets the live hammered by the algorithm. They said on an Israeli TV interview, we were there to document the event. So which ally turns up to document the event but doesn't warn you that, and they're there with cameras, they're there with cigarette lighters in their hands, they're flicking the cigarette lighters on and off, they're
Hold on,
dancing.
Shaq. Why do you think they didn't quote warn us publicly? Because people who inside our country knew it was happening, just not the official public.
Yeah, well, the government and the establishment were clearly in on it, okay, and there was a message.
That's why there was no warning.
There's an Israeli messaging system called Odigo, which Lucky Larry actually talks about. He says, this is what he called it. He says, I got the Jew call. These are his words. Yeah, they got a text message saying, do not go to work today. Odigo, look it up, Odigo. It's an Israeli, it's like a WhatsApp for Israelis. Yeah. And their people. Okay. Urban Moving Systems was the front company that those dancing Israelis were using. Yeah, the whole business, all the staff on that same day, they all upped and left. Okay. Your allies, your favorite allies, by the way, it wasn't just those five. The US arrested 80 plus people held for 6 months. Then you had the, what was his name? The head of your Homeland Defense or whatever you call it, Homeland Security. He's a rabbi, by the way. Okay. I can't remember his name. The rabbi who was the head of your Homeland Security.
Mayorkas?
No. There's somebody else. He arranged their release from the FBI. All of them. I think all 60 or all 80 Israelis. Israel is officially the number one nation on
you're
on
talking
the
about
planet.
Michael Chertoff.
Chertoff. Yeah. That's it, Michael Chertoff. He's a rabbi. He's an Israeli dual national.
Oh.
These dual nationals have no loyalty to the USA. Their loyalty lies with the occupation. Okay. He arranged and sorted out the release of all of these Israelis. The FBI, when they caught them, by the way, those five in particular, they had thousands of pounds stuffed dollars down their socks. Each one of them had tickets to leave the USA to all different locations, which is that's a classic Mossad arrangement, that they have lots of cash on them and then they leave for South America and Brazil and places like this, and then
Chuck,
they
let's not forget the book that Benjamin Netanyahu wrote before 9/11.
Oh, decades before.
In 1986. I have a great video on TikTok on my profile.
He described the whole event up to the passport they found in the rubble.
Fact, he made an announcement on a news interview decades earlier, saying, you know what, they're going to come for your towers. he says this.
Never mind. I don't.
So
Biggie Smalls. And Netanyahu was pointed.
He knew that they were attacked. It had already happened once before.
No, he wrote the book prior to that.
Prior to the first attack.
So what are you telling? Yeah, I don't.
Netanyahu was the one who
Montana,
pointed us to Iraq and
we're
Afghanistan.
not telling you anything. Everything you hear over here,
Well,
your
I'm
duty.
reading. See, I'm listen, and I hate to cut it off.
No, we can listen to you.
But I have to fact check everything that you're saying, and then I'm reading extensively.
That's the right way. It's the right way,
as quickly as I
Montana.
can, and so you can sit on here and tell me a bunch of stuff. Quite frankly, I take it with I mean, I'm listening. I can't write it all down, but I have to go look at each
That's
thing
what
that
matters.
you're saying.
The matter that you listen.
It's clear that you have a particular point of view.
What
And I'm going to
matter-
try
what
and
matter-
Montana, let me ask you.
What matters is
Montana, let me ask you. If you can satisfy yourself on everything I've just told you and double check it, and confirm what I'm telling you is factual,
Yes.
would you still be supporting this entity that has taken so many lives of your fellow US people, your Americans?
Well, so I'd have to fact check that statement as well.
No. Assume it. Well, look.
If I assume that
did
Israel
3,000 people
murdering
3,000
people in the
3,000
United
people
States,
were
yes, I would
roughly
take a different path.
theories, bro.
Yeah, would you
What'd you
take?
say?
Let me just say,
They're all conspiracy
about 3,000 were unalived in that incident. Yeah,
You know how many?
around about 3,000, wasn't it?
Around?
That's
Okay.
give or take. We're told by
Yeah.
the people who count that the figure was almost 3,000. Yeah, it was like 2,900 people or something. Okay, that's what we know about. There may be more. I don't know. There could be less, but it's an estimate of several thousand. Okay,
I know what the number is.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the nation that does that to your people, who repeatedly attacks your ships and your troops overseas, okay, to create.
So you just and I have to rebut. I mean, I won't rebut. I'll listen, but
Well, I'm giving you stuff not necessarily to rebut now. Maybe
Okay.
stuff. I'm
You're
struck.
making
By the way,
statements. Fair
you're an
enough.
intelligent man, educated. I am struggling to find it. I'm struggling to comprehend that you are not aware of these things, or you're hearing this for the first time.
Chuck, I honestly, I'll be honest with you. We're given too much information. Maybe it's too much, but Montana, do not trust anybody on here. Take notes, or whatever you take notes, do go double check and read multiple resources. Don't stick to one source. And if you have other questions, honestly, once you start doing your double check and all of that, a lot of questions are gonna come up to your mind.
And
So
let me give you a couple of names to look up and check on. And these are all U.S. military men. Okay, you have Colonel Douglas McGregor. Yeah, you've got Colonel Larry Wilkerson. You've got Major Scott Ritter, and you've got Colonel Richard Clark with an E. Seriously, look up these names: Colonel Larry Wilkerson, Colonel Douglas McGregor, Colonel Richard Clark, and Major Scott Ritson. Yeah, okay, Scott Ritter. Sorry. Okay, look up these names. See what they say. I'm going to give you another one as well. His name was Major. He was head of the U.S. Army War College, Dr. Alan Sabrowski. He was I think he was either a major or a lieutenant colonel. Yeah. He was Jewish, by the way. At the time of the event, yeah, he was head of the U.S. Army War College. Okay, so this is a man who's, he was a former Marine as well. He's a Marine officer. Now he's heading up the education establishment of the U.S. military. Okay, his words are, they did it, meaning the nation that I'm talking about. Yeah, he said if Americans knew what they've done, they would be finished. These are the words of Dr. Alan Sabrowski. Look him up too as well. Add these people on your list. These are all military men. These are experienced. Between them, they've probably got over 100 years of military service. Okay.
If I could just add one thing, post 9/11,
I think days after Netanyahu appeared in front of the government on C-SPAN, and there's a whole thing on it where he's talking about taking out Saddam Hussein and going into Iraq, and then also going into Afghanistan. So he was the main person to tell us who attacked us, and he was the one who kind of dictated that narrative. I just wanted to put that out there as well.
He came to your Congress and he said, if you take Saddam out, the benefits will reverberate around the world. The only benefits for him. What the US has been doing is Americans have been unalived. See, Israel will fight to the last drop of American blood. This is what's going to happen. By the way, there will be a major conflict. Yeah, there will be, and it's coming. This,
I agree.
Zionist,
All right.
this will happen.
I think we are going a lot on Jonathan. Enough for Jonathan. Now, if you have a question, you can ask anyone over here a question. Shaq, what's up? What's new?
Can we also jump in, sir, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I have a question. We don't live in the space, right? And this gentleman, Montana, is trying to learn, which is good. You can't be just right in the center, in between, you know. He's an educated person. He's here to learn, but he already knows more than us, but he's just not ready to accept the realistic approach.
Quartz, don't make assumptions of anybody over here, what they think or what they don't think. So if you have a statement, you have something to say it. Just don't direct it to anybody. Don't assume anybody anything. No one assumes anybody. Yeah, thank you.
I'm continuing as we were talking about 9/11. So I wanted to know that how many of this Jewish people, not in the parking lot, so how many names came in the building who got unalive in 9/11? That's my first question.
We have spoke about this one earlier. We mentioned that.
That was established.
Let me go to my second question then, sir. My second question is, why in the world that when something happens bad in the entire world, it's called Islamic terrorist? But then what happened just now recently on the former president? So why are people not declaring it that it's a Zionist attack and it's a terrorist attack here in America?
You know, can I just answer that? I put up a post just 2 days ago. It got taken down, and I showed a picture of the so-called shooter, the pew-pewer of Donald Trump, who assassinated his ear. He got his right ear.
Shaq, they've been bringing down panels for this argument, so make it short, quick.
Yeah.
Try to
so I put up a
avoid the
post
names.
of him. I put up a post of that.
Names.
I put up the post of that, a picture of that man, the 20-year-old, in his little hat, okay, in his gathering in his synagogue place, and I just asked a question: why is he not a J-ish terrorist? Because that was an act of T. Yeah.
So I'm looking at. I just started looking at Alan Tabrowski. Yeah. And I don't think that in my initial look, started looking at it real quick. There is some dispute over his intentions and what he's talking about, and there's quite a few questions about him. And that's why I say I got to look at what you say.
Yeah.
And now I'll go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, Montana.
But I think
watch his interviews.
You made a statement.
Montana. Everybody. Nobody is telling you that this is. You have to double check, and like I told you, look at multiple sources, because inevitable when you tell the truth, some people are gonna come out and dispute what you're saying.
Yeah.
So just don't take sides right away just because somebody disputed. Yeah. No, that's why I said go to multiple sources, look at different windows, and you be the judge yourself. I think you're grown up enough to. Yeah.
This is what I say though, and it goes back to this.
Montana, let me ask just before you say that. Can I just ask you? Would you say a military man who served as an officer in the USMC, okay, some of them have got decades, 20, 30 years of service. Okay. Would you say generally they're going to be loyal, patriotic men?
Not always. Generally, sure.
Generally, they're going to be.
Okay, sure.
So we've got some prominent names that I've given you, and these are well known, especially the first four I gave you. Alan Sabrowski is not so well known purely because he's been.
Well, that's the one you told me to look at.
Yeah, no, I definitely look him up, but he's not so
I
well
just
known as
did.
the others.
I'm sitting here reading it, and I'm going, "There's two sides to this coin," and you made it sound like
That's a
that it's
good, very
definitive.
good,
It's a
very good
definitive
step,
statement.
Jonathan. It's a very good step that you looked him up. But like I said, don't.
No, I do.
take
But I go
everything,
back
yeah.
to one second. One second. You gotta go. But I want to just say one thing, and it's I look at things from where they are, and I don't have a vested interest. I think maybe a long time ago, people from the region of the world that my relatives came from, which we're Samis, which is basically reindeer herders up in Finland, Russia, and Sweden. But we don't really have an interest down there. Typically, if you go back 700 years, they're running around pillaging and looting everywhere they could go. But let me go back to this. I got to deal in today's reality, in today's world, and not necessarily because there's been conflict forever. And I think we have to look at what is going on right now. Try not to conspiracy theorize because you're not going to solve any problems with that.
Sir,
And how do we move forward to solve the problem?
Yes,
So Montana, I'm just going to recommend. Just let me finish. Montana, I'm just going to recommend that you actually look up their own words, their interviews that they give themselves. Yeah, watch the interviews in their words.
I know where Montana is coming from.
I got a
Montana.
question for Shock.
Yeah, just 1 second, Montana. The thing is, how you should be thinking, or what is the right way of thinking. Things do not have to go the way you want them to, and if they go, it doesn't mean it's always the right way. But you should be able to distinguish between right and wrong. And you could see wrong and say, no, this is wrong, but that wrong goes. There is nothing in your hand to change it. But you don't have to look at the wrong and say this is right just because you're not able to change anything about it. You know what I'm saying? So if I look at maybe of the state, the way it's going, I see something wrong in Palestine, but I'm unable to help. It doesn't make it right because I'm not able to help.
Agreed.
I have to look at stuff when they're wrong, and I need to point my finger because I don't know if you believe in God or not. Because one day you're gonna stand in front of God, and God is gonna ask you, why did you make that decision that day? And you have to give God a rational answer. So as a human, when you look at stuff, when you look at the circumstances around you, even if you cannot help, you're unable to help, but you should be able to tell right from wrong. This is what, yeah.
Montana, you still did not answer my question. We are talking about today's scenario. My question was very simple. I said, in the world, when there's something bad happening, it's Islamic terrorist. The person is in US doing bad. So the guy got unalive. So why are you not...
They call him a domestic... I think they do. And I do. I call him a moron and a domestic terrorist.
No, sir. Let me ask you. Forget domestic terrorist. I'm asking you, the person is a Jew, is a Zio. So are you going to declare this a Zionist terrorist?
Please don't yell. Please don't yell. Don't yell. Not you, courtside. You don't need to yell at him. He's going to answer your question, okay?
Yeah, I'm not yelling. They're not answering my question. I asked a simple question. Can you tell me, is this... No.
It's okay, listen. Take a second to cool down. Okay, you're kind of badgering. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I don't want people to be badgering. Yeah. Take a second, take a breath. If there's a question you think he's not answering, say, please answer the question, not raise your voice because he's not doing it the way you want him to, okay? Did you want to try to answer the question? Who was it even directed to? Was it to Montana?
I think it was directed at me.
What was the question?
I think it was that I can't remember the name of the guy's name.
It was the
assassination attempt. I think that he was saying that the guy is I don't know if he's a Zionist, Israeli, or was in the IDF. I don't think he was. I don't know if he was. If it turns out that he was, of course.
Well, no, the reason why you asked was, it turns out, listen, the kid could have been anybody. He could have been a college football player. He could have been a geek on the chess club. He could have. It turns out there's a picture of him in a classroom with a yarmulke on,
Okay.
which is why people are wondering if there's any connection.
Yeah, and I think it's worth asking the question.
Yeah, one more.
But I don't
thing.
think.
John, just before you answer, I give you more information about the site. Today, I was reading an article in Haaretz. It's an Israeli newspaper, and the article was telling about the kid that he's got an Israeli software on his phone. That's why the FBI are having a hard time to crack his phone. And if you want, I can put it up. You can see it.
Yeah,
It's called Pegasus. Yeah.
So why an 19 years old guy hold a program, a software that is worth millions of dollars on his phone? So, but that information is by the newspaper, Israeli newspaper, Haaretz, and it was put up, and I read it today.
So in general, it's a long laundry list of things that have occurred that tie back to Israel. Again, have not been sanctioned for anything. So it's not that it's a conspiracy theory or this and that, but some reason it's always tying back to Israel. And it's just sometimes as an American you have to take a step back, even with JFK and things of that nature. That's the person who attempted it or who did that still hasn't been resolved.
But you guys don't know if Pegasus was on his phone, which now I'm looking at this. Let's say he had Pegasus software on his phone. Pegasus software, by the way, is deployed all over the world.
I get it if it's just one instant.
Fortunately, not in the United States. I don't think.
If it was just one concealed instant, I could say it's fine. Yeah, it's
but I don't know if it's true or not. And I would. I'm sorry for overspeaking, but I'd recommend that we wait and figure out what's going on. If it's an IDF plot or an Israeli or Zionist air quote plot to kill Donald Trump, and they had assassin to do it, I think you can connect the dots a long way down. I could say, hey, they want to eliminate Trump, create more conflict, start a war. You can go down that rabbit hole. I'm not good.
Montana, I want to just say you're a good soul. Honestly, you are a good soul, and I can understand the confusion. Believe me, I do. But I want you to do me a favor, please. A favor. Go to YouTube.
On a big screen,
go to YouTube and search the USS Liberty survivors and listen to them. If you are not gonna believe anything or don't look up anything. Just go to YouTube.
I just read the CIA document.
Forget about the CIA. They were sworn to secrecy.
This is the Haaretz article.
Hold on a second. Yeah, forget about it. They were sworn to secrecy. They were never to speak about it as if it did not happen because of election year. They promised the president back then they would help him be reelected, and he just gave in. Just go up on YouTube.
The CIA document just got declassified, and I can't remember see where, but they don't declassify for like.
I think you would look at the people, those soldiers that were on that ship.
Okay, I will look.
And hear them and hear their stories, how they gathered parts of their mates on the ship and the blood. They had to clean the ship, make it look presentable as if nothing happened. If anyone who looks at that YouTube and those men in their ages right now telling their stories and not know what was going on and what happened and the truth of it, then I do not know what else to tell you, my friend.
Okay, thank you. I will look at that.
I urge you. I'd appreciate it if you do, honestly.
Sure.
The other resource I was going to ask if you'd seen, have you ever heard of The Empire Files by Abby Martin on YouTube?
Me?
Yeah, Montana. Have you heard of Abby Martin?
I don't know what they are. What is that? What do the Empire Files claim?
She's an independent journalist, and she knows a lot about these issues. And so she's done interviews off the street of people in Jerusalem just talking to normal Israelis. You'd be pretty shocked to hear what people have to say. It's pretty crazy. But she has a Palestine 101. She lived in Gaza for 6 months. She's a very, very interesting journalist who's covered this for decades.
I've watched the events pretty closely.
Well, I think you'd be
for a
pretty
long time.
surprised to see somebody's different perspective who's lived there.
Yeah,
As an American, yeah, it's pretty
I'm
interesting.
sure I would be.
So, these are some of the things that I've learned. Again, my opinion is only shaped by what I've learned. I wouldn't make this stuff up if it wasn't, so difficult to take it all in sometimes.
I think that oftentimes, and not to say that this is you, but we take in information, and we're very biased in how we take information in, and that goes for everybody, including myself.
Montana.
And I think
I'm
that
sorry
we
to
should
interrupt you.
to solve that problem. We really got to recognize it.
Montana.
Hence why I'm on here.
We have children and we have grandchildren that we're gonna live. They're gonna live in this land. We're gonna leave them behind. And if we don't check and double check and triple check on the future that is going to expect our kids and the grandkids, what are we here for? I assume you want the same thing. You want your kids to be raised in a safe environment. You wanna know your kids are not going to be slaves to somebody, right?
They won't be.
That is what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. Believe me,
Oh, I hear
everything
you.
we're doing is not for personal, because I don't know. I'm 50 years old. I don't know how long I'm gonna live, but I know I'm leaving my kids and my grandkids in here.
Yeah.
So if I don't do it for them, then who would I do it for? Why would I go crazy on a conspiracy theory if I have no beef in it? I know I'm leaving kids and grandkids in this country.
The reason I bring up conspiracy is, and I think it's interesting. I live in the mountains. I look for Bigfoot a lot. But here's the problem. If we got to be really careful, because we can't. It's kind of, if everything's a conspiracy theory, and I'm not saying everything that you're not going to hit gold one time, you're not going to find something true. But if everything's that way, we're never going to solve this problem. It's just going to continue and continue. And that's why I say you got to start from a place and move forward and try to find a solution.
You got to look up, since you live in the mountain and you look for Bigfoot.
I think he's interdimensional. I can't find him. Every time I think I find him, he's gone.
Yeah, there is a man on TikTok called Man Brain Chip. What was his name? Brain Man or...
Most of those guys are nuts. They're just, I think they ate too many mushrooms up here.
Brain Man World. Yes, you gotta look up this guy and listen to his stories. No, he's just listen.
Hey guys, I believed in Bigfoot at a time. Leave me alone.
Just it's all information. It's all stuff that it's informative. Even sometimes you're gonna hear some stuff and you say, "What the heck is that?" I won't believe it in a million years. And you would be rightful to say that, because it is unbelievable in a million years. But what I'm trying to say, like you said, you live in the mountains. That's why I thought of that Brain Man World, because he lives in the mountain. He lives in an isolated area. He's on the hunt for Bigfoot too, I believe.
I'm not. I was kind of joking. I actually hunt for something else, but up here. But no, I was joking. I mean, I think the point is
Scandinavian. You go hunting for deers,
elk,
yeah,
Rocky Mountain elk. But hey, the point is this: is I really think, and this is in all sincerity, because I do care. I don't want people to have problems throughout the world. But if we have to look at what's going on right today, what's going to happen in the near future, and try to make a plan to solve this problem moving forward.
It's got to stop with
I
Israel,
agree.
Montana. It's got to stop.
But I think there's a case, and I think this is what I would tell you.
Montana, we can't change, but we can expose.
But I say
what I'm
this.
saying?
Well,
if you don't expose the people that are doing evil, you're not gonna change evil, long term or short term or whatever term. You, as person, me and you, we gotta wake up and we gotta go feed our family. You know what I'm saying? So if we don't put the effort in exposing these people, no matter who, do you believe with them or you don't believe with them? I believe even if you believe in the devil, if you really believe in the devil, you should advocate for the devil because you believe in it. So what I'm trying to do, the only thing we can do is sit over here, 9 people like us, exchange opinion, talk, learn from each other, and make sure that the future that is coming to us or coming to our kids is not the future they're planning for.
Yeah,
Well,
and sometimes
I
with
just
our
think it's often futile, and specifically to this region, because I think there's been wars going on historically for probably since the beginning of mankind. Honestly, been fighting there, and so I just go to move forward,
You know
and I
what's
don't
the
think it's going to
difference,
stop
Montana,
because we
you
go
know,
down conspiracy rabbit holes.
you know why? What's the difference between these 14, 15, 3,000 years ago and now?
5,000 years ago.
Today, 5,000 years today, me and you, we're sitting in 2 different parts of the world. And
Yes.
we are talking to each other. We are exposing this evil so we can stop that evil. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Before 5,000 years ago, what happened in here, they didn't know across the world what's happening. Right now, what happens across the world, we know it instantly. So we have duties, and we have the right to look at stuff, explore stuff, communicate, and talk to each other for the better of our children's.
Yeah, I mean, some places I look at and here's another and I think I want there to be a solution for everybody involved.
Yes.
But I would say we know what's going on around the world, except for the Uyghurs. We don't know about that, but I've heard, oh yeah, China's this, China's that. There's millions and millions of people being eliminated there.
I was just going to say, take a look at our most recent war that we were involved in and look at the outcome and
Which one?
see the Iraq-Afghanistan war. Look at the
They're
outcome
different, but yeah.
and who it benefited and understand who dragged us in it. And I just strongly hope that you believe to not be
Oh, the
dragged
war
into
machine? The industrial war machine?
I just strongly believe they don't drag us into another one. And I don't
No,
want
no.
America to be dragged into something like that because they're
Mon-
going
Mon-
to destroy this
Montana,
country.
what he's referring to is who lobbied the US government publicly. It was Netanyahu sitting there in your Congress saying, if you take out Saddam Hussein, the benefits will be amazing. He wasn't, Iraq had nothing to do with the USA, was not an enemy of the USA, was in fact a customer of the USA. Okay,
Correct.
was a trade partner of the USA.
I know
Okay.
quite a bit about the Iraq War, and I don't think we should have gone there. So you don't
Yeah, we-
need to.
No,
Yeah.
I understand.
And
But
the
that-
same with
now recent events.
Afghanistan.
Yeah,
and
now
the
with
same
recent
with
events. Right.
Same
And
with
I think
Afghanistan.
I think in Afghanistan we should have went in and taken care of certain situations there.
But there was no situation to take care of the Taliban
You see,
government.
that's where you lose me, and I can't unless I fact check everything you say. I
Oh, you
can't. I don't
can,
want to go down
you
that.
can. I mean, everything I say is fact checkable.
And so I go down that, and I'm not gonna, but I know what I don't want to argue about that. I don't think we should have gone in there fully.
No, you shouldn't have
think
got.
we should have
It
solved
had
the
nothing to
problem
do with it.
another
There were
way.
no Afghans involved, so Afghanistan had nothing to do with it. Okay.
Well, there was somebody involved that was being harbored there.
So with our
No,
involvement,
no,
with our
no.
involvement,
Let me explain
10-7
something.
and our involvement with Israel right now, with the military aid and things of that nature, we need to cut it off completely, based off of our past events with this country. And we need to cut ties.
Montana, you've got in the USA, you've got 50 to 60 million American citizens who survive solely off your food aid stamps. You have this thing called food stamps, don't you, in the USA?
Yeah, that's
their only source of sustenance.
Hey, Shaq, you have 153 people in here, and nobody's tapping. Like, come on, where is the support? I got thirsty talking on here, and no tapping, no sharing. Come on, people, please.
Guys, yeah, do tap away, guys. So I just want to say something. You got 50 to 60 million hungry Americans living in dire poverty. Okay, you've got the infrastructure of the USA collapsing. You've got no major roadworks repair program.
Where do you live?
I'm in the UK, but I know about the USA very well.
Scotland?
Okay. No,
I
no,
travel
UK.
the USA extensively, by the
England.
way. And oh, okay, yeah, you don't need to tell me. You don't tell me how bad it is here.
Yeah, it's very bad. And the thing is,
Well,
you
you
need
don't.
money.
You're ill informed. I mean, there's not 60 million people starving in the United States.
They rely on food aid stamps.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. We should try to eliminate the welfare state. In my opinion.
But what they should do is lift the condition of those people and provide industry and manufacturing and housing.
Yeah, we're trying.
Okay, no, nobody's trying because it's all being shipped out to other countries. And the thing is, whilst all this is happening, billions of your dollars are going to support this foreign entity that is a thorn in the side of everybody in the Middle East. That because there was no problem before that was invented. You've got tens of billions of dollars.
Yes, there were problems.
No, honestly, there wasn't.
Yes, there
Look
were.
into it.
Not private.
They had their own problems between themselves. It was never a problem for the West. The West had no enemies.
Oh.
Okay, the West didn't have any enemies in the Middle East. That was a famous saying from an American, I can't remember, a military officer. I can't remember who now, but a famous American military officer made that statement. We had no enemies in the Middle East until Israel was invented. Now, you've also now got Ukraine absorbing hundreds of millions of dollars.
We barely had enemies anywhere by then until we decided to join World War II.
Yeah, there was no need to be in World War. Who pushed you into World War II? You know who did that, don't you? Who lobbied the USA to get into World War II?
It doesn't. So I'm glad that we went to World War II and we served, and I don't want to get into that piece.
No, but the official position
so
of
the point is this:
bro, this guy's Shaq is a conspiracy theorist, bro. Nothing.
No,
he says
World War.
can be...
Let's be the factual over here. World War II is what made the empire of the United States today.
Yeah.
So
and I'll tell you, what did Eisenhower say when he left?
But,
and that you guys
absolutely,
can quote that.
Montana, I'm 100% with you. But in my point of view, the way I looked at it, the whole thing that we did for the freedom and the liberty and the Constitution of the United States has been hijacked. Has been hijacked and taken to serve other purposes than what the American idea stands for.
What did what did Major General Smedley Butler say? He said he wrote his book 1935. War is a racket, and look at who he points out in his. Read the book. Yeah, look at who he points out for driving the wars and driving the USA into the war. Then you had the Supreme Allied Commander. What was his name? The general who was offed.
So what is your point? That the U.S. because of what happened, the U.S. should not support Israel in the past.
Yeah, because everything that happened in those, everything that happened in those,
in the best interest of the United States is not to support Israel. That's what we're saying.
And I would disagree with that. But
by the way,
what benefits us supporting Israel, Montana?
I believe we need to divide between U.S. as a country and people and the elite who are benefiting from weaponizing certain ideologies and pushing into wars.
Tawfiq, nice to meet you. Nice to see you. Welcome here. But I think Shaq was finishing his point, and then we'll go back at you.
Yeah,
and please, guys, Montana, it's not a stranger. Montana is here like every one of us. Keep your tone down, make actual factual questions, and nothing is personal here. Everyone, nothing is personal between anybody.
Yeah. So let me just finish off my point here.
So much for the conversation, Montana. You have brought us in, all of us, into one amazing conversation. And I appreciate that. Of course, he's a part of us, and I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
At least he has a respectful tone, which is very unusual for people who are sort of inclined towards the Zionist entity. So let me explain something. People often think that Israel is in the benefit. Supporting Israel is the benefit of the USA. Just across the water.
There are a lot of people that haven't spoken yet, and you've got a good amount of time. Finish this in the next 30 seconds, please. Then I want to give some people a good mush and Tufik and a few others a chance. Is that okay? I hope you don't mind. Thank you.
I don't. Thanks for everything, Chip. As always, amazing, amazing. Thank you all for having me part of this. I appreciate it. I have to go. Good night, Montana. If a personal favor, I don't know you, you don't know me, but look up YouTube, please, and come back and tell us of what you thought, and I would appreciate it. Thank you, Chip. Thank you.
Kitty.
Thank you, Kitty. Take care. So I'll just finish off. Iran is a powerful, wealthy country. If the USA actually did business with Iran instead of threatening to declare war on it, okay, the trade would be the biggest. It would become the biggest trading partner because you've got a highly educated society, highly industrialized. They've got a very high level of scientific output. Okay, they produce amongst the highest levels of medical scientists and engineers in the world. They've got amongst the highest number of female university graduates. Okay, you've got a very highly civilized and highly educated society with massive industry. One of the biggest oil and gas producers in the world. They're the biggest car manufacturer in the Middle East. They produce ships. They produce super tankers. They produce aircraft. There isn't a thing that they don't produce. That would be a phenomenal trading partner for the USA. The USA is losing out on hundreds of billions of dollars worth. And this is why the Europeans were not happy, because the Europeans were trading partners. When the sanctions were brought in, the Europeans resisted as much as possible. But the USA bullies other countries into the sanctions, into conforming to their sanctions, which are, and the sanctions are enforced by the masters of the US society, which is the Zionist lobby. You know,
I disagree with. See, you're going down stuff that I completely disagree with.
Well, AIPAC just confirmed that 100% of the candidates.
Told you why. I already told you like Chip calls them the international capitalism. What do you call them, Chip?
I call them the sociopathic serial accumulator class.
So
accumulator class.
Yeah,
Chip,
Montana.
Hey, by the way, I got to jump, but hey, Chip, you offered
Montana,
to pay me $200 an hour to listen to you for 4 hours a week.
No, it's more than that. It's like $400 an hour.
It was 198. I did the math. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I wouldn't take the money anyways, but I appreciate it, and I got to go.
Well, let's keep in touch. DM me. We'll talk some.
Yeah, I got to go. I got to go get my.
Let me just before you go, take because you said you disagree with me. AIPAC,
about 5 things. You went on a thing where you said about, I don't even know. It was scripted almost.
Okay, well, let me just tell you, 100%, 100% of the AIPAC candidates backed by AIPAC, by the Israel lobby, all got elected with their 100 million war fund. Yeah, their war chest. That's a demonstration of their power.
And I think there's other reasons why that happened, which are unfortunate. But I already talked extensively about lobbying in the U.S. and businesses and AIPAC and people taking money. Not necessarily a good thing.
RFK wanted JFK wanted them registered as a foreign agent.
I do got to go though. I apologize.
Okay, can I talk at some point?
Bye, Montana.
Take care,
Montana. See you soon. See you again.
Good luck.
Go ahead.
Please come back.
Hope you all have a good night.
Chip, I'm going to step down. Thank you very much, brother.
No, Shaq, I got a couple things to say. I got to ask you some questions, Shaq.
Go ahead.
You going to leave?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, carry on.
From Montana.
Right. First of all, I didn't know the regime of the Ayatollah was so amazing. I know that they have a lot of oil. I know that they produce a lot of stuff. But that doesn't mean that the U.S. should partner up with a regime that's totalitarian and oppresses people. And I have a lot of Iranian friends. First of all, I'm Jewish. I'm from Mexico. And I have a lot of Iranian friends. Actually, the Shah of Iran, my uncle helped him find a house in Mexico when he escaped the Ayatollah, okay?
But
he was thrown out by the people. The Shah was thrown out by the people.
Yeah. Do you know that your uncle helped somebody that was oppressing his own people to get a house?
Sure. He was a, what do you call it?
Tyrant.
Political,
was a
Refugee, yeah, you can
dictator.
call it a tyrant. Whatever side you're standing on, everybody's a tyrant. There's no one's innocent in politics. I think.
Hey,
But
Mush, good to see you again.
So why you call the leaders of Iran today ayatollahs and
the
Apartheid
Ayatollah,
against
well,
women.
like didn't the
Ayatollah
Shah do the
oppresses women,
That's
oppresses
not
its own
that is not
people.
true because 96% of the Iranian women are educated. That is contradict what you're saying right now. A country that has been under for 40 years under sanctions has been able to develop major geopolitical status in the world. That
So
is
you,
not
you
a
think it's okay
failing
for
state.
somebody to go on TV every day and say death to America, death to Israel, death to this and that, have proxy, arm up a bunch
This
of
is,
people
a lot of
like the age
people
group?
here. Like you came up here, calling for the state of Iran of a state that is not legit or a state that is. You see, everybody can say whatever they want. If Iranian wants to come up and say hey, death to America, it's
No,
it's
no,
their
he's saying
word.
that we're
But
missing out on an opportunity, on a business opportunity. So
obviously, hold on one second, hold on. Obviously, when you put sanctions on 60 million population, that they cannot have medications, they cannot buy anything from outside, they cannot sell their goods. The minimum they can say is death to America, right?
The
How
biggest
about like
trading partner the U.S. will have in the next 20 years is Mexico.
I agree with
what?
that because Mexico is our neighbor and partner and
Nobody's talking about
like
Mexico here,
yeah.
bro.
But I don't
Okay.
understand you coming up calling a country that just recently had a democratic election and they elected the new president fastest than any other country on the world. Within 50 days they had a new president. People that are under sanctions for 40 years and now they are major player in the region. They satisfy themselves with defensive weapon. Actually, they supply Russia with weapons. And if you look at really at the geopolitical stand of Iran right now, why is it a great ally to the United States? Because
Iran?
it connects China to all that area region, India, and then from Iran you can go to Turkey, you can go to Russia, you can go straight to the Middle East. The geopolitical stand of the country Iran as a land is a great asset. You know what I'm saying? So that is the beneficial part of where the United States should be friend with Iran, not calling for war on Iran. And then when the Iranian people decides who to have in power and who's going to rule them, that's their own choice. None of you, no American, no Mexican, no Italian, no Lebanese, no Palestinian should dictate at the Iranian people who they should elect and who should not elect, or judge who they elect and who they don't elect.
Of course not. But you don't think that this guy Shaq's entire point of view comes from this very brainwashed propaganda of like, oh, who is controlling?
No, I think he's a very smart
he
man
literally
that
just
is
said
highly
that the
educated.
reason
You're the one that hold on.
sure, you
You
can be
came up
highly
here
educated.
making assumptions of somebody and stating that he's
No, because
brainwashed.
he's literally been
Why
spewing
you were
conspiracy
respected
theories.
when you came out. When you came out, you were respected. And nobody insulted you, so please,
I didn't
if you
insult
want to
him
come
either.
up
I
this
just said
panel,
that he's coming from a point
do
of
not
view.
make assumptions. Do not make assumptions on anybody. Do not state any facts about
I'm
anybody.
not
If
making
you
no
have a
assumptions.
question,
Listen.
if you have a question to ask, you have to ask it with respect.
No. I'm
You're
coming
not entitled. You are
from.
not entitled here. Now you
I'm.
have something that will benefits the conversation over here. Go ahead and say it. If you
He
are here to
literally he has
gaslight
been
and make
spewing.
personal attack,
Okay.
then you are gonna be dropped.
I'm not
If you
gonna
have a
personally attack him. I'm not
Okay,
personally
so if you
attacking
have a
nobody. I don't know
question,
this person.
you kindly ask the question you want to
Okay.
ask.
Okay. I'm kindly observing something that
I'm
this
I'm
guy
happy to
Shaq.
I'm happy to answer your question.
Shaq, hold on. I haven't even asked. You've been spewing all these conspiracy theories about the. First of all, everything you've said so far is a double-edged sword. You're also blaming you've been talking about some 5 Israeli Mossad agents. You've been talking about the reason why the U.S. engaged in World War II is basically because of the Zionist agenda or something. You alluded to something like that. You were like, wink, wink. Guess why we engaged in World War II? Yeah, it wasn't our own free will. It was our masters, basically, our puppet masters telling us like all this conspiracy nonsense, bro. You said about the attack on in New York and the towers, that they got a phone call. You think that they would you're painting these pictures of the Zionists being so evil and so addicted to death and all these things, and you think that they would jeopardize this master plan to call
What is it that you don't believe? What is it that you don't believe? What is it that you don't believe that you want? Because all of us, we were talking about the same subject. What is it that you don't believe that we can show you proof? Like, do you want us to show you proof that
there's multiple people
Israeli
that were
dancing?
unalived
Do you
on those attacks that were
hold on one
Jewish?
second. Do you want me to give you proof of the dancing Israelis that they were arrested by the FBI?
No, sure. You can prove to me 5 people that were dancing,
And
all
then
that. But it's like if I tell
Israeli,
you, look,
Israeli
I live
Mossad,
in New York.
they
I
were,
live in New
listen,
York. Hold on.
listen.
Hold on.
I'm not telling you anything out of my behind, okay? What I'm telling you,
I'm
this
sure
is
that
there
those
is
5 people
there
exist.
is
I
an
don't care.
arrest.
I didn't say they don't exist. But it's like
Okay.
if I tell you there's an age group party in New
You're
York, like
dismissing
there
their
have
existence.
been.
You're dismissing
There
it.
have been multiple parades or whatever you want to call them supporting the age group, not pro-Palestinian rallies. No. We're talking about pro-age group rallies in New York, the city where I live in and where the attack in 2001 happened. You have this, and then it's like I tell you, okay, then all the attacks that are happening on the Palestinians or anywhere on earth, they're justified because of these dancing people that are dancing on the streets and lighting, like, you know what I'm saying? Everything you're saying is a double-edged sword. It's coming back to you because you're saying, okay, then this justifies that, and some more conspiracy nonsense about this, and like we've all heard these stories of like, oh my God, so evil puppet masters. You know what I'm saying? It's
So why you call
You were
why you
very
call the age
disrespectful
group?
last night, and you're being very disrespectful
Now,
today.
why is it
How
that
am
you're
I
calling
being
the age
disrespectful,
group,
my friend?
Mike? Like, you calling the age group T group? Why is it that you're calling them T group? Where
Me?
to us they are resistant fighters. They're freedom
No,
fighters.
I don't. I've never
That's how
seen no
we look.
resistance fighter that
How
fights like that.
what do you
I never
mean?
seen no
How do
resistance
who
fighter that
do
fights with a human shield
who
and
that is
goes
not
and
that is not true. The
unalives a bunch of
Israeli
people.
good
I've
good.
never
The
seen it
Israeli
throughout
army,
history.
the Israeli
Not
army,
even
the one that
Genghis
puts
Khan put human shields. You know,
that is not
nobody
true. That is
throughout
not true.
history has ever fought
That
like
is
that.
that is
Nobody.
not true, buddy. That is not true. There is
Name
evidence and
one.
more evidence. Yep, exactly.
Guys, I cannot do the Zionist straight up Hasbara talking point game anymore. That was just one after the other. As soon as I started hearing human shields, no, enough, done, end of story,
I
done with the
feel you.
conversation.
I feel you, Chip. I
Chip,
feel
can
you.
I share
Understand.
something
I'm done.
about the human shields thing? I saw a creator talking about how, I mean, it's just such a silly talking point, right? But like thinking about the damage that is being made on the infrastructure in Israel by all the booms, like H group is not dumb to hide in like quote unquote these buildings and using the civilians as human shields when they have tunnels. Why would they expose themselves to getting boomed? And when they have the tunnels that the Israelis have not been able to get to, like it just doesn't make any sense. This whole human shield thing. And then on the other side of that, like they can choose not to. Like for example, the hostage that was taken at the bank. You know, the kid that was taken as a hostage at the bank by the robbers. The police never shoots the kid to get to the robber, or to unalive the kid. So why do they do this in this situation? So it's like it's a question of if you're going to be a moral army, don't shoot the human shields.
Yeah, not only that, the question is, do they really even do that? Are there times when there are maybe one militant that just happens to be going home for the night with his wife who lives in a refugee camp of 500 people, and they decide it's a high level enough person, they're going to just let the whole thing go and make the calculation like, oh, well, That's one issue. So is that really intentionally embedding yourself? Not exactly. Or what if it's a situation where there's no civilians there? There's no militants near the civilians. There's nobody making them stay there. How can you then say it's an easy, convenient excuse to say that every time civilians unalived, there was a militant there? It must have been. Imagine that's a total bullshit screen they use to try to justify all the unaliving of civilians. I mean, it's beyond obvious.
By the way, Chip, hi Brenda, how you doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, it was very hard. It was hard work listening to that Mexican Zionist with his everything you talked about. It's a double-edged sword, and he's trying to mock the.
Shaq, imagine me. I'm Mexican.
Oh, he spent an hour yesterday talking about how Israel didn't tie Palestinians on the front of the vehicles and denying it. Even
on camera for the world to see.
Even when we were showing him the picture, he was like, "That's AI generated."
And can I just add one more thing? I'm so tired, and I would really appreciate it as the only female on the panel, and I would really appreciate it from all of my ally male friends if we could just please start calling out men with the BS of caring about women's rights in other places besides the US. I'm so tired of that talking point when he was talking about Iran. Like, they don't care. Like, America in Mexico, does he speak up for because Mexico is one of the most machista and misogynist places in the world. Like, that's why I don't live there, because I just can't live there because of the misogyny. It's terrible. It's all rampant in all of Mexico, Central America, and a lot of Latin America. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And I'm not going to go into it. And I think I've talked about it before. But, like, I'm so tired of this being brought up. The grape, the this, the that, the rights for women, you know, the pink washing, because they in the United States and in Mexico, applicable for this last person, they don't speak up for women. Like, why are you speaking up for Iranian women or Palestinian women right now? Like, or for Israeli women, I mean, they're not speaking up for Palestinian women.
Al, you need to jump in. And Al, he wants to talk, and we haven't given a chance. You know, when we're all talking, having conversation, you gotta wait for the right moment and jump in. If not, you will stay muted all the time. So if you want to say something,
I'll jump around too. I'll make sure people get moved around.
No, he was telling me in the comment that he never had a chance to speak.
LL said that, or no?
Yeah, he told me like he didn't have a chance to speak.
Why don't you go ahead, and then we'll bring up the two new guests here. We have Tufik and we have, I can't read the Hebrew.
Hello? I think he stepped away or something. Oh, he's here.
I'm here, but you can let the next person speak, actually. I was wanting to speak to the other person that was on.
Okay.
But,
Has
I wanted
Tufik
to tell Brenda one thing. But in general, like, you know, I mean, this is, you know, up to you guys. This is your live, obviously, but I noticed that a lot of us really haven't gotten a lot of chance to speak yet. So
Yeah, I'm going to move the mic right now. Yeah, thanks for being patient. Tufik, is it? Are you the next person that hasn't spoken? Tufik? I don't care when Tufik Saleh.
My name is. I wanted to tell Brenda one thing. Brenda.
Okay, next person in the right-hand corner, please. What's your name?
Ben.
Ben. Okay, welcome, Ben. What would you like to share?
Okay. Actually, I'm from Israel. Okay. And I born here. And I'm seeing what's going on here, what is the situation here. 1 minute, okay? I'm saying 1 minute I will be with you, okay?
Okay, I understand. Take your time.
Brenda, last time, remember when, what's his name, the King of Zion came here, the guy... And he was
Which
showing
one?
us-
They all think they're
Yeah.
the King Zios.
He was showing us the damage at the hospital. That you remember the
Oh.
first hospital, they boom, then
Yeah.
they were saying that H group did it or Islamic Jihad did it. I asked them, can you show me a picture of another H group rocket that did the same damage anywhere? He couldn't.
That's because they hardly do anything. Those rockets are so tepid.
Damage on Israel.
So go ahead. What did you say, Ben?
I'm saying I'm Ben. I'm from Israel.
Okay.
I born in Israel. I'm 27 years old.
Okay.
And what I want to share with you is the situation here is so bad, so sad. I'm talking about Israel, what's going on inside Israel.
Okay.
And I'm seeing every day another person, and seeing a person, a crime, because what they're seeing in the news, what they're living, and so, wow, so how to talk. I'm
Are
so
you talking about Gaza, or just to clarify, are you talking about Gaza, like the news?
No, I'm saying what's going on inside Israel, what's going on inside Gaza right now. Gaza in the 7 October. I'm talking about 7 October because I have a reason why. Gaza did a big mistake in the 7 October, and no one.
So just to clarify, what do you
I'm
mean?
talking.
When you say you see on the news?
I'm keeping talking.
Let him finish his whole sentence. Everything, let him finish.
And and I saw what's really happening on the news in Gaza, and I think Gaza deserves that.
Oh
Not
my
the
God.
wait a second, not the civilians. I'm talking about the terrorists inside Gaza. The terrorists have weapons there. They have grenade. They have many weapons there, and I think they deserve that. And you're talking about what's really the IDF do inside Gaza right now? Come on, guys. Really, I'm saying you, like, to be honest with you, what you see inside Gaza is nothing, really nothing. What the IDF can do in Lebanon or what another country. I don't have some country right now in my head.
Can you tell us what's going on in Israel? What's bothering you so much inside of Israel? Like what's happening on the ground in Israel on a daily life?
Is the economic collapse bothering you in Israel? Are they all depressed and sad that they're losing? Is this what's troubling you?
We know one thing, okay? In the 7 October, we lost
No, but what's
people.
happening
We
on
lost
Israel?
civilians.
Ben, forget for October 7th because you came out saying that what's going on.
I cannot forget October 7.
No, I'm not saying don't forget about October 7, but tell us about the situation that you were talking about when you came in.
Just before you do that, because he can't forget October the 7th. Just tell us about how many of your Israelis were unalived by the Hannibal Directive.
More from what I hear in the news. We are talking about 1,000 people.
By the Hannibal Directive, by the Israelis,
What
by the
I'm here about the news, I have many stories about what's really happening, what's happened in the 7 October.
We heard all the stories about today. I want to know today.
You don't
what's
have
going
the
on.
facts,
What's
the
going
correct.
No, I want
wait a second.
guys.
You don't
Very,
have
very important. Very important to know what's going on. Like you came up, you seemed so sad. You said everybody's leaving.
I'm so sad because I'm seeing what's going on in TikTok. I'm seeing what's going on, on the internet.
So tell us what you're sad about.
Every day you are talking about the government and you're talking about what's the soldiers, the troops are doing inside Gaza, and
So
how
you sound
inside Gaza,
you sound
and no one's
sound like
talking about what's really going on Israel.
you sound like Colonel Hagari.
What's going on,
the
man?
listener.
Ben, what's going
The
on?
listener.
What happened in Israel? What's happening? What's wrong, man?
They destroyed our land.
They destroyed
our
it?
freedom.
Oh. What did they destroy?
Poor
What part of the land did they destroy?
Guys, we've had it all wrong. We need to be feeling sorry for these Israelis. My apologies.
I think
No, I'm sorry. We had it all wrong. We're
No
now
one
changing.
knows. No one knows really what's going on here.
Nobody
People
knows
will
about your
talk.
suffering.
We
Were
talk
you
Nobody
on
knows about
about
duty
your
October
suffering.
here.
7th?
What?
Were
Nobody
you on
knows your
duty
suffering.
October 7th? Were you on duty? Were you
Yeah.
given the Hannibal directive?
Yeah.
Did you unalive your own people?
No.
You sure?
You have facts.
I'm
So,
asking
friends,
you.
it sounds like to
If
me that
if
he's
terrorists
claiming, he's
will
making
get
that
inside
point
your
that they
land,
always claim
if terrorists
that, you
will
know, there
get
was a
inside your
G-side that was
city,
committed. Hold on one
you
second. That was a G-side that was committed against the Israeli people because they claim this, like, you know, all the time. All the Israeli spokespeople talk about this all the time. The G-side of October 7th. My question is, if there truly was a G-side on October 7th, why didn't they bring it to the ICJ? You know, why aren't there, like, if they truly can prove that there was a G-side, and like what you're saying, there's all of these terrible things happening in Israel that are the equivalent of a G-side towards the Israeli people, or the second G-side towards the Israeli people. Why aren't any charges or anything being brought against in the ICJ?
don't really know the facts, but really
Guys,
what
sometimes from the
what you
words,
saying.
Ben, one second, Ben. Sometimes from the words that
Everyone
people,
asking me a question. I want
yeah.
to
They're gonna
answer
answer
you.
you. I'm just gonna make a statement for everybody here.
Okay.
When you guys hear, usually from people, the way they speak, you can tell their limits or their knowledge. So let's not be giving him harsh questions. It's like a kindergarten questions. That's what we need to do so we can understand really what's going on. Because maybe we are wrong. We were wrong at one day. And Ben tell us, because he's from inside. Are you going to demonstrate every day for the government or against the government, Ben?
I'm not right now. I'm not supporting the government because I'm seeing how much people are suffering because the government, and how much not because what's going on in the West Bank or something like that. Because I'm seeing how people living
You
here.
live in Israel, sir?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I
yeah,
didn't catch your name.
near
You
to
live
Tel
in
Aviv.
Israel? In Tel
Near to
Aviv?
Tel
Okay,
Aviv.
can you tell us what's going on around you?
Right now, I hear they are bombing. I think the bombing is from Lebanon, but I
Wow.
hear
But you can't
bomb.
see it, or like,
No,
are you
no,
still
I
in your
cannot see
house?
it.
You have food, you have water, you have electricity, you have internet, I'm
Glenda,
assuming, because you're on here.
they're bombing from Lebanon.
That's
Let's ask him
actually
why.
the point
Hey,
I want to go.
Ben,
Yeah.
why is Lebanon bombing you?
Why? Because Lebanon support Gaza.
Not
Lebanon
because
started the war with the.
yeah, Ben. Not is it because yesterday the the Israeli unalived 18 people in Lebanon? Is that the reason, or just because they want to have fun? Let's
No
go there.
one, no Israeli bombs.
Yes, airplane yesterday
No,
airstrike.
the airplanes. That's right.
Yeah, but yesterday an airstrike from Israel
Yeah.
on a Lebanese car with a family inside, 18 people between injured and dead. Do you think that firing is related to that, or do the guys in Lebanon want to have fun?
That's related to that. I think if someone on the world, some country on the world was attacked by terrorists, by people invading your land and wants to eliminate
Please
your
don't call
country.
Palestinian people T-word, and please use TikTok language. Palestinian people
Ben,
are
are you
not
talking
T-word.
about the people in Gaza that you have caged up?
Wait a second. We are gonna talk about Gaza. And what I want to say is, if
But you're
someone,
saying, hold on, we're talking about Lebanon. You're saying that when people want to invade your land, don't Israel occupy the Sheba farms and the Kfar Shuba hills from Lebanon? So I see that Israel is occupying Lebanon, not Lebanon occupying Israel.
how we can occupy Lebanon?
Yeah, you are
How?
keeping Sheba farms and the Kfar Shuba hills.
We are defending our border.
Oh, so you take someone's land to protect your border, or you
No.
protect your border from your own
How is
border?
Lebanon border or territory is Israeli?
Wait there.
And
Your soldiers are in Sheba Farms. decades. Yeah, that's
No,
that's Lebanese
no
land.
occupation.
Yeah, so the
I'm
Lebanese
saying
people have a
it's
right.
not occupation in Gaza on the West Bank. No
Hey,
one,
say that again.
no one here, no one in the world can say there are occupation on Gaza. They are living
Talking
peacefully.
about Lebanon. We're talking about Lebanon.
Ah,
Shebaa
okay.
Farms and Farshuba Hills is occupied right now by Israel.
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
Like
Well, if this wasn't an
your
opinion,
government,
friend.
yeah.
This isn't an
This is not
opinion.
my opinion. This is the facts.
The fact
We
is
don't
the
have.
government don't tell you. Listen, I'm Lebanese. I know what is occupied. The Shebaa Farms are Lebanese territory that
Wait a
you guys
second.
occupy.
North of Israel is occupied by Hezbollah. There are no
Hezbollah is
civilians there.
Lebanese. Hezbollah is Lebanese. I don't understand. I'm asking you, why is your country occupying my land? Hezbollah are Lebanese. If
Why?
they want to
Because
occupy the land,
your land.
they're free to occupy it because they're Lebanese.
Why? Because you are in the first day of the war. You're bomb. You can laugh and laugh, man. This is the
Friend,
fact.
we don't want to laugh
You know
anymore.
what?
I promise. But can you
Do you
just make
listen
a
to
point?
Nazis
Because
then?
we're not really following. We're not
You
really
like
following what
Nazis?
you're trying to say. And we don't and you're
In the second day on the war, Hezbollah was bombing Israel because they are
The day
supporting
before October,
God.
listen, on October 6, Israel was occupying territory from Lebanon. You know what I'm saying?
What?
It's not like,
No, that's
yeah,
not true.
yeah, it is very true. I'm telling you, I'm
No.
Lebanese. I know. We've been going at
Where?
it for the past
Where?
25. Mazar Shebaa, Shebaa Farms, and Farshuba Hills, and the 7 villages.
Village. How do you say it? Ajer, I think Ajer is near to the
Okay.
border of Israel. Is Israeli and Lebanese border. You know that.
Okay, so that
Where we're
justified
occupying,
that justified you
there are
going into
troops there.
Lebanese
There are
territory.
troops there, but no one occupying. No one. No
So
one
what do you call
coming killing no one.
what do you call troops sitting in a land that is not on their land, not their country? What do you call that? What do you call
And
it? Like I'm a soldier, I cross to Mexico and I put a post on Mexico. What do you call that?
how I'm calling that? I'm
Picnic?
calling that
Or what do you call it?
defending our land.
Federico, ask him
So you
more about the
occupy.
Palestinians, please.
You know the facts.
No,
You know
I'm
the
bringing
truth.
them. I'm bringing them
Every day,
there.
the Hezbollah's troops are going near to the border and bothering our troops and bombing our troops. And we saw what happened in the war, the
So you're
second war in
saying,
Lebanon.
so you're saying right now that Hezbollah is whipping your ass in the north. Is that what you're saying?
Hezbollah bombing. They have many bombs. They are bombing.
So they're
out
whipping.
every
They're whipping
day.
your ass.
We should feel sorry. We should feel sorry for you then.
How you justify your military? You guys have very strong military, right? The strongest in the region, right?
In the Middle East.
In the Middle East, good. Do you know what is a 22 mile? How big is 22 mile? It's like
don't know.
two and a half football field.
Okay.
Okay, so 2.5, and then you have 5 mile. That is 22 by 5 mile. Do you know what that is? 22 by 5 miles, and 2 football fields and 5 miles less than a football field.
Okay.
That is Gaza.
Okay.
How you justify 9 months your army, the strongest in the Middle East, is not
because they're
able?
the most moral army in the world.
No,
this,
that's not
we
true.
have,
Don't talk like that.
we don't make assumptions. We state facts that the Israeli army was placed on the United Nations blacklist for being the army, unmoral army for attacking women and children. So that is established. We don't argue
Excuse
that
me.
because
No,
because the
Federico,
United.
I must
Excuse me, my
disagree
friend.
with you because
I have to ask you
Israel,
something.
Israel is the world's most moral army because they unalive
Tell
their
you
own people.
Who
yeah,
army? Listen,
yeah.
I
listen.
believe that's a part of the
Which
Israeli
army?
disinformation failures,
Which
aka
which
IDF.
So what the
I
question
know
was,
Disinformation
the
failure.
the question,
Let me
the
tell you
question was,
something.
let's
I'm
go
a
back. What about why is it the Israeli army failing to finish the job in Gaza? Why is the Israeli leadership
Because
are failing to finish the job in Gaza?
no one is
Because they're
failing in
incompetent.
Gaza. No one failing in Gaza.
I mean,
You
9
saw the
months. Come
pictures
on, buddy.
on
You
the
said the strongest army in the Middle East, and
yeah.
22 mile by 5 mile, 9 months. I think it's way more beyond failing.
Ben,
Like
The target of the war is not to rule Gaza.
Ben, let's be real. You need your daddy United States to
You cannot
babysit you.
occupy Gaza. There are people.
Please, Ben. We heard enough of your garbage propaganda, okay? You need your daddy USA to help you, okay? So just ask for help. They might help you.
I'll lay out. Jump in, buddy. Jump in. I gotta drag your leg.
You know what?
You know, all the countries in the world hate you guys.
The USA bring us money and bring us
We are going to force the USA to not even give you 1,000th of a penny. You guys are not even worth 1,000th of American penny. You don't deserve our check, okay? We're no longer going to give you money. We're no longer going to give you weaponry. Because if we give it to you guys, we're going to do the same thing to the Palestinians. Okay? Who are not
Actually, I hear in the news the supply and the weapon you are talking about is...
Which news? Fox News, BBC, or Haaretz?
Channel 14.
Oh, Channel 14. I don't know what Channel 14 is.
Is that where the Hannibal Directive was?
You guys, no, if he said Channel 14, everybody here, come on, people. It's Channel 14.
I just want to know. I just want to know if he unalived any Israeli civilians on October 7th.
Why?
I want to know.
Why you think? Why you think like that?
Did you?
I'm a civilian inside my land.
Well, I wouldn't think
I
wouldn't think the IDF would want to do that, but you were given orders. Yes?
No.
What were your orders that day?
Okay, the sign and the aftermath shows that it cannot be grenades and AK-47s.
No.
It was done by tanks and by helicopters. The aftermath, it cannot be AKs and smaller grenades.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I want to ask you something. Okay, on all the people here in the channel.
Okay.
Why? There are Palestinians hostages inside Gaza.
What do you mean by Palestinian hostages inside Gaza?
What?
The whole Gaza is a hostage for 75 years now.
No.
For 75 years now.
No.
I mean, which hostages?
You learned.
I mean, history. Let me tell you something. History is not a one day in the calendar. There are 365 days, 364 days other than October 7.
55 years ago, Israel was established.
Ben, I know when you went to school. Ben, I know when you went to school, they told you that, but your school was lying to you, my friend.
You guys read it from a script. You have been what?
And I know you people are talking.
What do you mean, you people?
About Israel.
Really?
And yeah, it's so sad to see how hate and.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
Okay, what's the feeling? What kind of feeling your soldiers have when they shoot at an animal pulling a trolley full of civilians? Some of them were injured. What kind of feeling? Is it belong to hate or to love or to what? Is it something intimate? What you were thinking?
For pretend.
You're talking about hate? You're not in a position to talk about hate. You guys not in position.
Talking about defending, but now I have Ben, I have the $1 million
the whole world. The whole world. You gave him the reason to love you that much. That love you're getting, it's a prerequisite for what's gonna happen to you. Let me tell you something. There's karma. There's karma. Even if you're an atheist and you don't believe in the divine justice, there's karma. There's something from karma. Karma, yes, justice. What you're doing is a prerequisite. It's a prerequisite. I tell you what justice is. What you're doing is just the prerequisite for what's going to happen to you guys. And I feel sorry for every Jew
Listen,
that
I'm sad what I'm seeing
denounces
here,
Zionism
but I don't
and that
care
he
about what the IDF can do to
Okay.
Lebanon.
Hey, can we
IDF
bring
is
back some
Israeli.
actual like
Let me tell
debate
you something.
into the
It's not
panel? Because
DF.
this is
It's
just a back and forth. It doesn't
disinformation.
seem to be getting us anywhere.
Disinformation
Yeah, I
failure.
think so.
This
Hold
is
on.
what it stands for. It
I
stands
have
for disinformation failures.
Sophia, I have a that
I know what's my
$1
army
million
can do.
question for you, Ben.
Yeah.
Like let's think about it just for a minute. What would you do if the Palestinians free Palestine? One, do you fight until you get unalived?
What do you mean in free
Just a
Palestine?
question. Maybe it's not
No,
going
I
to happen.
cannot
Maybe,
hear
but
the question
I
because
want to hear
you're
your
telling me
opinion. I
free
want to hear
Palestine,
your opinion.
and I
Hold on,
can
hold on.
hear
Let
you
me
that.
finish. Let me finish. So the Palestinians decides to free Palestine, and they jump you, and they get to the land, and you have choices to make. Choice number one is fight until you are unalive. Choice number two is you get your passport and you run out through the airport. And choice number three is you apply for residency in Palestine. Which one would you choose?
That is imagination.
Well, it is imagination, but I
Not
ask you if
Just
you
humor
are
him. Just
happen.
humor him. Answer the
Yeah.
question. We're having an intellectual debate.
Which option would you choose if it would happen? Maybe in your dream it's not gonna ever happen, never.
Fred, I
But
know what's going to happen. He's going to go to his second home, you know? He has a policy.
Where's my second home?
Let's
I don't have a second home.
Federico, this is Chip. I just want to say you're in charge, man. Continue on. I'm going to get some shut-eye.
Thank you, Chip.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, so Ben, what choice would you do? Which one would you choose? Number one, number two, or number three?
Number one is, and I will tell you, to stay here and protect and defend my land and my house and my mama. That's it.
Okay, so you will stay. You will fight until you get unalived.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why you should you
No, I'm asking
sure?
because it's a no. I'm not shocked. I would do the same thing for my country if I believe I'm my yeah.
Gaza is a country.
What is it?
Oh, Palestine is a country.
Palestine is Israel.
Federico is
Palestine
Lebanese
Palestine
from
is
Lebanon.
I am Palestinian. I am Palestinian though. So I am the same age as you. How do you feel about me coming to your school?
Mike, listen what he said. Listen to what he said. He said Palestine is Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you for what?
For admitting that Palestine is Israel.
Faye, we have two people on the panel who haven't had a turn.
Yes,
I think
yes.
Lal and Aladdin below me.
Aladdin, yes.
I'm here.
Can we maybe have them ask a question or something just
Yes.
to kind of mix it up because
I called Lala earlier. He didn't.
If I will ask
jump
you,
in.
Free Palestine from
I
the
spoke,
room,
but
you
I was
see-
saying like the person that I wanted to speak to. Each time that I get a chance to speak, the person that I wanted to speak to jumps off.
LA, you have to snatch your moment. Like you have to wait, be patient. Everybody, when you see everybody quiet down for a second, boom, you jump in.
You got it, Habibi.
Especially when we are all talking with each other. Like when we're having debates is one thing, but when we have like tonight we're sitting talking to each other. To snatch your moment, everybody snatch your moment respectfully. And if you jump in front of me, I will shut up. But if I jump in front of you, you're gonna go on.
I have a couple questions for the guy from Israel that's on the panel. Yes or no? That's all I want is a yes or no. Is there an occupation? The guy from Israel, I don't know how to say your name. It's in Hebrew.
Ben.
Ben?
Ben, are you there? Hello?
Do we have any other pros?
I'm here.
Okay. Ben.
He's reviewing the script.
Yes or
He's reviewing the script, so he can answer you.
okay, Ben, yes or no? Is there an occupation?
No.
Question number 2. What is the reason for October 7th? Why did October 7th happen?
No one knows.
No one knows. Okay. So yeah, I mean,
Why?
I think that it's obvious that you're
I'm
not
asking again. No one answered the question. Why did
It's
Hamas
actually my turn to
kidnap?
speak. It's actually my turn to speak. I think I've been waiting for like 4 hours to speak.
Okay.
So
I don't know what's happening. Okay.
So yeah, I honestly, man, I honestly don't think that you're here in good faith. So if you're going to say that there is no occupation and you don't know why October 7th happened,
okay,
when there's a plethora of evidence out there, all you have to do is Google search.
Evidence. What evidence? Yes, the army knows the Hamas troops before the 7th October was training to the attack.
Listen, Ben,
No one
let
knows
me ask you something
why.
real quick. Do you ever look at yourself in the mirror?
Of course. And I'm
Do you
proud
ever?
of
How
what
often
I'm
do you?
seeing.
How often do you feel disgusted about what you see in the mirror?
There's no personal attacks, no matter what.
Yeah,
No,
let's
yeah.
let's have like an actual intellectual debate. Let's have
You
some
have,
questions.
if you
Real
have,
questions.
listen.
Let me finish.
If you have a problem with me, you can text me and we'll talk. But if you want to be respectful and
I
you want
wasn't
to be
attacking you.
wait
I
a
said,
second.
how disgusted
Wait
do
a
you
sec-
feel when you look at yourself in the mirror, and then you know that you support a regime that is actually going against Jews?
What?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm telling you this as I am telling you
Okay,
this
Lal, why don't you tell him why it
as
makes
a
Jews more
grandson,
unsafe? Like,
as
make
a
that point. Like, that's an
grandson,
intellectual. Lal,
as a
tell
grandson and
him
great
how it makes
grandson,
Jews less safe. Tell him
as a
how it makes Jews
grandson
less
and
safe.
great grandson of Holocaust survivors, I will tell you that what you believe in and what you stand for, the fact that you cannot even agree that there is an occupation, okay? The fact that
Come
you
on,
can't
man.
even admit why October 7th happened
I'm
is a
IDF fan.
testament to how disgusting of a person you are.
Disgusting person. Why? What do you have on me? You know me.
You're
Hey guys,
telling
listen.
us yourself.
Lal,
You're telling us
this is
yourself.
definitely an
You're
emotional
telling us
topic for a lot of
yourself.
us. But this is not like we don't necessarily do that on this panel. We don't call people disgusting. He can have whatever perspective he has of
No,
himself, but
I
we don't
will
do that
tell
here. I
you.
know that it's an emotional topic, but like, why don't you try explaining to him why this makes Jews less safe? That's a point that might cause some cognitive shift in his brain.
I have nothing else to say to this person. Honestly, he's.
Okay, Aladdin.
Do you handle the check
love me,
and the
if
West
you
Bank?
don't love me, you can.
Ben, I got a question for you, buddy.
Yeah, my friend, you can ask me.
Yeah, I am in Gaza. Ask me. Go ahead. Do you have any questions for me?
For you,
Yeah.
if you enjoy what's going on there, if you understand the big mistake your government done, if every day your civilians are crying because the fact is your government sucks.
Ben, those are leading questions. Listen, Chip talks about this all the time. He says, like, ask questions like, what do you think about this? What do you think
I'm not
about
blaming
that?
you.
Not like
I'm
making a
blaming your
definitive
government.
statement and asking him to agree with you. Like
Look,
that,
guys,
those are
Ben,
not intellectual questions and don't lead to intellectual conversations. Ask him what he thinks of his government. What were his particular things? Like, point out what is one thing that you think that the H group did wrong. Like, ask him about particular topics. Like, just leading questions like that. That's just like a personal attack hiding behind some sort of like question.
yeah, go ahead, Ben. Ask your questions. You want to learn why they did it on
Where is
October
the
7th?
hostages? Where's the hostages?
Do you know how many Palestinian hostages are in the Israeli jails today?
10,000. 10,000.
Okay, so before October 7th, how many
Yeah.
was in?
Yeah.
How many
And how
Palestinian
much
hostages?
Palestinians are working inside Israel?
No,
The
answer
question
it.
was
Let's
about
answer it.
prisoners.
Don't tell me no.
Let's
Answer the
wait.
question.
Ben,
Wait.
don't change the conversation. You guys
Yeah,
talking
wait,
about
Ben.
prisoners.
Yeah, how many prisoners are in the Israeli jails before October 7th?
I don't know the number, but I know when the war started, in the news, in our news in Israel, they're saying 10,000.
Okay. Do you think you are better than me as a human
No.
being?
No.
You're not better than me in any way. Do you think
No.
my land, Gaza, is your land?
Your land. Gaza is a city, not a land.
Okay. Do you think that city is my land or your land?
I think right now is your land, and what's the civilians or the government doing is for you is so bad.
Hey Ben, I have a question.
Right now is
Wait a
right
second, I
now
want
is
to
yours.
answer him. Yeah.
Right now it's yours, and if we wipe you out, it will be ours. This is what he means.
Yes.
Right now, Lebanese borders, Shib'a, they cannot, since it's in their hand, it's theirs. But tomorrow, when they have to surrender and forfeit it, it won't be theirs. These guys, they don't understand but force. And
Yeah.
October 7th was a result and a conclusion that these guys don't
7
understand
October
but
happened or not?
force. Let me tell you something. You gave the reasons. You fueled, you guys fueled the power and you gave energy and fuel to the party who
you not
attacked you
blaming
on October
Egypt?
7. What?
Why you are not blaming Egypt?
Oh
Why we have to blame Egypt?
This
Blame
is the
Egypt
lies
is
you are
playing.
talking
Let
about
me tell you.
Israel.
How old is
On
Ben,
the
guys?
strategic,
Before
on the
we...
strategic level, one second. On the strategic level, Egypt is not allowing a second Nakba. It should not open the borders
Why
one
Egypt
two-way.
not allow civilians
Should not
of
allow.
Gaza
Should
to get
not
inside
allow
Egypt?
force. This is called forced displacement. It's not allowing. You want them to go to Egypt. You want to create a future problem
I don't want
for you.
them to go
You
to
want
Egypt.
to, guys. If you think you have a cognitive problem, if you think on the strategic level, you're causing a future problem. Tunnels will be built in
think you
Sinai.
don't understand
Tunnels
what
will
are
be
you
built
talking
in
about.
Jordan. Tunnels will be built in Lebanon.
There are
Don't.
tunnels inside Gaza? Yes or no?
Habibi Tawfiq, خليني
Yes, there
واحدة
are.
شوي.
There are. You push people to learn from Vietnam and from other locations. If you think this is the end of the world, no. People are learning every day. What happened on October 7th? It would happen again and again if you don't allow a second state. If you don't
Second state.
use your mind and get to the point
How,
where
man?
you.
How?
Ben,
Excuse
Ben,
me.
I have a
How?
question for you.
How?
Real quick.
How?
You
There
know
are
who
more-
should say
there-
how?
the
The
massacre-
Palestinians
the massacre was
complain and
inside
say how.
my
One at a
land.
time, please.
We don't want to get too matching.
Support that.
We're gonna take turns, answer question, answer.
Okay.
So Ben, do you want to answer Tawfiq before I give it to Mike? No? Okay, Mike, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Ben. You said that there's Palestinians in Israel. Do they carry the same citizen? Do they have the same citizenship? Do they have the
Yes.
same passport?
Yes.
Do they?
They have a different
There's
color
not- there's
ID.
not-
The ID is a different
They have
color.
ID like me.
Color.
Oh, like
Different
With
treatment.
them.
So what's blue and green? What is this? Why is there
Blue.
different colors?
They have a
When they go
blue
to
ID.
court, they treat it differently.
No.
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 No, so I can go to the same school as you, Ben? I'm your age.
Yeah.
I'm from Bet Hanina.
How there are teachers, Arab teachers inside Israel.
With 65 laws against
Indoctrination,
that.
silence,
We have
not fruitful. They need to use
inside
somebody with a
Israel
clear mind.
teaching Jews. Explain me.
Guys, can I make a
to you
point?
why.
Because this is a talking point that I hear all the time. about talking about the Arab Israelis or the Palestinian Israelis that live in close proximity to Israelis. So it's always talked about how they have the same rights, blah, 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 blah. That's obviously up for debate. But my question is not how do you treat the people that are closest to you and I guess closer to you in status, but how do you treat your most marginalized group, i.e., orphans in Gaza? How do you treat those people? That should be the bar for the morality of Israel, not the people that are closest to you that you deem that are closest to you. Like, oh, we have Arab Israelis in the Supreme Court, blah, blah, blah. Forget that. Let's talk about the kids in Gaza.
Okay, let's talk. And
they don't have those rights. They don't have any rights. That's what I mean. That's my whole
they
point.
don't have rights.
My whole point
because
is that
Hamas.
because look at what's happening to them right now.
Wait
Like,
a
can
second.
you honestly
Wait a second.
deny what is on in your screen? Because I have seen more unalived children than I have ever seen in my entire life. I have seen the worst of the worst that I could never have imagined seeing a child in such a state. And don't tell me that it was age group, that it's age group's fault because age group did not pull the trigger.
Ben,
Ben,
also I have
do
a
you
question.
love your Palestinian
trigger?
Ben, do you love your Palestinian Arab Israeli neighbors?
I don't want to answer this question because one reason.
Okay, perhaps you might want to answer this question. Why does a 6-year-old Hind deserve 335 pew-pews? Can you answer that?
You have facts for that? One thing, okay? Wait a second.
You want
For
facts
the
for
beginning,
that?
what I want to say.
Do you think we're stupid? Do you think we don't have access to social media? You might have access to more weapons than internet.
Ben, I have a question for you. Let me ask him a question right quick.
Come here and see what's going on.
I have a quick question for him before I forget my question, guys, please. So if the Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, if they said that they're going to lay down their arms, okay, no more fighting, they're going to throw away all their weapons, no more H group, would you give them citizenship?
That's a great question.
Lol, we know the answer to that.
I want to hear what he said.
Hold on.
Let him answer.
You cannot trust Israelis. I don't trust them for 1 second.
Let him answer for himself.
That's right, because you've seen what the media tell you.
Yeah, we don't trust you people.
Please let him answer the question, Afghan.
Me neither.
Go ahead, answer, go.
Okay. I think if the Gaza civilians will want to establish their own city, yeah, I will support
I asked
that.
you, would you give them citizenship, Israeli citizenship? Would you give them Israeli citizenship?
They have.
I'm talking about in Gaza.
They have blue ID.
I'm talking about the Palestinians in Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank.
Listen,
all of them.
every day there are civilians.
No, what
Gaza,
I'm asking you, you're not answering my question.
Inside
Ben, with all
Gaza.
due respect, Ben, you're not answering my question. I said the Palestinians in Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank, if they said no more fighting, they're going to give you all their weapons, okay? And then they said only under one condition, you have to give them citizenship. Would you give them full citizenship as Israelis, equal citizens?
Once they have the ID.
It's a yes or no. Yes or no. Simple. He said they do everything. They put the weapon down. They tell you no. It's yes or no question. What do you believe? If they do everything you want them to do.
They said, "I love Israel. We want to be with Israel."
And they light your candle.
I don't care.
Happy birthday
if
for
they
you.
love Israel or not.
Women.
Would you give them citizenship, Ben?
Love Israel or not?
If they said that they love Israel and they give you all their weapons, and they said no more fighting, we want to live with you in peace. We want to be neighbors. We want to love each other. You know, we want to have a party together.
You know, inside your
would you give them citizenship? Would you give them citizenship? Yes or no?
That is never will be come true.
I'm asking you hypothetically. Just answer yes or no.
Listen, okay. Ben, you believe in God, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so God sends the Palestinians a Messiah only for the Palestinian and say, guys, you Palestinian people, now you have to love Israel and be obedient to the government of Israel. And God guarantees you that. And would you give him citizenship?
The answer is no.
Why?
Ben,
I
yes, no?
thought you don't want to.
Well, I ask you,
explain why.
we're just making an assumption. God from him sent the prophet and told the Palestinian to love Israel. Okay?
If
Would
in
you
the
give them...
Palestinian eyes, I am a kafir in their
Oh my
religion.
God, I'm telling you, God sent them a messenger to tell them to love you.
If the Palestinians gave you all their weapons and they started to kiss your feet, they started to cook for you for free and they started to become your slaves, would you give them citizenship? Would you give them citizenship, yes or no? If they kissed your feet and they gave you all their weapons.
Bro, Lal, stop saying crap like that. Why should Palestinians kiss their damn dirty feet? Are you
I'm
crazy?
just saying, this guy is unreasonable.
No, don't say that crap, okay? Kiss your feet. Who the hell are they? For Palestinians to kiss your feet.
Who the hell
So
are you?
no answer.
I mean, you are the one that's talking about a
Okay,
Messiah, man.
Hold on. I'm the one who brought up Messiah. So let's skip that.
I thought that was a
No
different
answer.
person.
No answer is an answer sometimes. So if he doesn't want to say yes, it's obviously it's a no. But now my next question to him is
said no.
Oh, you said no. Good. That was the. So the question is now, do you think it's legit if somebody is fighting Israel to unalive his own family? Let's say somebody is fighting the state of Israel, and you know where his family is. Do you think it's legit target for the Israeli to go and target the family? Yes or no?
Why are you thinking like that? No.
I'm asking you a question. Just a
Simple.
question.
I'm telling you, simple. No.
Simple no. But why is it that the Israeli...
Guys, are we just going to breeze over the fact that he said no? Like to not dissect that? Because I want to know, Ben, why
No,
not? If
soldier, no,
you're going to
sure.
get everything...
No.
Hold on, like if you're going to get everything that Israel wants, then why would you not make
Why
them
Hamas
equal,
want
which is what the
1,000?
Palestinians
Why
want?
Hamas want 1,000 terrorists?
No,
Forget
but
about
the
Hamas
scenario,
for a civilian.
then Ben, the scenario is that Israel gets everything they want. That's the scenario. And then because the Palestinian, the point,
that's
look,
not
listen,
true.
just listen. Look, Ben, just listen. The scenario that was put out for you, I'm a teacher, okay? I'm going to explain it to you in first grade terms. The scenario that was laid in front of you was to let you know that Israel gets everything they want, and so does Palestine, because Palestine just wants equality and freedom.
For me.
So why would you say no to that? If
Because
Israel gets what they
to
want
kiss
and the
my
Palestinians
legs,
get what they want.
to cast my legs to be, for passport or ID. No, come on, people. Come on.
No. Explain to us
No,
why
not you.
No, listen, guys, hold on. Ben, hold your horses, okay? There is no negotiating with the Israeli Zionist T groups. Absolutely no. Remember George W. Bush when he... One second.
One second. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to ask me? You can ask me what you want. I'm here to answer you.
There's no negotiating with you Israeli T groups. We're going to send the American military.
We're getting something out of him.
We are not going to negotiate with you T groups.
Afghans, we're trying to get something out of him right now.
No, hold on, brother. Hold on. Because there's no negotiating with these people.
It's not negotiating. We're not negotiating.
We're not going to negotiate with them. We need to put them in their places. They're not God's chosen people. We need to send them back either to Europe or they need to behave. Okay?
The next target is Europe. From
what?
terrorists. Yeah. And
we don't agree with American media and the Israel with Israeli media because you're all liars.
What is Israel?
Okay,
what is for you, Israel?
Okay, Ben, let me ask you something really quickly, man.
Yeah.
What you just stated is you would have everything everything you want. You're guaranteed security, guaranteed safety for the Israelis.
Okay.
All the Palestinians are asking for is equal treatment and live together. You as my neighbor. You're not okay with this? Why not?
Why we need to live together?
Why do we? Why is it
when we
not?
saw what's happening?
Because we both say this is our land. Okay, so we both have the land together. Your land, my land, our land.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because
1 second, guys. For everybody that is requesting to come up, if your account is private, I cannot.